Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had Death Note was raised by Shinigamis? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation.
I'm Ryuk.
The giant, towering creature introduced himself. Harry would have been more appalled had he not already encountered giants, centaurs, and thestrals. This creature looked a bit like all of the above. Hello. He held out his hand, for lack of anything else to do. How do you do? Ryuk laughed. It was a choking, morbid sound. His large yellow eyes beadily looked down at Harry, though they didn't seem to be focused on anything at all. His clawed hand felt like ice in Harry's warm, life-filled palm. This was a dead creature, then. You're an interesting one. His grin split his face in two with a smile full of razors. I've never met a human quite like you.
No?
Harry rested his hand back.
No.
Ryuk agreed. You see, I'm a Shinigami, a death god, you would say in your language. I come from the realm of the dead. Like a Dementor? Harry tilted his head curiously. Ryuk shook his head. Dementors eat souls. We collect them. He came close, right to Harry's face, until his dull saffron-colored eyes were close enough to see the red in Harry's green. And we, death gods, have a culture, I guess you should say. Is there a reason you're telling me this? Harry looked around, a bit nervously. How strange this would look to everyone else. The battle had just ended. People were grieving. The last thing they needed to see was a giant monster floating around. But the determinately melancholic hall before him showed no bewildered, appalled faces, and Ryuk continued to blink sightlessly at him. "'Cause you need to know." Ryuk began tactlessly. "You're the king after all." Harry choked. "I'm sorry?" Cage the elephant. Harry just knew those stupid Deathly Hallows were going to be such a pain. It'd be just his luck that trashing one in the forest and hiding the other in Dumbledore's office wouldn't be enough. The Master of Death, after all, was him now. Apparently that title was more than just a frivolous imagination and the joining of the three Hallows. The Master of Death, or the Death King, ruled supreme in the dead world. This was a corrupt, lawless world made of dust and crumbling remains, jewels and gambling death gods. And this worthless, desert realm was his domain, where he could do as he pleased. Ryuk said that the only rules Shinigami had to follow were written in their death note. Each death god had one, though that wasn't an explicit rule. And Harry, being the king, had no rules at all. While this greatly pleased him, as he was never much of a law-abider anyway, the rest of the deal sounded sort of morbid. "I think I'll just stay here," said the Death King, looking a little green at the thought of sitting atop some pyramid of glittering, if not decaying, jewels, crowned in gaudy gold. He'd lead Ryuk to the now deserted Gryffindor common room. Even though Ryuk swore up and down that no one but Harry could see him, Harry preferred not to look like a complete loony talking to himself. "If that's what you want," the Shinigami said slowly, as if he couldn't possibly understand why Harry would want to stay here. "It is." He nodded. In his hands was a red death note, adorned with the words written in English. "This is mine, of course." Ryuk looked as if he'd never heard such a stupid question. "You are the king, my lord." "Don't call me that." Harry waved him off. The title hit a little too close to home. "What should I call you then?" "Harry. Just Harry." He offered, eyes not leaving the book. Inside it was nothing but a notebook, nothing but sharp lines. Ryuk eyed him warily, clearly not expecting that answer. "If it's all right with you." The beast flapped his wings, but Harry could feel no wind. "When you write a name," Ryuk explained, "whatever leftover lifespan that person had goes to you. What an easy way to kill. No jet of green light, no splintered, broken soul. Just a couple of quick, cool strokes and a life would leave this world, as if it hadn't had a purpose in the first place. To me?" Harry looked up, startled. He snapped the book shut. "Yep, that's why we don't die." Then he scratched his head. "Well, unless you get too lazy to remember to write in it." "And that's it?" Harry cut off, voice a little high with disbelief. "That's it? You kill people and then what? You keep living, get their extra lifespan, and continue to gamble around? Ryuk shrugged. Pretty much. Harry made a face at the very thought. So what was life then? A useless, inevitable waste that would soon be used to further the machinations of gambling wastrels? This is a lot to think on, said the newly appointed king, sitting himself down in an armchair. I'm sure it is. Ryuk agreed, scratching at his shoulder. Hey, do you got any apples around here? Could sure use one. Bewildered, Harry summoned a house elf to fetch him an apple. And true to Ryuk's words, the small creature didn't seem to recognize the looming, terrifying presence of the death god at all. In fact, he only seemed to be enamored with Harry, much to the boy's displeasure. Even more strange was Ryuk's apparent fascination with apples. You sure do like apples, Harry noted, surprised as Ryuk polished up not one, but two, even before Harry had fully handed him the basket. They're like drugs, Ryuk decided upon. All Shinigami love them, do they? Harry picked one out of the summoned basket, holding it to his face idly. Ryuk took another joyous bite out of his. Harry continued to squint into the red ochre skin of the apple as if it held the answer to his problems, and life's greater mysterious, as he attempted not to look in the direction of his own death note. The king took a bite out of his own apple, almost dropping it as his tongue seemed to rock with unexpected flavor. It had to be the most beautiful thing he'd ever tasted. It's delicious, he breathed, looking down at it in wonder and repulsion. They'd never tasted like that before. Had becoming the master of death truly changed something physical about him? Changed how he perceived the world? I told you, chuckled the death god, before he floated back down onto the opposite armchair of Harry, looking serious, for once. Now, about this whole Death King thing, Harry waved him off before he could even start. I don't think this is really the proper time for this, he began, still not looking in the direction of his own. I've got quite a bit of troubles to fix at the moment. I just finished a war, you see, and I don't yet have the time to fully think on all the strange endeavors you've presented me with. Well, of course, said Ryuk agreeably. We me buddies, and I just wanted to make sure you knew about all this death stuff, seeing as though you're our leader now and stuff. Harry blanched at the very thought. Yes, well, I'll need a bit of time to fully think on the matter, if that's all right with you. Of course it is. Ryuk nodded hastily, grabbing for another apple and devouring it all. All the time you need, my king. Ryuk didn't catch the contrary face his king wore at the very thought of being referred to in any such matter as that. Well, in that case, if you could come back at a later time. Sure. The death god stood, stretching out his brilliant, tattered wings. To summon me or any of your servants, you just write our names in the first page of the book. Only the first page? Well, any page. Ryuk shrugged amiably, cracking his neck. You can't kill a Shinigami with a death note. And at that, Harry wondered how exactly one went about killing a death god without one of them killing themselves out of laziness. Perhaps what Voldemort really should have done to obtain immortality was find these stupid, forsaken items and become the Death King himself. Luckily, he was never unfortunate enough to have to take the task. Like Harry. Well, all right then. I suppose I'll see you soon then, bid Harry, as Ryuk gave a low bow, before disappearing from sight completely, and leaving Harry to stare impassively at the red book in front of him. The wizard was so entranced at the etched embroidery of gold around the solid red book. He hadn't even heard the footsteps padding up the stairs outside, until the portrait swung open. Harry? Dash. Oh, Harry, there you are. Thank goodness. Why on earth are you holed up here? We were all so worried. Harry allowed his best friend to pull him back down to the hall, wondering what she would think about this matter. But he himself didn't have much time to think about it, as he was plunged head first into the affairs of fixing Hogwarts, and the wizarding world at large. In fact, he didn't think again on that red book until 5 years later. I love Cage, and you should too. And there will be quite a good selection of indie rock to be heard here. Also, don't expect much from this. I found it lying uselessly underneath the floorboards of my hard drive, and after a deep excavation, and quite a bit of touching up, these old bones are finally out for everyone to see. Well, anyway, review, or I may just exchange my soul for. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose, annoyed that the world was so clearly working against him. Again.
No, no.
He repeated, running a hand through his hair. I'm aware of the Black Estates, and how much are the taxes again? The goblin didn't look up, seeming to be more interested in perusing his files than deigning him with an answer. Belatedly, Harry noticed that there were quite a few files for him, olden parchment littering the small creature's desk like a sea of paper that seemed to swallow the goblin whole. His inordinately tall stool the boat, and the quill the size of his head the mast. No wonder his taxes were blown so clear out of proportion this year. The Black Estates are vast indeed, replied the goblin after some amount of time. As are the Potter Estates. Undoubtedly that makes up for the majority of your property tax, which, this year, soared to a grand total of 3,000 galleons. Hell, I bet the Malfoys don't even pay that much, Harry thought, annoyed. And to think everyone always railed on the Weasleys for their small plot of land theory and genius. They probably pay, what, 6 sickles a year? As well as the Liot estates in Wiltshire. Excuse me? Harry interrupted, blinking. There must be some sort of mistake. I don't own any property in Wiltshire. You own the Black Manor of Wiltshire, Gobhook pointed out. As well Black Manor Moscow, Grimwald Place, Black Manor Nice, Black Manor Tuscany. Enough of the black property. Harry cut in rather hastily, unsure if he really wanted to know how much land he was truly paying for. It all seemed like quite a waste to him. What is this Liot business about? I've never heard of it before. Then again, the goblins liked to keep him in the dark about these things, unless they were taking his money. That is, small, clawed hands shuffled the vast ocean of papers around, pulling out a long one that looked vaguely familiar. Let's see. He attached his half-moon spectacles and peered down his long, hooked nose. Last Will and Testament of Potter, James, Part 7 Clause 5 in the case of my immediate death. Terminate the lasting betrothal. Betrothal? Harry sputtered. Contract with Liot, William and Liot, Crysanthy. For further details with relations with the Liot family, see Part 22 Clause 8. There was more rustling, as the goblin moved further down the long, winding parchment. By the time he reached Part 22, the top of the will had already fallen off the desk and sprawled on the floor. Harry groaned. In the case of the death of Liot, William, the estates and finances of the Liot family will go to myself or the current head of the Potter house. He looked up. That would be you. I don't even know these people, Harry pointed out unnecessarily. Why should I be taxed for them? The goblin expression didn't look moved at all. Well, someone has to be taxed for it. I don't even live there. Harry shot up and raged. Hell, I don't even live in any of these places. I'd sell them all off if I could, but there's that stupid ownership clause. Regardless, the goblin dipped his quill, looking entirely uninterested in the logical machinations of Harry's mind. They are still your responsibility, and therefore are yours to pay. Also, you've received the entirety of the Liot funds, bank statement included in the finance report we've handed to you. Harry looked back down at it, feeling a bit sick. Paperwork. Is there anything else I can clear up for you, Mr. Potter? Asked Gobhook, already putting away all his files with a wave of his hand. No, that's it. Clearly you all just want to screw me over. And I just pay at the front desk? Yes. Have a good day. Yeah, you too. But the sarcasm was lost on the goblin. The 22-year-old exited the office with a great sigh, wondering how each year he managed to get tangled up into a bigger mess. All his life he'd longed for independence, and now he was realizing just how tedious being an adult could be. He'd never even heard of these Loliots, though clearly they were of some amount of wealth, as when he finally managed to get to the front of the line he was stunned to see just how much he'd inherited from them. But which one of them died? He wondered, thinking back on the will. He supposed it hardly mattered, but that didn't stop his curiosity. You invited me to lunch to ask me that, Potter? Draco sprawled against the back of his chair, looking vaguely exasperated. To say he and Malfoy were friends would be the biggest overstatement of the year. To say they were enemies, though, would be just as folly. They must be somewhere in the middle, Harry decided. Not quite friends, not quite enemies. That, and I was wondering if you pay as much as I do with these goddamn taxes. Am I the only one who thinks this is utterly wrong? Get used to it. Malfoy snorted, twirling his fork in his hands, as if he was too good to eat with it. It's how the goblins make up for the oppression by taking decent pure-blood money. So they only tax pure-bloods? Harry questioned, confused. Of course not. But who else has land? Harry supposed this was true. You have a point. But you still haven't answered my question. He pointed out. Do you know these Loliots? Know them? Draco repeated, hailing the waiter for more tea. I suppose. They live in Wiltshire as well, however, haven't seen or heard much of them. They don't move in the same circles if they move in any at all. Another dead end, then. He'd already asked Ron, who knew little if nothing about other pureblood families, and Hermione, but she was a muggle-born herself and would hardly know something obscure like that. Neville was at a loss as well, and he hadn't anyone else aside from Malfoy that he knew who could possibly know the answer. You haven't heard of any recent deaths, have you? The blonde looked affronted. Do I look like a wizarding newspaper rag to you? But yes, Potter, I have. They say Lord Loliot was of waning health and finally passed away some weeks ago. Haven't heard anything else, though. If you've really inherited their fortune, you may as well pop over there. That's probably the only way to get a true answer. That's what I was afraid of. I don't see what your issue is with this. Anyway, began the blonde anew. Land is a good thing, Potter. Especially in England. Merlin knows how difficult it is to buy in any magical counties with the real estate recession these days. No one wants to sell or buy bollocks, I think. The only way to get out of it is to stimulate the economy again. Not that anyone thinks of that. I forget you work in finance. Harry rolled his eyes, hoping to avoid another Malfoy rant on the global economy. There always seemed to be an issue with it. Muggles this, muggles that, oil, real estate, so there isn't any other way? I have to pay all this money for what? Wasted land? Stop making a big deal out of it. Malfoy narrowed his eyes. You get it all back at tax returns if you file correctly. You do know how, right? Yes. Harry hissed without heat. Malfoy always thought him incredibly dim. Some things just didn't change. Considering the recent death of the patriarch, the manor didn't seem to be suffering at all. Silver-wrought gates polished off with gold surrounded the towering oaks of the sprawling, manicured lawns. The winding path went through rose gardens, fairy fountains and hedges upon hedges of flowers, all eventually coming together to reveal the white walls of the estate, ivy crawling up the marble pillars that gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. Harry cleared his throat as he made his way up the inordinate amount of stairs, grabbing a golden knocker and about to knock, before the door swung open without his doing so. The main parlor was vast and seemed to be cut clean of white marble, silver veins running up into the glistening chandelier, which drooped heavily from the arched ceiling, weighed down with glittering crystals. Hello? He called into the enormous chamber, but only his echo greeted him. He squinted about even inside. The sunlight from the windows was near blinding. You must be Harry. Harry Potter. He whirled around, looking for the voice. And there, near the large chrysanthemum centerpiece in the hall, a woman doused in bright light. Yes. He nodded, swallowing. Yes, that's me. Ent? Crysanthy Loliot. She stepped away from the enormous, blooming flowers, revealing a waif-like woman in a palatial ball gown, piles of dark hair precariously falling from her head. It's an honor to finally meet you. Likewise. And I'm, sorry for your loss. She waved him off, however, and I apologize for not contacting you earlier, she said in reply. Now it's almost tea time, isn't it? Would you care to join me? I'd love to. He replied hastily, falling into step with her as she turned to make down a long hallway, careful not to step on the long train of her gown. You have a lovely home, Mrs. Loliot, he added decorously, if not for little else than polite conversation. The matriarch tilted her head. It is, isn't it? She tilted her head, passingly admiring the sun-brightened windows with only the slight of her well-shaped eyes. If not rather lonely. Yes, he imagined these vast chambers to get rather tiring all alone. She led him to a parlor fit for kings. Afternoon tea set with the backdrop of the summer sky and an enormous fountain composed of stone fairies. She took a place on the chaise lounge, and he sat himself opposite, staring confusedly He hoped it didn't show on his face yet the amount of spoons laid out for him. He wondered why she had 3 places set. Perhaps, "I'm quite sorry to interrupt you," he began as an afterthought, realizing it was rather rude of him to come without being invited. "I'm sure you were expecting company, and I hadn't written in advance, but I was just recently informed by Gringotts that—" "I know, Mr. Potter," she interrupted, yet somehow still cordial. "It must have come as a surprise for you, and I apologize for that, but my husband and I have always known what James will say. To speak quite frankly, I must say I'm glad for it." "Why you?" He blinked. "You are?" "Why yes," she replied, pouring herself some tea. Though none would fault his business, William was a mild man. She said diplomatically, "My condolences." "No need," was her immediate answer. "However frank it is for me to say, I don't regret his loss. It came at an unfortunate time, surely, for it was some years late, I suspect."
"I'm sorry."
"If only he had passed sooner. Ah well, at any rate, you're here now."
"There,"
she offered. "Please." He nodded, for lack of anything else to do. "You're a good man, Mr. Potter." She began anew, and then with pause, "From what I've read in the papers, at least. You seem to have a perennial fallout with them, however, especially with that Skeeter fellow. We're at odds occasionally, or rather all the time, and I'm not sure that what the Daily Prophet writes about me is entirely correct." "How scandalous if it wasn't," she laughed. "And I don't mind you being the head of house, if that's what you've come to discuss." "It is, actually." He took a sip of his tea, setting it down on the blue-accented china carefully. "I was wondering if you might explain to me why I'm the head of your house. Instead of, well," he faltered, "you, I suppose, or someone who at least knows of you. I hadn't even heard the name Liot until that afternoon. We're not as sociably as we used to be." She agreed, a light smile on her lovely face. "But there's quite a story behind it, I assure you. The Liot family is an old one, but fell out of favor some centuries ago when Lear Liot disowned his daughter and split his kingdom. But I suppose that's a story for another time. Well, since then, we've always been in an alliance with the Potters, though never through blood." She looked away then, almost regretfully. "You probably don't remember, but William and James were always rather disagreeable to each other. Your grandfather always mourned the fact, but there was little he could do about it." "Disagreeable?" he repeated. "Oh yes, very." She nodded. "They were never fond of each other, though to that end, I wasn't very fond of him either. Not after." She looked away, towards the fountain, her delicate profile bathed in sunlight. When she looked back at him, there was a certain light to her eyes. "Would you mind terribly if I told you a story?" "Not at all," he answered quickly and quite genuinely. She took a sip of tea, before setting it down once more. A house elf came and set down a grandiose centerpiece of biscuits and muffins as she began. "William was pleasant once, though it's hard for me to recall, as in his more recent years he was rather temperamental. But at one point, I'd think that everyone this side of Marseilles was enchanted with him. We both attended Beauxbatons, and everyone loved him there. I thought him quite the catch. And we were happy for a time. Ecstatic even when I was pregnant. Your mother and I would always talk about our children. We had such grand plans for the both of you, even though neither of you were born yet." "Children?" Harry's brows raised. He hadn't seen any children. "That's the crux of it though, I suppose." She continued on, as if she hadn't heard him. "We have such elaborate daydreams. They almost seem to carry away with us, and leave reality feeling so very lacking. I hadn't even held him for very long when the healer told us he was a squib. William was livid, accusing me of all sorts of horrible things. At the time, it was well thought that it was the woman's fault when a child turned into a squib, something to do with eating shellfish. I regret that day so very much, Harry." She looked deeply into his eyes, as if wanting to wrench something out of them. "And I remember it with such detail. I had been writing his name, you see, and I had stopped right on the L. We never agreed on a name, William and I. I always wanted Lysander, but he wanted Lawson, a family name. All we could agree on was the L. And it was all I had written down. William demanded we get rid of him at once, and I didn't say anything to oppose it. In fact, I don't think I said anything at all. I was in such shock. How could this baby, The baby I had been wanting for so long be a squib. Seems so cruel. We didn't talk much after that, how could we? He hated me then, for some unfathomable reason. And I was in denial that the whole ordeal had happened. It wasn't uncommon, of course, for a respectable pure-blood family to put their squibs for adoption in the Muggle world, to kill them, even. She looked down, lashes casting spiking shadows on her pale cheeks. How awful it was then, and after then, even. We never were the same. I had so many questions for him. About that baby. What did he do with it? Had he killed him? I think all those lingering questions turned to a stewing anger I never realized myself. It wasn't until he was getting on in his illness, when he started getting feverish, that he told me of the orphanage. Orphanage? Yes, Dotson's, I believe. She looked down once more, and Harry thought he could see her age somewhere, certainly not physically, as her face was as clear and as beautiful as a glamour in the darkness to her gray eyes. So sorry, he said, for nothing else to say. What could he say? It seemed he was apologizing quite frequently today. It was a long time ago, she said softly, but it lingers with you anyway, he pointed out. The woman nodded, looking up at him with a certain determination. Harry, yes, she faltered, her beautiful gray eyes turning to look out into the garden. I'm going to ask something entirely selfish of you, Harry. What is it? He asked carefully, stirring his tea. Could you find him for me? She turned back to him, dark curls falling glossily over narrow shoulders. After William's death, I wanted to contact the orphanage he brought him to, but it was too painful. He must be grown by now. I wonder what he's done with himself. Perhaps something greater than anything I could have imagined for him. And with a breath, it's okay if you don't, of course. Most likely he's long gone. But I just have to know, even if I don't have the strength to look for him myself. I'll look for you. He agreed, if only to erase the breathtaking sadness from her face. I'll always be in your gratitude, she replied gravely, and then she blinked owlishly, as if coming to from a long sleep. I'm sorry. I must have kept you much longer than you anticipated. Her face turned pleasant once more, an airy, radiantly untroubled look. No, it's fine. He set his cup down. It was rather entertaining and informative. Was it? She smiled. I thank you for your time. You're such a charming young man, Harry. And you have such beautiful green eyes. Such a curious color. My mother's eyes. He nodded, having heard it many times before. Perhaps. But perhaps not. She agreed almost reluctantly. Oh, you'll visit an old widow sometime, won't you? I promise I won't bore you with such long stories next time. Of course. He replied, though to be quite honest she intimidated him as much as depressed him. There was something rather mournful to Crysanthy Liot, something that didn't sit well with him, something that could have been. He stood then, about to make his way back to the main parlor when she pulled him back. I'll just let myself out. There's no need for that. The wards are yours now, you can apparate as you please. She reminded lightly. Are you all right with that? He'd heard it was rather impolite in explicit pure-blood society to apparate in someone's house. Are you? It is your house, you know. She stood then, giving him a courteous kiss to the cheek. Thank you, Harry. If anything, visiting Liot Manor had only left him with more questions. Dotson's wasn't particularly hard to find, however. They were quite confused with his questions. There wasn't any record of a boy who had come some years prior, though in their defense, he had little information to give them. He didn't even know his name. L perhaps. That was his magical name at any rate. Elulier. It seemed an entirely useless endeavor. A fruitless search for one Muggle in a world full of billions. How would he ever be able to find him? He returned to his London flat, exhausted after an entire day of visiting Muggle orphanages, in hopes of finding some trace of a boy who had been there almost 2 decades ago. It brought up horrible memories that were not quite his of another dreary London orphanage with iron-wrought gates and a perpetual cloud of glooms. It crossed his mind more than once that he was making a conscious effort not to look at wolves. But how ironic would that be? By the end of the day he was quite well and ready to call it quits. Perhaps he'd just never see Crysanthy again, the fair widow of Liot Manor. It certainly hadn't hurt him any less to not see her for the majority of his life. And how does she suppose I find one muggle, one human, with nothing but a— He stopped his pacing of his bedroom, his eyes lingering unfalteringly on his trunk. But a name. The wizard hesitated, for naught but a moment, before eventually grasping himself once more and wrenched the trunk opening, rummaging through the enlarged chambers until he found the little red book he was looking for. He brought out a quill as well, opened it to the first page, and swallowed. "Bring me a servant," he wrote, and then waited. After a few breaths, a giant monster emerged from the air. A strange, sickly-looking creature made of black leather and macabre teeth. He wore a bone mask and carried a great, long scythe. At least Harry assumed it was a he. Certainly didn't look like a she. He blinked. "You're not Ryuk." No, I'm not." The monster agreed. "I am Daredevil, my king. Ryuk is otherwise engaged. Did you want him in particular?" No, that's quite all right." He set the book back down, staring up at a creature he hadn't seen in 5 years with wonder and rapture. Though he'd kept the book out of sight, that didn't stop his mind from drawing towards it every so often, from every apple tasting like heaven. "I'm in need of your services, I think." "Ask away." "Well, I'm looking for a human, but all I know is his name." Harry imagined Daredevil smirking underneath his mask. "That's all you need." Actually had a hard time writing this? Strange, because this was the only chapter one actually had a vague idea of what I wanted to happen in it. In the blink of an eye, Harry's mundane apartment warped into a vast, empty landscape. The king blinked, rubbing at his eyes behind his glasses and examining the new world he was transported to. A part of him was almost unnecessarily curious, the other quite appalled. He'd spent the better part of 5 years attempting and succeeding in forgetting all about this Hollow's mess. He was not the Death King. He never met a Shinigami, and there were piles upon piles of paperwork, problems, and politics to eat away at his attention on his way to adulthood and ease him into an ignorant bliss. But not anymore. Harry swallowed, deciding that there was no more running away now. It was almost refreshing and reassuring to know he could run away from his destiny for such a long expanse of time. But he'd always had the misfortune of being one to face life's problems mulishly and head-on, and now was no exception. Whatever this world brought on responsibilities, issues, he'd face them. As Harry had suspected, the Shinigami realm was gaudy with tarnished jewels. Precious gems sprawled in unending piles amongst a barren landscape. The sky molted into a dull, unseemly irrelevance, a color of which he supposed could be called somewhat of a gray, or perhaps a worn ivory. Either way, nothing about it caught his eye, nor did anything of the ground. A coarse sand of little color. Everything seemed to be without a bland mix of indistinct catchings of light, except the treasures. Piles of tossed treasures, piled precariously on top of the other. "This is the Shinigami realm?" Harry asked, looking around. Daredevil paused, turning to him, almost looking annoyed at such a blatantly obvious question. He refrained from saying anything derogatory, however, probably because he was the king. He could almost get used to this. "This is where the death gods exist, yes," replied the Reaper eventually. He moved forward, drifting among the sands like a silent, apocalyptic wraith. His scythe trailed after him with an ominous glint of steel. They passed many of his servants, wastrels lazing around among glass pools, the human world bright spots of color in an otherwise bleak landscape. His previous assumption was correct. This was a savage, anarchical world, with gold and jewels bartered about like despotic money. There were no laws, it seemed, aside from his own. "I make the laws?" Harry repeated aloud, pleased and yet dismayed. He was never much of a rule follower, but nor was he much of a leader. Just the reluctant hero in someone else's elaborate Ponzi scheme. The master of death, the Shinigami king, makes all the laws. Daredevil pulled out a dark book from the depths of his robes. They're written on the front page. The Death King peered curiously at the writing. For a moment it looked illegible, but quickly he began to digest the words. But the event reminded him curiously of another. "This isn't written in any human language, is it?" he asked abruptly with rising trepidation. Daredevil's face was covered entirely by the shadow of his cloak, but Harry could make out him nodding. This is the language of the death gods. He replied, You have your own language? He blinked. Again, he wondered just how much biologically being the master of death had changed him. It hadn't passed his notice that his sporadic love of apples had only come after he'd become the owner of the Hallows, and this newfound fluency in another language reminded him greatly of his uncanny Parseltongue ability. And then, after a moment of walking in silence, What else do you guys have? How do you mean? Daredevil turned to him. There are many things unique to us. As you have probably noticed, my king, your servants are of various creatures. Monsters, perhaps, may have been the better term. Aside from our looks, though, the biggest difference between us and humans would be the eyes. The eyes? Harry repeated the emphasis with unbidden curiosity. The Shinigami eyes, or death eyes, explained the Reaper as they turned around a sprawling landslide of rotting jewels. Now that you have been to our realm and claimed your rightful place as king, you'll be able to see all human lifespans. I'll see how long they'll live. Harry blanched, feeling sick. How could he stomach knowing how long his friends would live for? Knowing their exact moment of death and their full name? Daredevil paused before adding, It's quite useful when using the notes. Harry didn't know quite what to say. Yeah, I suppose it would be. He agreed half-heartedly, half-formed horror still like lead in his stomach. Merlin, how would he ever be able to face them again? Daredevil led the rest of the way in silence. A sojourn through a maundering of vast, jeweled pyramids, before they eventually came towards a looming castle espied down in the sky. A wild set of stairs careening through the misty haze to the doorway somewhere where he imagined the moon might have been. Had there been a moon? He swallowed, looking up into the looming, twisting staircase. And, we're to take those up there? Daredevil turned to him. Bone-white mask the picture of impassivity. Unless you have a better idea. I've never seen such a roundabout way of building a castle, thought the wizard, who was quite used to the backwards way in which the magical society conducted itself. And yet, this was the most backwards thing he'd seen yet. Harry supposed he shouldn't have been so surprised when, on the staircase's first corkscrew around, his feet managed to keep him from falling off. If he thought the staircase grand, it was no surprise when his mouth fell open as they neared the maw of the castle. A great jaw of darkness that seemed to swallow the very fabric of matter itself whole. Daredevil seemed marginally less impressed, floating onwards. Harry followed quickly, not too keen on getting lost in the parlor knitted with spindly cobwebs, pushing himself through the light gauze to keep up with his wraith-like companion. Their footprints left desolate marks among the dust coating the flooring. There's clearly no house elves to clean here, Harry muttered to himself. Don't they ever clean this place? There's no need. Harry started, surprised at the booming voice. He turned to Daredevil, who didn't seem to have spoken. He looked up then, past the regolith thick on the decrepit, broken furniture, towards the spiraling staircase where atop sat a skeleton on a throne so finely wrapped in jewels he seemed to be made of them. Immediately the death god stood, descending the staircase with a lurch. My king. He kneeled, and Harry was quite repulsed with the hole broken through the top of his skull. You have returned. Yeah. Bit of a story to that. The skeleton stood then, and in such good health. He added, appraising Harry. I am called Armonia Justin Bayondormison. Harry blinked. But you may refer to me simply as Justin, my king. I'll be sure to do that. The king whispered, more to himself than anything. And he had thought Dumbledore's name a mouthful, and there's no need for formalities. Just Harry is fine. The two death gods in his present company turned blankly to him. But, you are the king. Justin spoke at length. Harry only stared, uncomprehending. To address you as anything else is considered the highest disrespect. Daredevil added. Ryuk didn't seem to mind. Harry thought morosely, and the king has killed off Shinigami for lesser reasons than that. The Reaper mused aloud. I can kill Shinigami? Only you. Justin agreed. We are your servants to command, my lord. I'll tolerate king, he swallowed thickly. But not that. I refuse to be called that. It struck a bit too close to home. Already, he'd begun to notice the startling length of similarities between him and a man who had once been called something the same. Justin, confused, only turned his blank, rotten sockets back to Harry. Of course, my king. Your titles are as you please. Well, apparently if they're only formal enough to be called so. Perhaps you'd like a tour of the castle? Justin spoke again, shaking Harry out of his reverie, and the foreboding feeling in his gut. I'm afraid it hasn't been cleaned in many centuries, however. At some point it was quite the sight to see. Yeah, sure, sounds great, replied the king numbly. Beside him, Daredevil shifted uncomfortably. If there's anything else you require of me, my king, I'd like to get back to gambling.
No, y suposa.
He turned to the skeleton, who careened some ways taller than him. Justin can help me out, I'm sure. Thank you for your help. Again, Harry should have been too surprised when great, blackened wings spread from the billowing cloak around the death god, carrying the Reaper out one of the decaying holes in the high ceiling, scythe and all. You're in need of assistance, my king? Asked Justin immediately, almost too eager to please him. Somewhat, yes, Harry admitted. I'm searching for someone, you see, and all I have is his name. There's no problem with that. Justin was quick to respond, ushering him up the grand stairs the skeleton had just descended. From the parts uncovered by their footprints, Harry could make out that, at one point, this castle must have been quite the sight. Now, however, it seemed dilapidated beyond repair. However, there are a few things you may need to attend to first now that you are here. Their tour of the grand if not dirty, and relatively corroded castle was abruptly cut before it could even take fruition, and the most Harry saw of the maze-like structure was the bleak hallway leading from the throne room to the study. Spider webs grew thick like tapestries on the walls, draping from the ceiling in long lines that Harry had to duck under to avoid getting caught in. He caught sight of what could have been a palatial chandelier at one of the forks in the hallway, but it now swung crooked, and seemed to be made of dust and cobwebs. The majority of what he could see of the castle was untouched over the centuries it had been without a master, aside from the study, which had obviously seen relative use, and many amounts of paperwork. They sat in piles and crawled to the ceiling like an infestation of molding paper, the eroding smell heady in the musty air of the study. Harry choked. Of course, in principle, the idea of being accountable and taking up the responsibility of being the Death King seemed noble. In reality, it was nothing short of tedious. These are all for me? Harry balked. Justin nodded, the bones in his neck cracking precariously. Yes, you've been absent for many years, and of course, Shinigami needs sustenance. There must be thousands in here, cried the Death King, waving erratically at the stacks and stacks of parchment laid on his desk. Admittedly, it was a nice desk, made of fine oak and silver finishings. Of course, there was little of it to be seen with the sea of paper overtaking the surface. How am I to get through all of it? Justin turned towards him, empty sockets somehow managing to seem just this side of patronizing. Well, my king, it was a long absence. 5 years of running away seemed to only amount to 5 years of procrastinating. Harry sighed, seating himself on his plush chair, and uncapped a bottle of ink. Justin wavered at the entrance to his study, looking as if he too would rather be out gambling with the rest of his lawless companions. Judging from the amount of dead people, it seemed calling him king was the only law they managed to follow. Aren't there rules against killing off this many people? Harry asked, astonished, dipping his quill into the inkwell. Actually, we Shinigami kill off very few humans, considering our lifespan. In fact, our biggest issue seems to be remembering to write in our notes. I know of a great deal of Shinigami too lazy to write in their death notes who end up wasting away to dust. Staring at the work in front of him, Harry found that rather hard to believe. Well, I'm sure there are things you'd rather attend to. He sighed, not looking up from reading the parchment in front of him. It seemed to be some sort of death receipt, in need of his approving signature at the bottom. He wasn't sure whether to sign it as Harry or the Death King. He decided upon the latter. You're free to leave. Justin, from what Harry could tell of his jeweled body, certainly enjoyed gambling, but seemed to hesitate. Are you certain? Yes. Harry answered without hesitation. If I require anything, I'll be sure to summon you with my note. I'll take my leave then, my king, bowed the skeleton, before he too left the king to his own devices, which, at this moment, was signing off on thousands of human deaths. Harry shivered. Was this what Voldemort had wanted to be all along? The master of paperwork? A trade with you? Harry thought morbidly. If you really wanted to be the master of death that badly. Oh hell, that old man was probably laughing in his grave. This was mad.
Absolutely mad.
About 2 hours inner what he assumed to be 2 hours. For his perception of time seemed to be drastically warped here. Harry had begun to understand the pattern of forms, finally getting the hang of signing his name on other humans' death warrants, and had actually begun to pick up speed. Clearly his servants weren't all that creative, for the majority of these natural causes of death were heart attacks. Well, except for this one, anyway. Harry picked up the form he was currently half-mindedly perusing through. After the 100th one or so he started feeling less sympathetic for his fellow or perhaps not so fellow humans and was reading more or less for entertainment, when he spied what could possibly be the most original death yet. Apparently, someone had actually used the death note to not only kill someone by making them write a note in their own blood before their death. Hell, they even put what to say and even when to move on to the next stanza. Who makes people write their own suicide notes? He wondered aloud. That's sick. Well, actually, what was more sick was that he was getting passing entertainment out of someone else's twisted killing. He almost felt marginally bad for that when something else caught his eye. Harry looked down, spying the author of this particular death. Light Yagami, he read aloud, wondering why that sounded so goddamn familiar. Did he know of a Light Yagami? It certainly wasn't a common name, or a wizarding name for that matter. In fact, it didn't even sound English. The Death King paused. Hold on. Harry dug back into the many piles of signed death warrants surrounding his feet, pulling up a handful and looking over them once more. No wonder the name was so familiar. It was on every single one of these. He frowned, pulling more from around his chair. They were all from Light Yagami. Which one of his servants was that? He wasn't even sure. And what purpose could he possibly have for killing off this many people? Harry paused then, shaking his head. Well, I could always ask. The Death King whipped out his own notebook, which was becoming rather handy as of late, and wrote down the name on the first page of his book, designated only for summoning servants. Light Yagami. He waited for a few moments, and then a few more after that. No one came. Perhaps he was just a tardy Shinigami? No, if there was one thing these lazy, corrupt beings followed, it was his word. Harry doubted this Light Yagami was ignoring him purposefully. Maybe he was too busy gambling, or maybe he was already dead. But that didn't make any sense. Shinigami couldn't die unless they forget to add onto their lifespan, and quite clearly he wasn't in any danger of that. Some other Shinigami could have killed him, the Death King supposed, probably over some stolen jewels. Or perhaps he wasn't a Shinigami at all. A human had done all this? Had wasted all these lives and given him all this goddamn paperwork over what? The Angel of Death abruptly stood up in a fit of frustrations, paper feathers fluttering to the ground. Oh bloody hell! He cursed, realizing what he'd done. His magic had erupted around him with his emotions, sending the majority of the paper in the room to the air with a mighty whoosh. He stood among the maelstrom, irked beyond belief and realizing quickly that he had gotten absolutely nowhere and had forgotten the specific reason he'd come here in the face of all this paperwork, which had become second nature for him to do, after many years as a paper-pushing oar. Furiously, he penned down Justin's name. The servant responded promptly, this time with a significant increase in jewelry, all hanging lopsided about his bony neck as if he'd left in the middle of something. Yes, my king? He asked, breathlessly, which must have been some feat for a skeleton without lungs. I need you to look for someone for me, a human by the name of L. Liot. And then, with a pause and no small amount of irritation, and find me this Light Yagami too. I'm so happy everyone likes this story. Laughing face, it was a real dark horse to me. I had sort of posted it as a whim and then decided that if everyone really wanted more to it, I wouldn't mind terribly to oblige. So if you want more, tell me what you think in review. Tiny little robots. Things I should explain but am generally too lazy to do so. No, Light isn't dead. That would be incredibly lame. I probably didn't capitalize on this enough, but the front page of Harry's notebook acts solely as a summoning for his Shinigami. I imagine it like Tom Riddle's diary, where the ink cools and eventually fades to leave more room. He can't kill anyone on this page, and he didn't have a face anyway, only summon servants. Harry can be seen by other humans when he chooses. It's been 5 years since he's discovered the Death Note, not 5 years since he met Crysanthy Liot. Pretty much it's been 5 years since the first chapter, and the second picks up immediately after. Justin rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Right now, my king? Harry folded his arms, rather impatiently. Well, preferably, yes. Justin twiddled his bony thumbs, if possible looking even more absurd in all his gaudy jewelry, weak laughter coming out of his bony trachea. Well, actually, luckily for the Death King's right hand, he was saved the misfortune of having to explain, as all of Harry's attention was quickly enraptured by the entrance of another Shinigami. Gaku hobbled in, accidentally bumping one of his large, ox-like horns catching on the side of the bookshelf, and sending an inordinate amount of papers to the floor. Harry cried in dismay. The goat Shinigami backtracked quickly. My king, he sputtered loudly. I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. Gaku, you fool. Justin barked, taking the opportune and rather fortunate moment of reprieve to hastily bend down and collect the paperwork. Have you no manners? I apologize again, my king, said Gaku, Skeletac snout bowing low, revealing the decaying furs around his neck to Harry's repulsed eyes. I wasn't informed of your arrival. Neither was I. Harry waved him off. He waved his wand to restack the fallen papers, leaving Justin once more to awkwardly stand at his king's attention. I was just coming to inform, he coughed, pawing at the ground with his hoofed foot. Justin, that his money needs to be collected. Money? Harry echoed, brow raised. He turned to Justin. You're gambling with money? Of a sort. The skeleton rubbed the back of his head. Harry supposed it really wasn't his problem what the death gods did in their spare time. Not when he rarely had any for himself. And speaking of that, anyway, like I said before, I'm trying to locate a human. Well, humans. I'd be happy to be of service. Gaku cut in immediately, standing on his hind legs and pulling out his book, looking eager to solidify his king's good graces. Whom are you looking for, my king? Elulie, he repeated, leaning against his desk. And Light Yagami. At this, Gaku dropped his book, along with a heavy bracelet or two. They clattered to the floor and he hastily bent to pick them up, chuckling weakly. Harry raised a brow, turning towards Justin, who was having a similar reaction. He hazarded a guess. Let me just stab in the dark here, he began with sarcastic bemusement. But this seems to be somewhat of a problem. A problem? Justin was quick to echo. No, of course not. It's just that. He turned helplessly to his companion. Gaku only looked back nervously. Well, it's just that. The skeleton swallowed. We've been placing bets on them. Them? Harry repeated, surprised. They know each other? The two Shinigami shared another look. Gaku spoke first. Well, they haven't exactly met face to face yet, but they know of each other. Justin added. And still both of you are reluctant to explain this to me. Harry surmised with accurate perception, though at this point the two were so transparent he could see the wall behind them. The Shinigami had the good decency to look a bit guilty, but nevertheless remained quiet. Harry scratched his head, before finally moving to walk back around his desk. He brought his quill once more to the summoning page. It must certainly be something important for both of them to so blatantly disregard his word, and had certainly piqued his own interest. He quickly wrote down Ryuk's name and waited. He was the only other Shinigami Harry knew of, and something told him that perhaps Ryuk would give him the answer. My king? Justin called hesitantly. What is it that you're doing? You're not killing any of them, are you? Dash! Gaku interrupted. Justin turned to him scathingly, and the goat backtracked. I mean, your decisions are your own, of course, my king. I'm just, curious, because you have a vested interest? Harry raised a brow coolly, before shaking his head. No, I haven't killed of either of them. At that, the two seemed to sag with visible relief. He tapped his chin. Of course, I couldn't have, seeing as though I need a face and a name to kill, right? He glanced back down at the name he'd written on his summoning page, already beginning to dry. No, I'm just summoning another Shinigami. Perhaps I'll get a straight answer out of him. We're not trying to be disrespectful, my king. Justin was quick to explain. Well, we can't summon them. Well, I suppose technically we could, but it would be detrimental to your gambling. Harry cut in. Well, that, Justin admitted. But also the events unfolding on Earth. For the two of them to disappear at such an inopportune moment. It would. He trailed off. The whole thing would erupt into chaos. Gaku ended. Harry cocked his head. Confused. What whole thing? The two were saved from answering, as finally, Ryuk appeared in the office, unfurling his wings and spreading out his wingspan until the tips touched the walls end to end. He grinned eerily at Harry, who still had his arms crossed, frowning. You summoned me? The giant Shinigami asked, dropping onto the ground. I was hoping you could enlighten me on a few points. Harry explained. I'm looking for two rather specific people, and neither of these two. He jerked towards the cowed-looking Shinigami. Have the guts to tell me. Do you? Ryuk laughed. Technically, I have no digestive system, so no. And then, with another smirk, but that's never stopped me from eating any apples. Well, I'm looking for L. Liot and Light Yagami. Ryuk choked. Have you seen either of those? It seemed that perhaps the cocky Shinigami didn't have the balls after all. Well, actually, and then scratching his head. Well, damn. Why are you looking for those two? One of them has given me a shit ton of paperwork. Harry pointed to a stack at the corner of his desk, certainly smaller than the others, but still quite a bit for one human to accomplish, and the other. He paused. His mom's looking for him. Ryuk blinked at him. So, you don't know anything about it at all? Harry blinked back, unfolding his arms. Know about what? He turned accusingly towards the other two. Justin, he barked. Aren't you his right-hand man? Why are you slacking off? Slacking off? The skeleton repeated, affronted. I'll have you know I've been busy, gambling. Gaku cut in under his breath. And simply haven't the time. Not that it's my responsibility to tell him of your foolish, meddling plans. But you've probably got 3 death notes and King Tut's scrotum holder on the outcome, don't you? Ryuk chortled. But I suppose you're right. I always knew this day would come. Quite irritated, Harry swiftly cut in between their banter. Knew what day would come? Knew of what? He glared arrestingly at them all. Justin squared his bony shoulders, giving an irritated, magniloquent huff. Ryuk here thought it would be and at this, he added scathingly entertaining idea to drop his death note accidentally into the human world. Harry turned to Ryuk, who made no move to deny, before motioning for Justin to continue. Anyway, Justin coughed. It was inevitable a human was going to find it. This human was Light Yagami. He seems like a predictably boring guy, but he surprised us all by being some sort of pompous, self-evocating, religiously inspired god, who has since been attempting to rid the world of criminals and reshape it into his desired image of. He looked helplessly to his two companions, who didn't seem up to the challenge of explaining what was clearly become the complex, ostentatious character of Light Yagami. Well, I'm not sure exactly what he's going for. I always thought it was kind of a cross between Hitler and Kim Jong-il. Gaku added unhelpfully. Harry sat onto the edge of his desk. Finally, he looked to all of them, green eyes wide. You're serious? He said rhetorically. Nothing on their faces belied a shitty joke. And then, after a deep breath, I'm not going to lose my temper, though it seemed more to himself than to his servants. For a brief, terrifying moment, Harry could almost relate to Voldemort. Is this what it would feel like to have Peter Pettigrew and 1,000 other morons groveling at your feet in mild stupidity? He hadn't even been here all that long, and already he was getting that. In a display of uncharacteristic Vesuvian behavior, Harry blew up. Literally, all the paperwork he had so studiously scrawled upon, attempted to file and placed around himself, took to the air in an eruption worthy of eloquently named Scandinavian volcanoes, covering the office in fluttering white. Amidst his successfully terrified servants and destroyed room, the Death King rubbed delicately at his temples, a pinched, contrary expression to his face. And he thought he'd gotten away from all the idiots of the world. No, clearly the afterworld was full of them as well. After finally regaining his composure, he stood, The Shinigami watched him warily from their spot near the door, as if debating the likeliness of ending up blown up as well. You! He barked suddenly, startling everyone in the room, but specifically pointing to Justin. You're gonna fill out the rest of my paperwork. Justin's jaw dropped open, looking characteristically affronted. Gaku chortled, but Harry quickly rounded on him as well. And you, he narrowed his eyes. The goat shrank back. Are going to order and file them by date of death. And you, he finally turned to Ryuk, who seemed mostly expressionless. Aside from his debatably winsome grin, are coming with me. This is getting sorted out right now, he said, addressing all of them, feeling more annoyed and self-righteously justified than the time he had caught both Creevy brothers attempting to take pictures of him in the shower. He caught Ryuk by the scruff of his towering neck and hauled him out the door. On the way back down to earth, Harry had enough time to push aside his anger in favor of his utter bewilderment at his own actions. He'd never been so annoyed, frustrated, angry. He wasn't even sure. At any rate, he was even a bit scared of himself, at all the changes being the Death King made him. For one, he no longer needed his glasses, and for another, he had wings. They could be worse. Ryuk chided delicately, as Harry plucked at them in disgusted, morbid curiosity. They actually look a bit fitting. Harry repeated bitterly, just what he needed. Now not only was he the Death King, he also looked the part. He tested the motions out, pleased to take to the air with a gentle float. A push of his powerful wings and he shot straight into the sky. He admitted privately to himself that he greatly enjoyed the wings, out of all the other encumbering obligations being Death King gave him. It almost made up for all the crap he got in return. The wizard looked back at Ryuk. Almost. He landed easily enough, in a quiet, slumbering suburb that didn't look all that different from Privet Drive, much to his silent horror. Ryuk nudged his large head in the direction of one of the houses on the darkened street. It was entirely dark, aside from one window, dimly lit behind an effusion of dark curtains. That's where he lives? It was absurdly normal for a terrifying megalomaniac. Then again, no one thought a little orphaned half-blood could turn into one of those either. How deceiving. Why, Ryuk? Harry turned to him, brutally honest. The Shinigami turned back to him before shrugging. I was bored. It was only a stroke of fortune for the Shinigami, or perhaps misfortune of the young wizards, that allowed him to cruelly sympathize with the death god before him. For a brief moment he saw with startling clarification the life Shinigami must live. An eternal ennui with no exit. But how was he any different now? He too would suffer an eternity of boredom, too would eventually forget what amusement felt like. Forget anything but dexterous lassitude. Lost in a tedious monotony. He wasn't even human anymore. Hadn't been for almost 5 years now. He'd been going through the motions, filing taxes, mulling about the ministry, getting drinks with Ron acting human, donning the clinging mortal skin, but never truly achieving that ignorant obliviousness. My king? Ryuk called hesitantly, crashing him back to a planet he no longer belonged to. Are you going to speak with him? Harry swallowed, eyes searching for something he could no longer see, a mortality he no longer had. He took a deep breath. No. Ryuk blinked curiously at him. I'll let this run its course. Even as the words came out of his mouth, he felt a bit sick. Felt a lot like Dumbledore, actually, condemning thousands to die for the greater good. Ryuk didn't call out of him as he flew away. He tried to console himself, of course. Attempted to rationalize that he shouldn't meddle in human affairs considering he wasn't a human himself. The wizarding world does this all the time. He reminded himself. Stays out of Muggle stuff and let them figure it out themselves. It wasn't helping. It must be his hero complex. The Death King thought morosely. That was keeping him from his satisfied contentment. Wizarding London had never seemed so reassuring, and yet so far away. He didn't feel welcomed in the ebbing tides of chattering shoppers, and probably wouldn't feel any better in his flat either. A part of him wanted desperately to visit the borough, to once more feel that sense of belonging the lopsided, cozy house had always offered him. And yet he was also terrified that he would feel just as lost and alone as he did here. He wandered some, sparing a look towards the Weasley Emporium, as if to feel a spark of something with a lingering gaze. He didn't. Somehow he ended up operating once more at the Liot manor, deciding that he should at least inform Crysanthy that her son was very much so alive. Alive and… he paused. And what? The wizard could have hit himself. All his self-loathing and confusion, and amidst all these revelations, he had completely forgotten his intended purpose. Sure, he'd heard all about Light Yagami and his homicidal streak the size of the Asian continent and then some, but Justin had completely neglected to explain how L fit into this machination. After a moment of deliberation, the wizard turned away from the lonely, looming house and opened his wings, setting once more for Japan. This time he'd figure it out himself. Clearly his servants were incompetent or perhaps just intentionally unyielding in the matter, and he'd have to figure out what was going on himself. I'm only going to get to the bottom of this, he promised himself, eagerly operating to Japan once more. I'm not going to interfere. Thanks for all the reviews. To be brutally honest, they're the only reason this story exists. A lot of authors say they have inspiration or generally enjoy writing their stories. I mean, I do, but it would have stayed a one-shot for the rest of its days if I hadn't had such positive feedback. So review or else it will stay a four-shot. Haha, Judas, you people are so lovely. Smiley face, don't fear. The inspiration for this story hasn't run out yet. Actually, he knew himself well enough to know he probably would anyway, but thankfully never had the opportunity to prove it. He had barely lifted off the ground thankfully when he heard someone shout his name. Startled, the Death King plummeted quickly back to earth, landing flat on his face. Harry! Harry! His response was muffled by dirt. Annoyed, he rubbed it out of his face and peered aggravatingly upwards, only to find Hermione curiously peering downwards. Now how in Merlin's name did you end up on the floor? I wonder, Harry thought sardonically. He chanced to glance back towards his wings, which fluttered in an imperceptible wind, leathery, dark feathers twitching with every move of his shoulder blades. He turned back to Hermione, who wore nothing but a predictably confused, but amiable face. And the numbers, she can't see them. For a moment he was sure he'd vomit all the non-existent things he'd eaten, and was immeasurably glad that the numbers glowing red atop her honey curls meant absolutely nothing to him. However, even though he couldn't tell the exact date of her death, the fact remained that they would forever be counting downwards. Hermione was mortal, and inevitably she'd die as well. The witch was still oblivious to Harry's minor meltdown, waiting slightly impatiently for any kind of response, and Harry quickly went onto autopilot. He coughed, awkwardly. Well, I fell. How did you manage that? She wondered aloud, before shaking her head. Oh, never mind that. What are you doing here, Harry? How have you been? It's been ages since I've seen you last. Ginny's birthday, was it? He grinned roguishly, the movement of his mouth feeling sour and difficult, getting off the ground and dusting himself off. I'm doing… He paused. Well, the word fermented on his tongue. How are you? Busy. She answered immediately but jovially. The ministry always seems to keep me occupied more so than I would like. Sometimes. And of course, Mrs. Liot. Mrs. Liot? Harry interrupted, bewildered. However, this would explain her confusing location. How do you know her? Hermione tilted her head curiously. I don't really know her, I suppose, she began, looking surprised at his question. The minister himself asked me to survey the grounds behind her house. Merlin, Harry, they've been untouched for years. The creatures that live back there. I was actually about to write Neville and see if he'd like to take some samples of the plants back there. She's got quite the extensive garden, you know. And, as if catching herself rambling, she paused. How do you know her? Harry supposed he could tell her the truth. I inherited her land. Really? She quirked her head. It's a bit of a long story. Harry nodded. But to make it short, I've recently come into an annoyingly large sum of land, but I haven't any idea how and haven't a clue why. Is there any way to get rid of it? He ended, shriveling his nose. Hermione gave him a chiefly amused look, snorting. Oh, Harry. She patted his shoulder fondly. How I've missed you. You're the only wizard I know who doesn't want land. But Hermione, he whined affectionately, you're a creature rights enthusiast. Please tell me you know how to get around all these crazy goblin rules. Try crazy wizarding rules. Hermione chided him, looking happy to ignore his complaints completely. Now, what are you up to right now? I'm incredibly happy to see you, and we simply must catch up. Won't you join me for tea? Like you've given me any choice now. Harry mentally sighed so much for going back to Japan. I guess Light Yagami is just gonna have to wait. Outwardly, he smiled feebly. I'd love to. Hermione. She clapped her hands. Fantastic. I know just the place. Harry was beginning to feel like his life was a lot of procrastinating and getting waylaid by unintentional jackassery. Though some of it was his fault, invariably a lot of it had to do with his downright shitty luck. It certainly wasn't Hermione's fault that the posh new tea fusion cafe would be jammed full of his adoring, prepubescent fans, and after an assload of time signing his name until his fingers fell and smiling until his bones hurt, they finally managed to secure a secluded booth, which just so happened to be right next to one Draco Malfoy. The hostess moved out of the way to reveal the blonde to their vision, nestled comfortably into his own booth, one arm draped on the back of his chair and the other holding the newspaper he was languidly perusing. Almost immediately did Hermione blanch, and begin to turn around, most likely to ask for another one. There's no need to cause such a fuss for me, Malfoy drawled, causing Hermione to pause mid-step. Harry studied the blonde, the eerily glowing numbers and his equally eerie name. Draco Lucius Malfoy, June 5th, 1980. Already that was more than he wanted to know. Hermione, somewhat shamefully after being so blatantly rude, turned back around. On her face, however, was nothing but slightly masked, revolted anger. Some wounds just heal real slowly. Malfoy, she said jerkily. Granger. Malfoy spit, which was as close to courteousness as it would ever get. Harry gave him a debatably amicable nod that was returned by one of cordial indifference, which said a lot coming from him. Top of the morning, no? The blonde remarked, sipping his cup. The majority of his table was blanketed with a variety of magical and muggle newspapers, most of which Harry noted had something to do with stocks and macroeconomics. Yes, quite. Hermione replied with brisk dismissal, seating herself so Malfoy's sprawled form was entirely covered from view by the coiffed mane of her curls. She smiled, almost too broadly, and overtly attempted to promptly forget of his existence. So, how have you been? You're being intentionally vague with me, I know. Not intentionally, Harry mumbled, burying himself into his menu. He tactfully didn't remark on the vague part of that sentence. I've been experiencing new things, and really should be getting back to that pretty soon. He thought with a bristle. How he had managed to wrestle down the terrible beast that was his hero complex for the last hour and a half was beyond him, but it was a losing struggle. The thought of someone using the Death Note, a powerful tool which left no traces of evidence behind, for wrongdoing really rubbed his Gryffindor side the wrong way. A sense of morbid curiosity was taking over him as he pulled himself out of his musings to find he had been staring at the numbers above her head. It was only the sickest of fascinations that held him enraptured by the dwindling, senselessly long number. What could it mean? Was it a long lifespan? He surreptitiously eyed the top of Malfoy's head. His was an entirely different number. Was that a good thing? Hermione huffed. You're so secretive these days, she commented idly, sending a sting to his stomach. And, in what could only be the most socially acceptable reason to fall off the face of the map, she added, are you seeing someone? Why is that everyone's first assumption?
No.
Harry denied, perhaps too quickly. You can tell me, you know. Her eyes gleamed wickedly. I won't say a word, perhaps not her, but Harry was fortunate enough to know that the walls had ears. He was saved by the opportune waitress, who came promptly for their orders. Across the booth, Malfoy snorted. Hermione made a brave show of ignoring him, but Harry noticed she couldn't help the neurotic twitching of her left brow. There was a moment in which Harry thought there may have been a chance she would simply continue to pretend he didn't exist. But then her head craned towards him with agonizing slowness. Do you need something, Malfoy? The blonde peered over his newspaper. From you? How he managed to pull the inflection of such unadulterated loathing into two simple words was beyond the Death King. Hermione was neither deaf nor oblivious. She threw up her hands. I can never win with you, can I? If I'm polite, you're downright rudey. If I'm rude, you're still a pompous toe rag anyway. Coming from you, it hardly means much anyway. Malfoy replied scathingly, narrowing his eyes. And if you think I haven't noticed you and Kingsley sending flots around to watch my every move, you're sadly mistaken. Why anyone would let a buffoon like that anywhere near the markets is beyond me. How you always assume I'm up to nefarious purposes. Even more so. Harry debated whether perhaps he should step in, but the moment was lost when the witch cut him off. Assuming? Hermione echoed, indignant. Please, with your lot, there isn't any need to guess. Everyone knows you guys play dirty, inside trading, under-the-counter deals. I haven't any idea what you're talking about. The blonde sniffed. Debatably, this was true. Narcissistic asshole he may be, but Malfoy hadn't done anything particularly, or intentionally cruel in some time. However, Hermione only seemed to see the worst in him, and he to her. Malfoy sneered, adding, and I'm sure you're part of the lot that's got Grindelwald walking free next afternoon. Are you? Hermione turned around fully at that, gaping. What? She shrieked. Though surprisingly, her righteous anger didn't seem to be directed at Malfoy at all. How is that? That can't be. She floundered, before collecting herself and huffing. Of course I'm not. I've never even heard of this. It's preposterous. The very idea of it is absurd. Malfoy's bland look only seemed to convey what he thought of this. I can assure you I feel the same. However, that doesn't change the fact it's happening. Hermione looked enraged. I'm sure Kingsley would never let something like that happen. Think of all the safety issues, all the laws they'd be breaking. Apparently he's petitioned for release followed by execution. Malfoy cut in drily. And without Dumbledore on Wizengamot, no one seems to have a problem with it. Hermione blinked, stunned. But it's obviously a trap. Malfoy shrugged. It's within his legal rights. Gellert Grindelwald. Harry repeated aloud. Who was that again? Malfoy and Hermione balked at him. You're joking. Malfoy said conclusively. Hermione palmed her face. It sounds familiar. Harry protested. I've definitely heard of him before. Was he in Professor Bin's class? Of course. Malfoy breathed, scathingly. Were you so busy with the current Dark Lord you forget the other one? Honestly, Potter, aside from evading death, did you learn anything in the last 7 years? I learned how to duck. Harry retorted feebly. In his defense, that skill had saved his life multiple times. At any rate, Hermione cut in hastily. How do you know they're releasing him? And under whose authority? How in Merlin's name could anyone think this a good idea? Malfoy shrugged, as if to remind her this wasn't his fault. He's been in there for almost 70 years now. You tell me, 70 years? Harry echoed. Hell, that guy must be ancient. Hermione stirred her tea with more force than necessary. That doesn't mean he's any less dangerous. She sniffed. It's Grindelwald. Why, if it wasn't for Dumbledore, who knows what he could have done? Ah, so it's that Gellert. For a moment, Harry wondered if they knew anything about Dumbledore's past with the man. After a beat of deliberation, he decided he wouldn't be the one to tell them. Hermione may already know, considering it was her who was perusing that coot's old book about the two of them in the first place. Regardless, conversation, if it could even be called such, turned stale quickly after that. Hermione's shoulders stayed rigid and hunched, and Malfoy hadn't even the common decency to send a scathing remark their way when Hermione spoke of her Muggle parents. If that hadn't already alerted Harry that something was deeply amiss, it would have been his own treacherous train of thought. At some point after the check, Harry decided to address the elephant in the room. So when's he being released? There's no way they've made a decision yet. Hermione was quick to say. At this, Malfoy put down his paper and took out his pocket watch. I'm sure he's on his way to the ministry right now. So soon? Gasped Hermione, looking rightfully both bewildered and somewhat enraged. She was the head of her own department after all. The very idea of being left out of the loop of something so substantial was most likely a grievous aggravation. The blonde stood, tucking the watch into his breast pocket and adjusting his cuff links. Potter, he nodded and then added, Granger, with considerable less heat than earlier. I'd best be off. I meant to follow in with the dear old minister and meet with the lawyers. And, to Hermione's sharpened gaze, the prosecutors. And with that, he was off, blending in with the tide of people flowing about Diagon Alley. The witch turned to him, eyes hardened. We're going too. The moment the old man shuffled out of the carriage, and surely, he was old and weak. There was no denying that. This man couldn't possibly hurt a fly. Hermione turned livid, shaking with fury beside him and almost causing the very ground around them to tremor. This is mad, she hissed under her breath.
Absolutely, Mel.
I don't know what Shacklebolt is thinking, but I can assure you I'll get to the bottom of this. You stay here, Harry, I'll be right back. After I have a little chat with our new minister. The young witch snapped on her heel then, long curls bouncing as her heels clicked against the ministry's marble tile, and most likely would continue to do so all the way up to Shacklebolt's office. Harry didn't envy the guy. The wizard took another appraising look around at the amassed and mostly outraged crowd. Hermione and Malfoy surely weren't alone in their anger. The Aurors were having a hard time parting the sea of furious wizards, but managed to do so after what seemed to be a supreme effort in politeness. The criminal had his hood up, wrists chained in front of him, shuffling along with a bubble of guards walking in time with him. It was second nature that Harry gripped his wand tightly, almost for security, when faced with the only other living Dark Lord in existence. The crowd slowly parted, and Harry hadn't even realized the people shuffling out of the way around him until he was the only one left. He thought briefly that the Aurors would ask him to move as well, but none did, bowing their heads and moving to go around him. This close, he could almost feel the darkness of the other man, could see death upon his shoulder in his astoundingly small glowing red number, ticking away slowly but surely. It was certainly the smallest number Harry had seen so far, and was a veritable indication that Grindelwald had truly come here to die. Even so, this was a powerful man. A powerful, mad wizard who had once come as close to destroying the world as Voldemort had. Harry could even see some of himself in the older man as he leveled with the younger wizard. His ambition, his drive, the calamitous darkness within both of them. And then he paused. Harry swore he felt his heart drop and pause somewhere in his stomach as his throat clenched and he felt the hairs on his neck rise. Grindelwald's face was obscured by his dark cloak, and all Harry could see of it was dirted grime and wiry, gray hair. They seemed to cause quite the spectacle, halting this death procession in its infancy. The very crowd around them breathlessly hushed in tandem like a single organism, even the guards freezing in their steps. That was my wand, once, the terrifying wizard remarked. The raspy words seemed to painfully claw at his throat. Harry's eyes widened. They all were mine once. The guards moved to cover him once more, and the parade of Aurors continued onwards as if nothing had happened. No evidence that the man had even spoke to him, aside from the fervent whispers making their rounds around the wide-eyed crowd. Harry paid them no attention, however, walking briskly to catch up to Grindelwald's procession. He managed to finally meet them in one of the long stretch of corridors that lead to the minister's office, thick with draping darkness and the echoing sounds of solemn footsteps. "Hold on a minute," he called, racing forward. The group paused, and he could make out a couple Aurors he was familiar with. "Potter," one said, surprised. It looked to be Angelina's younger brother. "What are you doing here? I need to talk to him," he replied insistently, not answering the question at all. "Alone? Alone?" Another, who also seemed vaguely familiar, squawked. "Potter, are you mad?" But Angelina's brother elbowed him. "Are you sure?" He chanced a glance towards Grindelwald, who seemed rather harmless now, guarded and shackled and wandless. But his infamy gave the guards discretion. "I'm sure," Harry said, firmly. "It's about the war." A couple of the Aurors looked stricken, but at this they all hastily backed off. He pursed his lips in careful deliberation, before finally warning, 5 minutes, Potter, and we're only right down the hall." He gave him a long look over his shoulder, but quickly shepherded his other guards away, leaving Harry and this old, brittle man to themselves. Once they had left, Harry quickly whirled around. "What do you know about them? Have you met them? The death gods? How did you?" Grindelwald raised his hands to quell the onslaught, shackles trembling at his wrists. "I'm afraid I won't be able to answer very many of your questions," The hollows were mine for a very brief amount of time. So it is about the hollows. Harry breathed more to himself than his current company. And you saw them? I saw them. The man nodded, graying whiskers obscuring most of his grim visage. And did they take you to their realm? Oh no, I hadn't the time for that. It was in the heat of the wary was at my prime. I didn't think much of these objects. Aside from that, they were precious weapons. The idea of the Death Note was alluring, yes, but I never had the chance to utilize one. They had only come to me hours before my infamous duel with Albus, you see. So, Harry blinked, slowly. So you never used the Death Note to kill? At all?
No.
At this, he almost sounded a little wistful. I would have liked to, of course. That kind of power. He paused, shaking his head. For a moment, he looked incredibly old, wise, even eyes drawn in a recollection Harry couldn't see. I'll caution you though, boy. You're young, prone to idealism and visionary constant let that sway your own conviction. This power you hold, well, it was one too great for me. For Albus to for any human, even. Before you intend to use it, I warn you to think of your responsibilities. And the great Gellert Grindelwald smiled then. Crooked, yellowed teeth and ominous warning. With great power comes great responsibility, remember that. Without another word he descended into the gloom of the hallway, and Harry could numbly hear the Aurors rearranging themselves into place as guard around him once more. Stunned, and more than a little lost, Harry wasn't sure what to think of him, the former Death King. I'm sure you're all annoyed that L and Light still haven't made an appearance yet. I assure you it's coming. Slowly but surely. Of course, reviewing always makes it faster. Back against the wall. So, yeah, I used my all-powerful authoritative powers to just sort of make Grindelwald have all the hallows. Yeah, so that happened. I think by having them he just managed to come in contact with them. In my headcanon, I imagine him stealing the ring somehow for a short time, before eventually it leaves his possession. The cloak, he just quickly got to touch, etc. He knew even less what to think of L. Liot. Grindelwald had conformed into him a sense of cautionary wariness when dealing with the two battling foes, L. Liot and Light Yagami. He'd started feeling less self-righteous anger at the two of them for being such a pain in the ass, and more anxious confusion as to whether it was truly his place to meritoriously drop-kick them both in the face, or at the very least use the Death Note to make them do that to each other. Unfortunately, it seemed that decaying, crazy-ass motherfucker had a few, surprisingly accurate things to say. Damn it. The boy who was way too young to be dealing with so many self-absorbed, maniacal psychopaths in his life thought, resigned. Damn my hereditary heroism. And with a brief glance to the incredibly self-absorbed, dark-haired maniacal psychopath to his left. And damn you too, L. Liot. He was supposed to be the good guy. He was supposed to be stopping the other sociopath. He certainly wasn't supposed to be one himself. But what else could possibly describe the guy? Though he believed truly in justice, he had a real underhanded douchebag way of going about it, including but not limited to playing cheap psychological mind games, goading and manipulative behavior, planting a variety of privacy-encroaching machinery without warrants or probably cause beyond his own ideals, and the real ass-kicker being a pain in Harry's ass. To that end, however, even though he wasn't supporting the biggest arrogant douchebag in the world, he wasn't supporting the biggest tool either, who also went by Light Yagami. Both of these guys are fools, thought the wizard with splenetic contempt. Good God. Couldn't they see how similar they were? How could you hate someone who was practically yourself? Of course, Harry was quickly realizing he had done the same. Both of them were trying to attempt their own idea of justice, which was already a very subjective, ambiguous idea within itself, and both going about it in the most unlawful way possible. L was a detective who worked for no agency and broke just as many laws as Light. Granted, he didn't go about murdering people using a murdering book, but for a guy who was supposed to support the legal justice system, he certainly didn't go about it legally. But perhaps his outstanding opinions could better be described in how he ended up in this certain predicament, squashed between the most arrogant egotistical jerks at the 2-0 induction ceremony, rather than what his assessment was after the fact. My lord, don't call me that, roared the brunette, halting his incessant pacing to raise his voice to his cowed servant, before continuing once more. Justin swallowed, shifting his weight on his skeletal toes. Mr. Potter. He corrected. How about some tea to calm your nerves? How about a Xanax? Ryuk snorted from his spot lounging on the top of the bookshelf. Harry ignored them both, though it was a difficult task in favor of his own thoughts. How dare he? Who the hell did Grindlewald think he was? Coming literally out of the ground? Or, at the very least, out of the basement of some guarded prison like a pile of uncovered dirty laundry, only to give him advice. Like he didn't have enough going on already. Like he even wanted advice from the most prolific killer of the wizarding world. Not that Grindlewald ever had the opportunity to deal with death gods. Either, regardless of how helpful they can be when they weren't gambling away their lives in eternal boredom. Perhaps the reason he was so angry could be an accumulation of stress, encumbering responsibilities literally blindsiding him out of nowhere, tedious death god servants, the very fact that he had no idea what in the hell he was doing but everyone in the world, both worlds, expected him to be some kind of righteous leader, and that Grindlewald was right. The crazy old man that committed mass genocide against Muggles simply because he wanted to was right. At the very least, why don't you lay down? Justin asked, undeterred by his unbridled fury. Harry felt somewhat bad. It wasn't the skeleton's fault he was so pissed off. What did the old guy say to you that's got you so pissed off? Ryuk wedged a finger into his ear. Well, you've always been kinda pissy, but today more than usual. Hyuk. Harry sighed, folding his arms and finally stopping his constant walk around the study perimeter in favor of sagging against his desk. And you wouldn't be pissy? He snapped back. Imagine, for once in your life you can do as you please. One looking at you for the answers, expecting impossible things from you, and then suddenly not only does the entirety of the free world look at you as their unofficial leader, so does the world of the dead. The free world thing is kinda a bit of a stretch, Ryuk pointed out. Harry pretended he didn't hear him. Not only that, but you've got this inherent guilty conscience coupled with a heroic complex which is constantly goading you into conforming what everyone wants from you, never allowing you to even understand what you want yourself. Sounds like an identity crisis that's been going on since you were 10. Harry added cynically. I fail to see where Light Yagami falls in this. Justin offered meekly. Harry frowned, turning to look at the death god hovering by the door. Everything in me says that I should just kill him off and the world would be better for it. He explained simply. But at the same time I can see that Grindlewald has a point. That whole responsibility to the world thing coming back to bite me in the ass. So you're saying you shouldn't kill him? Justin tilted his head. Of course he shouldn't. Ryuk cut in. He'd ruin my entertainment, and what's your entertainment in comparison to the king's wishes? I shouldn't kill him because I don't know if it's my place to even do so. And with a dark look to Ryuk. Not because it would ruin Ryuk's petty entertainment. It may be petty. The enormous death god agreed. But you said so yourself, it's entertaining. Harry narrowed his eyes at the Shinigami's winsome smirk. At the door, Justin looked like he expected Harry to kill the other death god off at any second. But he didn't. Instead, he took a deep breath. You said that Detective L. Liot was currently on the Kira case, right? That's right, was Ryuk's gleeful reply. So he's working on catching him. Do you think he will? That's why it's so amusing. The Shinigami's entire countenance seemed to change at the very thought, morphing from occupational boredom into what could be considered genuine if not morbid interest. Who knows who'll win? We don't have time for that. Harry straightened, pushing himself off the desktop. He needs to be stopped now. Who knows when this L guy will catch him? How many lives will be lost until then? You're thinking like a pacifist and like a human. Ryuk cackled. Think like a death king. The humans are overpopulated anyway. What's a few more? A few more human lives? Harry shot back. Your servants take them away every day. What's the difference? That's for food. Not all the time. Are you going to kill us all too? And anyway, since when did humans need an excuse to kill one another? Even without death notes. Just think of your Dark Lord. Killed people just as quickly, didn't he? And he needed to be stopped, argued the wizard. And he was, by you. Ryuk agreed. Another wizard. Harry gave pause. So you're saying I should wait it out, then? Let other humans deal with Light? But he's using a death note. That's an unfair advantage. Your Lord Voldemort used death's wand. Isn't that the same thing? Everything in him wanted to protest. Yet the words couldn't form in his mouth. If Voldemort had never attempted to kill him as a baby, never seeded a part of his own soul into Harry Swood, there have even been a chosen one? If the stroke of an opportune misfortune hadn't befallen the Dark Lord at that very moment, if one insignificant woman hadn't pleaded for her baby's life, could anyone have truly stopped him? Ryuk took his silence as an answer, laughing loudly. Hyuk, hyuk, hyuk. It's true, isn't it? Another wizard killed him, you killed him, took away another's life. Doesn't that burn in you? Who were you to decide his fate? To play God? He needed to be stopped. The wizard protested. Voldemort was crazy. He was killing hundreds of people left and right. He couldn't be allowed to live. And there you are, enacting your own sense of justice, your own ideals onto his and taking his life. So he was crazy, so he killed a lot of people. He was following his justice just like you were following yours. Harry had nothing to say to that. Ryuk unfurled his wings, floating over towards Harry until his beady, yellow eyes reflected the red in Harry's. That's the flaw in you humans, you always blame each other. You always think, my way is right, your way is wrong. You fail to see that there is no right way. Harry pursed his lips. That can't be true. I can't believe in a world without right and wrong. Killing others, hurting others, that can never be justified. But you just justified your own actions, cried the Shinigami. He couldn't be allowed to live sounds an awful lot like justification. Hyuk, he swallowed, looking away. The room hushed in a blanket of tense, uncertain silence. Justin still stood at the door, looking like he half believed Ryuk to be struck dead. Harry didn't even have it in him to think of that. Everything the Shinigami said had a point, and yet at the same time he could see that Ryuk was clearly playing mind games with him in an attempt to stave off the destruction of his own barbaric form of entertainment. Still, the Shinigami had given him a lot to think about, and perhaps had even uncovered some of the things about himself that he'd been hiding from the world and himself. He thought about the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, more than he should. Thought about his death at Harry's hands. Thought about right and wrong, and where he stood on that line, if there was even a line at all. I'll concede you have a point, the Death King said at great length. But I still don't think that letting this whole debacle play out on its own is a good idea either. The whole thing wouldn't have even happened without outside interference, mainly you dropping that stupid death note right into Light's hands in the first place. Ryuk didn't even have the good decency to look guilty, only shamelessly holding his leveled gaze with a mischievous smirk. Harry tilted his chin up, coming to his own conclusion. I'm going to go down there and see it for myself. If anything, this only seemed to give Ryuk more amusement. This was how Harry found himself decked in a tailored designer suit transfigured from a pair of pajamas, conjuring his way through the administration office of 2O University to join the incoming freshman class. He imagined L had done something of the same without the magic. And Light had gotten in through just being a genius asshole. He stared himself down into Oa's men's bathroom, silently admitting that Ryuk had hit a soft spot in his heroic armor. The entirety of the wizarding world at large would agree with him when he said the Dark Lord needed to be stopped, and yet that didn't stop the guilt of taking away his life from eating away at his soul. He'd killed him because he thought that Voldemort was wrong, plain and simple. He could rationalize that the Dark Lord was evil, mentally unbalanced, sociopathic, and destroying countless lives and upturning the civil peace that was the wizarding world, and yet that was all insignificant. The very heart of the matter was that it was hypocritical of him to enact his own sense of justice, and yet get angry at and even kill others for doing the same. He'd had dreams, multiple in fact, of being the Dark Lord, of looking in the mirror and seeing the flat, slit nose and crimson eyes, or worse even, the suave smirk and charming face of Tom Riddle. Yet he'd never felt so much like him as he did in this moment, staring at his own name written in blood above his head, holding the power that the Dark Lord had dreamed of, the means to act out his own sense of justice against everyone else's. I'm getting a fucking headache. The Death King sighed, rubbing at his temples and wondering if it was because he'd walked through a sea of glowing red numbers to get here or because all this deep thought was getting to him. He'd never had to think about this kind of stuff when he was out saving the world. Everything he'd done had been told to him by others. He was the chosen one, it was his destiny, he had to save them all, yeah, whatever. He wasn't about to blame them either. He was the one who'd followed along with that, believed their sense of right and wrong without question. The thought didn't make him feel any better. My condolences. Harry jumped, spine growing rigid as his eyes flew open at the sudden intrusion. And there, zipping up his pants and facing the urinal, was Light Yagami. It's just the crowds, Harry said slowly, after regaining his composure. The genius made his way to the sink, washing his hands and smiling pleasantly at Harry's reflection in the mirror. I don't like them much either, they make me nervous. He lies so effortlessly, Harry thought, eyeing the charming young man. It was one thing to hear about him, watching him silently from afar, another to see him up close. Everything about Light seemed sculpted from gold, a faultless perfection from the wayward bronzed bangs to the refined slide of his nose, down to the tips of his curved fingers. Hell, looking like that, no wonder the guy thought he was God. It's like they always want something from me, and thought the world of himself. The egotistical ass. Maybe you just have a lot to offer, Harry rebuked, turning on the faucet himself, at least in a last-ditch effort to look like he hadn't been standing there silently watching the other guy pee the whole time. Light somehow managed an awkwardly charming, self-depreciating look. You think so? I don't know what could be special about me. And Harry was really about to lose his temper to that cunning, innocent spiel when the bathroom door swung open, again, and out walked L. Liot from the stall at the far corner. Harry's mouth fell open and he lost his composure, again, as the slouching detective shuffled past them. It was also one thing to watch the detective from his perch in the Shinigami realm, another to see him walk past him in the flesh. He was taller than Harry expected. Fortunately for the Death King, Light took his aghast expression as incredulity over the other man's appearance, rather than the fact it was L. Liot, the guy he'd been after this whole goddamn time, who also looked weirdly a lot like his mother and a sleepless vampire combined. You think that guy's here for the ceremony? Light leaned back to watch the bathroom door swing close slowly. He looks like he hasn't changed his clothes in days. I wouldn't know. Harry swallowed. When he thought of the world's greatest detective, he hadn't thought of that. And then, shaking his head, we should probably get going. We'll be late for the opening speech.
No kidding. Eh?
Light chuckled, before offering his freshly washed hand. I'm Light Yagami, by the way. Harry studied the hand in front of him, mind racing. Tom Riddle. He looked up then as his hand clasped Light's, and above the human's head, Ryuk's razor teeth grinned wide. He wasn't sure what possessed him to say that. Even less, striking up a goddamn conversation with the most prolific single-handed murderer the Muggle world had probably ever seen. It was the first name to strike in his head when he saw Light's face so close to him, the Muggle reminding him so much of his old enemy that it was as if Tom Riddle had truly come back from the dead to haunt him. Their similarities were boggling, certainly. He followed Light into the auditorium dazedly, taking a seat beside him in the front row. Soon thereafter, L followed, sitting bird-like on the chair to Harry's left, no doubt irritated that he'd taken the open spot next to Light. So you're a foreigner? Light asked casually, sneaking a glance past Harry to where L was perched onto the seat to his left. He looked like a large, humanoid bird. Wide dark eyes facing forward like the podium in front of them fascinated him greatly. Harry supposed he was listening intently to their conversation. In the background, the principal droned through the opening ceremonies. Harry nodded, thankful that while the translation spell allowed him to speak fluent Japanese, it still retained somewhat of an accent.
Yeah.
I moved here a year ago with my family. Light nodded, looking strangely interested. What made you choose to? Harry faltered. Seemed like a good school? Ryuk continued to float next to Light, staring at him greedily, as if he half expected Harry to go on a murderous rampage and kill everyone in the room. Harry wanted to wipe the smug look off of the Shinigami's face, or better, kick him in the mouth and shut him up. Hyuk, 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 hyuk. Ryuk continued to chuckle, and Harry caught the brief, irritated look that crossed Light's features at the sound, bringing a dark, tenebrous look to what had up until now seemed angelic features. He could tell that all Light wanted to do right now was turn around and tell the Death God to shut the hell up, yet couldn't do so at risk of looking insane. Are you all right? He asked with great relish. You look a little peaked. Light schooled his features back into amiable cheer. I'm fine, just a little hot. Harry nodded, Oh yes, these stage lights are pretty bright. And now for our freshman address and freshman representative, Light Yagami. Light nodded, standing up. Harry's eyes followed him involuntarily. The guy certainly had that charisma and grace people always look to in their leaders, regardless of how evil they truly were. Likewise, freshman representative Hideki Ryuga. Murmurs split into the crowd. Like the pop singer? No way. He's not smart enough to be into O. The crowd quieted down when L stood, looking dismayed at the bland, disheveled man who belonged to the name. Harry narrowed his eyes. Hideki Ryuga? Of course he'd go by a fake. Both Light and L's freshman addresses were terribly bland and long-winded, leaving Harry jittery and volatile with wariness. Of course, he'd decided to unobtrusively keep tabs on them by attending this absurdly studious college in the first place, and by default thrown himself head first into their mind games, but he hadn't expected to so quickly be wedged between them, literally. However, the most eventful thing was L whispering into Light's ear as they exited left off the stage. Something L said seemed to have struck Light pertinently, as the boy faltered in his steps, regaining his countenance smoothly after but a moment, yet his face continued to lose color as he walked back to his seat. Harry strained to hear, but they were too far away. Luckily for him, Ryuk, who had been shadowing Light the entire time, swooped ahead and perched himself on the top of Light's chair, looking like a faithful lapdog waiting for its owner, but turning covering his body with his wings to chuckle at Harry. Els told him his true identity. Ryuk cackled. Harry's eyes widened. He wants Light to join the task force, heh heh. I wonder what Light will do with this opportunity. He unfurled his wings again, turning to grin unblinkingly at Light as the boy returned to his seat and stiffly sat down. L sat down gracelessly, wasting no time in peering over Harry to look deeply into Light's eyes, the other boy staring impassively ahead. I trust you, the detective whispered. If this guy's really L, he's something else. Ryuk snorted, returning to his act as Light's Shinigami. Are you going to join him, Light? Ryuk chuckled, giving his wings a few flaps. What are you going to do? Hyuk, hyuk, hyuk. I like this guy. For his part, Harry acted as naturally confused as anyone normally would be, sitting between two people with such an unhealthy amount of tension. He took a breath, dipped into his Gryffindor courage, and broke it. So you two know each other? He asked decorously, looking between the two. Light managed a small nod, and something of a smile. Sort of, yes.
I'm Hideki Ryuga.
L spoke, as smooth of a liar as Light. We're acquaintances, yes. Harry turned to Light, giving a polite, teasing smile. Won't you introduce me? This is Hideki Ryuga. Light nodded towards L, swallowing thickly. He's a friend of my father's. Ryuga, this is Tom Riddle. I met him earlier, and as I'm sure you've noticed, he's in our class. Yes, quite. L was quick to reply. Pleasure. At first glance, L seemed rather tame. In fact, his mannerisms and inflectionless voice lent him a nonchalant, insouciant facade which would have fooled Harry had he not been following Light around for the past few days. No, this was the genius mastermind behind every camera and microphone invading Light's personal space, every lie and deception made in the effort to get ahead of Kira, and who was crusading against Light Yagami on a 5% chance the boy was, in fact, Kira. Granted, he was right. But the very idea of someone manipulating the legal system so underhandedly to further his own gain irritated him as much as Light's pompous self-righteous glory. That, and the two were not only lying to each other, but to him as well. Sitting between the two of them, Harry was quickly forming another opinion. Regardless of his own inner turmoil and Ryuk and Grindelwald's surprisingly pertinent advice, it would certainly make him feel better to kill them both and be done with it. Shake me down. Thanks for everyone who caught my mistake. Smiley face. Love you all. See, I promise this isn't abandoned. Just taking forever. I had so many ideas for this FIC and I was trying to fit them in, and then I decided fuck it, I'll just make a whole other HPXDN crossover for those, and keep this one the way I had intended. The entire wizarding world is in uproar over such a controversial decision, and yet no one in the ministry has yet to deign us with an answer. Tell me, or finish, why hasn't the ministry released a formal statement on the execution of Gellert Grindelwald scheduled for this afternoon? You ask me, this whole thing is bullocks. Now how can the ministry make a call like this without consulting the public? Bless my soul, I had 3 uncles killed in that war. No one seems to think about things like that. Once again, no comment made by Minister Kinglesey on his decision to condone the death of the first Dark Lord. And Abus, at this, Harry flinched. What would Albus have said about this? And abruptly turned the radio off, unable to hear much more of this. What would he indeed? Harry had more than a few things he'd like to ask his old professor. He rested a hand to his head, feeling something of a migraine coming on. Not even looking around the familiar sight of his room seemed to help, if anything. It only seemed to put him further on edge. All the things which he should have found comfortable and soothing, the pocket watch from Sirius on his bedside table, the soft diffusion of afternoon light from the windows, ever-fresh flowers from Hermione bright on the sill against the foggy London sky. They all only stirred within him a vague sense of discord. Like this place wasn't home anymore. Like he didn't belong anymore. He fiddled with the radio dial for a few more moments, enjoying the benign silence of his room. The dim sounds of Diagon Alley beneath his window, muted by the glass, seeming 1,000 miles away. There should be something pleasant about returning to his old routine, even if for a moment. Yet all he could feel was unease. Instead of thinking on what he wanted for lunch from the cafe down the street, he was anxiously wondering what was going on halfway across the globe. What madness Light Yagami and L. Liot had gotten themselves into. He'd promised himself that he'd take a few moments, maybe days for himself, trying to get back into his old routine. But the more he thought about it, the more he questioned what it was. What had he been doing for the past 5 years since he'd stopped Voldemort and met the death god Ryuk? Freelancing for the Aurors, dating Ginny, breaking up with Ginny, dating other girls, getting back with Ginny again. Nothing, it seemed. It honestly felt like he'd been doing nothing. Sure, he had a house in Diagon Alley, a lot of unnecessary property given to him so courteously by the Blacks that he couldn't sell off, a lot of press releases and attempts to hide from the limelight that only ever seemed to work for a month or 2 at best. He had the Weasleys and Hermione, and all his friends that still lingered around the area after the war, a little jaded from their naive former selves but altogether roughly the same they'd been in school. Had he even been living these past 5 years? Or had Harry Potter died that day, in ashes next to the Dark Lord in the ruins of Hogwarts, and the Master of Death had taken his place? He felt different, detached. He never remembered feeling that way when he was throwing himself head first into danger. During his schooling years, he'd never felt more alive. He'd had a purpose then, and it had burned within him with such a fiery heat that there was no way he could ever not feel alive. If anything, it was too much, a constant threat to overwhelm him, licking at his sanity as he battled against an unimaginable force. But he'd never felt more alive. Then, vivacity rising in his veins, a powerful sense of determination keeping him grounded, resolved. The ambitions and aspirations of an entire population resting squarely on his shoulders. And he'd hated it, sure. He'd never asked for that responsibility. But he was there, wholly 100% there. 100% human. The day found him idling in front of Liot Manor, dispassionately gazing upon its large, iron-wrought gates. Behind them, he could see the path lined with rose bushes, their twittering chatter loud in the afternoon air. It was fall now, but the leaves had yet to change and the cloying heat of summer felt damp on the cotton material of his shirt. He debated the merits of going in or going home, and eventually decided that he at least had the dubious honor of informing Mrs. Liot of her son's continuing existence. The gates opened upon his command, with nothing but a slight groan as he tread lightly down the path. The manor loomed before him, washed white in the glistening afternoon sun and spun with ivy tendrils that rounded about its impressive pillars. Before it lay a fountain with shrill and cheery water sprites. He took the stairs 2 at a time to the front door, and leveled his gaze at the truly magnificent lion knocker, who only met his gaze imperiously. "The lady of the house isn't expecting visitors," said the lion head ominously. Harry startled at his voice, responding in kind, "She'll be expecting me." It looked dubiouser, as dubious as a metal door knocker could look. "Do you have proof?" "Proof?" Harry echoed. "Yes, a letter, a confirmation of the requirement of your presence." Harry was stunned into silence. He'd never gotten into an argument with a door knocker before, but he seemed well on his way to doing so. He opened his mouth, but was quickly cut off from a voice by the rose hedges. "Alfonso, are you heckling my guest?" The door knocker, Alfonso, managed to look somewhat apologetic. "No, my lady," he said loftily. "I was simply questioning his reason for visiting." Crysanthy Liot stepped away from the large hedges of roses, clippers in one hand and a wide sun hat shading her lovely face, bathed in afternoon light until her unnaturally pale skin seemed to glow. House elves jumped out of the bushes, each with their own pair of clippers, to skitter around her feet. She smiled widely. "Oh, but dear Harry never needs a reason to visit," she chided, handing her scissors to one of the elves and lifting her skirts with one hand to climb the stairs, the other handling a basket full of cut roses. His manners had him holding a hand out for her, opening the door to allow her in, much to the grumbling of the lion knocker. "I apologize for Alfonso," she said lightly as they crossed the foyer, her voice echoing softly against the marble. "He's always been rather protective of the grounds." She placed the flowers at the table centerpiece, weaving her wand to dispel the cluster of hydrangeas from the vase. She plucked a few roses from her basket, beginning to fill the vase once more with a colorful bouquet. House elves popped in and out, handing her roses of all shades, which she arranged artfully. Harry had never understood much about the art of flower arranging, so he stood behind her somewhat unsurely, shifting his weight back and forth. He swallowed. "Though I must confess, there is an actual reason for my visit." She paused, delicate hands lingering on the blooming bud of a canary yellow rose, tilting her head behind her to meet his eyes. She blinked suddenly, dropping her hands. "Oh, yes, forgive my manners." With a clap of her hands, a house elf appeared at her feet. "Sully, could you get the tea room ready?" The house elf winked out of existence, and the lady of the house looked at him with a regretful look. "I apologize for the state of the manor. It hasn't seen much use as of late. It must look awfully dreadful." To be honest, Harry wasn't sure that this house could ever lose its splendor. "Really? Hadn't noticed. It's lovely, Mrs. Liot." She waved him off. "Crysanthy, please. I always feel rather insulted when I'm called Mrs. Liot." "Crysanthy, then." He nodded and followed her as she gracefully glided into the other room. He recalled the open courtyard from before, afternoon sun playing against the smooth lines of marble, glistening against the spraying water fountain. She led him past it, though through a few ornate and elaborate rooms until they finally reached a small alcove set into the windows of a vast hall. A piano was magically playing through a repertoire of Chopin pieces on the far side of the room, the rest of the hall large and devoid of any furniture, only looming and decorative pillars that broke the flat plains of gleaming marble. The lady of the house sat herself delicately on one side of the cushioned bench, and Harry slid to sit opposite. He wondered how her hair never seemed to fall out of place when she moved taken her sun hat off to reveal an elaborate hairstyle, half pinned precariously to curl around her head while the other half fell in soft curls about her shoulders. "You absolutely must try the fire whiskey biscuits," she implored, taking one for herself. "They're simply divine. Haven't any idea how Sully makes them so well." He bit into one, pleasantly surprised with the layer of chocolate filling. "It's good." She smiled at him, covering it quickly with the rim of her cup. It was easy to forget why he'd come here in the first place. Liot Manor seemed to exist on an entirely separate plane of existence. A half-dream perhaps, untouched by reality, frozen in an eternal splendor that never waned or grew old. And of course, Mrs. Liot herself, the centerpiece in the majestic palace. She was a rousing conversationalist, directing him through foreign affairs and ministry business without ever striking an opinion he dissented with too greatly, but also never returning with a bland response. He'd almost forgotten entirely what he'd come for. "I've never been out of the country," she was saying, dabbing delicately at the side of her mouth after she'd finished a scone. "I'd love to travel, maybe to wizarding Switzerland, maybe Moscow. Feel it'd be lovely with all that snow. Or maybe even China. I've heard the countryside is beautiful and exotic there. Asia seems relatively the same to me." Harry mused before adding, "I've only ever been in the city, though. And even then it's been very brief." "Oh?" She blinked curiously. Where in Asia have you been? Japan. And then, well, actually just Tokyo. Whatever for. Harry suddenly remembered himself, blinking out of his reverie. He set his teacup down. That's actually what I'd came here to speak to you about. He began, wondering how he'd managed to lose track of the conversation like that. It's about your son. Her expression didn't change much. There never an expression too extreme or an emotion too radical with her, but Harry could see how her eyes widened in something like surprise. The way her slight smile seemed to falter. Yes? You have news? I found him. Harry explained. He's in Japan in Tokyo. I don't know how long he's been there, but he's there now. She leaned back, turning to study the world outside of the window. Tokyo? She echoed softly, and then, on a seemingly different tangent, you've met him, then? He nodded, reading the true question she was silently imploring him to ask. Yes. He's rather eccentric. Also quite famous in some circles. He's a very well-known detective. World acclaimed, I think. He swallowed. He looks a lot like you. Harry wasn't sure whether it was the right thing to say or not, and it was difficult to tell what Crysanthy was thinking from her watery smile. Thank you, Harry, she said at length. You've truly went above and beyond for me. Have my utmost gratitude. I can find closure at last, knowing that he lives. I wonder what kind of life he must live. She thought loud, before shaking her head. I suppose it doesn't matter, as long as he's alive. Harry blinked. Don't you want to meet him? She peered back at him, luminous dark eyes striking in the afternoon light, reminding him so strongly of L. He looked so much like her, in a strange way that Harry tried not to think too much on. So much silence crept between them. The moment seemed immortalized here in this not world. The movement of the trees in the orchard slow and methodical. He lost track of time for a little bit, basking in the warm diffusion of light. No, she said, finally. Perhaps it's for the best if I didn't. He wanted more than anything to question her. Curiosity burning and a magnitude of emotions he couldn't quite understand swelling within him as he gazed upon her lovely face, so beautiful and impassive. But he didn't, and she didn't bring it up again, the conversation pulling away again. His meeting with L and Light did bring some merits to the table. For one, his aching curiosity had turned quickly into a genuine sort of exasperation. How were these two real, honestly? What was worse was taking classes with both of them. As a world-class detective, L certainly had a lot of time to waste away in these classes, long and tedious and full of information Harry had never heard before. Light seemed to have latched right onto him, though for what reason, Harry hadn't the slightest idea. A silently sullen partner, looking put out at Harry's very existence. Most likely because Harry's very existence had ultimately ruined whatever elaborate plot he'd had to out Light as Kira, which, personally, Harry was quite curious about as well. How did L expect to solve this case without knowing anything about the Death Note? His gaze slid to the apathetic face of the detective beside him, blindsided by the likeness of another face so similar, a profile doused in sunlight, so impassive and cold as well. Above them all, Ryuk's loud, obnoxious laughter continued. Hyuk, hyuk, hyuk. Harry gripped his pencil irately, wishing above all else he could command the Shinigami to shut up. But then he'd have to address him aloud, and then he'd have to obliviate both Light and L and everyone else in the room. Unfortunately, he'd never been as good at the obliviate charm as Hermione. So Ryuk continued, and coupled with the drowning teacher at the front of the room, the patterned scratch of pencils against paper, they could create some kind of classroom symphony. Well, likening this to any kind of music was truly a heinous and offensive crime against it. You're not taking any notes, Tom? Light turned to him, jolting him out of his thoughts. Harry almost didn't respond, swallowing against the lump in his throat that came with that name. Why did he ever have to say that name? I don't think I'll need them. Harry smiled back, sheepishly. Really? You must be really smart. Light's face schooled into something like surprise and awe. There was something condescending to the knit of his brows, though, like he actually thought the opposite. Harry wouldn't put it past him. Harry shrugged. I studied a lot of law back in England, was all he said in his defense. Undoubtedly, though, he didn't understand a wink of this law and justice class. But there was little point in even attempting it, though. He'd just confound the professor after class. England. Huh? Light leaned over, and there was something pinning about his gaze. I thought there was something about your accent. Yes, London. Harry answered. Well, there's this great cafe I know just down the street. Light was saying, smiling down at Harry with that glorious, beatific smile. Would you want to try it out? I want to know your opinion on the tea there. What with you being a Brit and all. Or perhaps he simply wanted to get away from L without it being too obvious. And how else aside from Harry? Even worse, who was he to say no? Sure, why not? Harry smiled back, blandly. Light was as charming as Harry had expected him to be, sweet and caring and seemingly incredibly passionate about the law. Harry might have even fell for it just a bit had the constant, looming shadow of Ryuk not caught his eye every few seconds. This boy was a killer. Harry couldn't forget that. She's really into it. I don't get it at all. It seems like a silly sitcom to men. One of the cases seem even remotely real. Light was saying as he rounded the corner. Harry had been too preoccupied with his own thoughts, though. I'm sorry, what was that? I was talking about this British show my sister watches called Sherlock. You ever heard of it? Oh? Harry asked absent-mindedly. Above them, Ryuk was guffawing and laughing and pointing at something in the distance. He kept sweeping in front of them, making faces at Harry. Light had no reaction to it, but Harry was having trouble holding himself from landing a left hook right on Ryuk's jaw.
No, sorry.
I didn't watch much telly. Light. Ryuk crowed, but his large, gleaming yellow eyes were looking at Harry, never wavering from him, burning and unnerving. How many apples would you give me to tell you this? Harry narrowed his eyes quickly at the Shinigami, wondering what he was up to. He turned back to Light. I was a big football fan, though. You watch any football? He changed the subject tactfully, knowing fully well the answer was probably no. Not too much, no. I was never into sports, a little too studious, I guess. I played tennis in high school. I was the regional champion. Do you play? Oh no. Never played tennis. I've always wanted to try, though. Do you see them, Light? Ryuk floated ahead in front of them, and then, unfurling his wings like giant pillars erupting from his back. All those cars following you? With that he took off, flying off behind them. Harry pulled his phone out of his pocket, looking down and catching a glimpse of where Ryuk went in the reflection. He was circling a nondescript car some ways behind them. He pretended to check his messages, eyeing the profile of Light's face as he did so. It was minute, but there was a clench to his jaw, a wrathful look on his face like he wanted nothing more than to interrogate Ryuk now but knew he couldn't do so. They turned the corner, and the smile was fixated once more onto Light's face. Oh look, we're here. He beckoned Harry along, and it was as if nothing was amiss. The duration of their visit consisted of stinted dialogue, awkwardly perfunctory like two people who clearly loathed each other yet refrained from saying it aloud. Or perhaps just two people who didn't know each other well enough. Harry refused to speak much of himself on principle, and didn't actually know enough about the legal system to hold a conversation with Light about it, so they were left with the most mundane of topics to choose from. They were somewhere in the weather of the northern European hemisphere when a rather plain old Caucasian man entered the restaurant, a briefcase, somewhat rumpled suit and glasses only completing the ensemble. Harry wouldn't have thought much of him had Ryuk not begun to chuckle rudely. He's here to spy on you, Light-kun. The Shinigami took great pleasure in announcing. Harry gritted his teeth. Regardless of whom he was addressing, Ryuk always looked directly at him, like a challenge. Light schooled his expression masterfully as if he didn't hear Ryuk at all. It was incredibly unfortunate that Light was the only human whose lifespan Harry couldn't see. The numbers were constant and unnerving, but he'd think he'd rather deal with them than Light's mind games. He knew he was here as a means to some kind of end. But how? What piece was Light attempting to fit Harry into? How was he going to be manipulated into whatever complicated game he and L had going on? A part of him wanted to simply walk outside, open his wings and fly back to the Shinigami world, pretending he'd never met either of them, or maybe just offing them both off with a couple pen strokes. But it had been his idea to initiate himself into their lives and attempt to sort it out the human way, so there really wasn't anyone else he could blame but himself. He frowned. But how would he do it? Harry wasn't going to kid himself. He wasn't anywhere near as equipped for these mind games as Light and L were. They were master planners, cunning and manipulative. More Slytherin than Malfoy, hell, more Slytherin than Slytherin. Alternatively, while Harry was quick and clever, he'd never been much for anything other than straightforwardness. He appreciated that blunt honesty in others, even though he could see how the deception and subtlety could work in situations. He knew about the Death Note, obviously. He knew how and why Light was killing people. The problem was stopping it without revealing that he did. He worried his lip in the lull in conversation, Light suddenly going quiet with the presence of the old man 2 tables down from them, spreading out his newspaper and casually drinking his coffee. He wondered how Light would choose to handle the situation. Continue onwards with their outing? Of course, for a keen ear it was obvious to tell the two of them weren't friends. Though Light was a charming and tactful conversationalist, even he couldn't do much when Harry refused to say much of anything beyond what was perfunctory. Maybe Light would attempt an artful escape? He'd have to be quite clever about it, or he'd tip the spy off that he knew what he was. But what Harry wasn't prepared for was for Light to slide his hand to Harry's, flipping his palm up. He reeled back, reflexively tugging his hand away, but Light's grip held fast. My mother used to say you could read people's fate in their palms. He commented idly, looking down into the lines of Harry's palm as if it held some sort of deeper meaning. Harry flushed, perplexed and bewildered. Light's hand felt burning hot against his. Isn't that called palm reading? Palm reading's a con used to extract money from foolish bystanders. Light corrected. His thumb ran smooth, sweeping arches from Harry's forefinger to his thumb, featherlight and ticklish, sending shivers down the length of his arm. This was different. It was an astrology of sorts. He felt stiff and tense. Are you going to tell me my fate? Light looked up then. For a moment his eyes flashed with that predatory look, before it was replaced with an even more unnerving tender look. There's no fun in that, was all he replied with. Fortunately, he dropped Harry's palm. Harry wasn't sure what to do with it now. He picked up his teacup, sipping it gracefully. His eyes didn't leave Harry's. You're a very interesting character, Mr. Riddle. There's something about you. Harry felt his hackles raise. Thanks, I guess. Are you doing anything tomorrow? And then, with a slight chuckle, well, aside from classes. I don't think so, Harry replied cautiously. Let's get lunch together. Light smiled charmingly at him. Have you ever had Thai? He shook his head. Well, there's a first for everything, right? He chuckled. I'll meet you outside of the quad at 12. How does that sound? Harry was so taken aback, he couldn't think of a polite way to turn Light down without vaguely insulting him. Sounds fine. It wasn't until after he'd left the cafe with a hasty excuse that he needed to call home, time zone things and stuff, that he realized what had happened. Had Light just picked him up? Were they flirting right now? Granted, it had been incredibly one-sided, but had Light just flirted at him? He was so bewildered he almost thought it was funny. Then he felt a little bit sick. Light was a serial killer, he was Voldemort, was the real Tom Riddle. He was charming and beguiling and had that glorious face, but deep down there was the makings of a cold-blooded killer. No, there was a cold-blooded killer already, appearing in his dark glances and predatory smiles. He was still making gagging noises as he returned back to the Shinigami realm, immediately met with Ryuk's amused, wretched grin, sharp teeth blinding in the gloom of the lopsided castle. How was your date, my king? Harry gave him a scathing look. Not made any better by you. You didn't like my theatrics? Ryuk chortled. But Light is so funny when you get him riled up, don't you think? Did you see his physique looked ready to choke me? I'm surprised he didn't, honestly. Harry frowned. I was tempted to do the same. Ryuk laughed, spreading his wings wide as he perched at the top of the dilapidated staircase railing, sending clouds of dust everywhere like billowing mist. Here's the thing between you and Light, though, he said secretively, you could kill me whenever. But Light needs me. He can't do anything against me. Isn't that so fun? For you, I guess. Harry grumbled in reply, walking past him, scratching the place between his shoulder blades where his wings sprouted. He tried not to think about them as much as possibly a physical symbolization of his inhumanness, forever embedded between his shoulders. Times like this he wished he was Hermione. She'd have figured these two boys out in a week, or at the very least if she didn't, she'd have found a book on how to do it. He made his way to the office, which was in surprisingly good condition, considering he'd been having Justin do his paperwork while he was gone. He'd told the Shinigami to put aside all the cases related to Light Yagami, and there were a lot. Merlin, when did the guy find the time? Harry sighed, settling himself down and beginning to look through them all. That's it? L affirmed, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Yes, was the garbled reply from the W on the screen. They appeared to be having a normal cup of coffee. Nothing out of the ordinary was done. Except, yes, what Ari? L snapped, perhaps more irately than necessary. Then again, he was more irate than usual. To compensate, he dropped 2 more sugar cubes into his coffee, peering owlishly into the blinding screen of his computer. He seemed rather intimate with Mr. Riddle? This L blinked. Oh, he held his hand. They seemed to be involved in some kind of serious conversation. It was too low to pick up. Mr. Riddle was flushing. Light asked him for lunch tomorrow as well. He said yes. L stirred his coffee idly. Well, this was an interesting event that he hadn't thought of. Then again, he hadn't put Tom into his calculations at all. He'd assumed that he would be the primary source of fascination to Light in such a dull and droll place as 2O University. There was no one there anywhere near on their academic level, which would ideally separate them from the others, isolating him and Light effectively. Coupled with the fact that, if Light was Kira, he would undoubtedly want to become part of the investigation, would ultimately work in his favor in bringing Light closer to him. But Tom certainly wasn't a genius like them, but he was surprisingly witty and, worse, incredibly charming. Not like Light, no, in a subtle but certainly more genuine way. He was clearly oblivious to it as well. Light wasn't. And now Light's attentions weren't just focused solely on L. He hadn't counted on Light making any other friends nothing about. Light spoke of social interactions simply for the sake of them. And yet here he was, clearly fixated on the boy. Perhaps it was a ploy to throw L off his tail? But then, why not just choose a girl? It'd certainly be easier, more socially acceptable. Choosing a boy lent a certain honesty to the situation. Made Light vulnerable in a way that L didn't think he would do if this was simply an elaborate ploy. But this only proved even more difficult. He'd have to somehow work around Tom Riddle. But how? He couldn't pretend to have affections for the boy as well. Firstly, he'd be terrible at pretending to be in any kind of relationship, and secondly, Light wouldn't take kindly to that. His initial idea had been to befriend Light, either to lull him into a false sense of security, or if he was too smart for that, use the ploy of friendship to test him. Well, he supposed to himself there wasn't any reason he could do that to both of them, right? If he'd ever had an 8 a.m. class at Hogwarts, he couldn't recall it. And for that, he was grateful. For they were truly a curse upon society, and an event which he would never befall onto even his most horrid adversaries. Well, perhaps to Voldemort. But considering the late Tom Riddle's obsession with knowledge, he probably took 8 a.m.s voluntarily. Harry shuddered at the thought. Criminology 101 found him peering blearily from sleepy eyes, the projector in front of him one blurry mass. He'd gotten there a bit early, taking a far spot in the corner where hopefully he'd go by unnoticed. His plans were foiled when the slumped figure of L slouched over to where he was, seating himself in the chair directly next to him. Harry prayed for a moment he wouldn't say anything. He wanted to help L, sure, in regards to the fact he was also attempting to stop Light. Enemy of my enemy and all that, but that certainly didn't mean he wanted to talk to him. Couldn't sleep? The other boy turned to him, looking at him with those wide, dark eyes. Something about them just as unnerving as Ryuk's demon ones. He rubbed a palm on his eyes, if only for an excuse not to look at him. Yeah, sort of. And I'm not used to waking up this early. It is quite early, isn't it? L pondered, tapping his chin. I wouldn't know, however. I rarely sleep during the week. Well, that would explain the dark circles under his eyes. He was saved from having to carry the conversation further when Light walked up from behind them. Wow, you guys are here early. He greeted cheerily, pulling the seat on the other side of Harry, and sitting himself unnecessarily close to him. He tried to think of an unobtrusive way to scoot away from him. I couldn't sleep. He smiled sheepishly, hoping to look like a typical freshman. I was too nervous. Me too. Light agreed, lowering his voice. I was too excited. The class was filled at this point, and their professor coughed loudly to be heard over the din of murmuring voices. The material of Criminology 101 was exactly what he had expected it to be, a lot of stuff he didn't understand, making for a relatively boring morning. What he couldn't have predicted was Light steadily moving closer to him, until he was so close their elbows bumped whenever they wrote. He'd catch him looking at him from the corner of his eye. Whenever Harry turning to meet his gaze, he only held his eyes, smiling softly. Harry didn't smile back, but if anything it only made Light try harder. The guy really wasn't used to losing. He'd make comments too. Little jokes that Harry would smile at, if only because it was a benign response. On his other side, L was a wall of silence. An hour of this strange, one-sided flirting and the class was let out. Light once again extracting a promise of lunch from Harry before taking off for his next class. Above him, Ryuk laughed and laughed and laughed. Harry assumed most of it was at him. Harry ducked out of the classroom and into the hallway swiftly, hoping to find a quick exit out of the university, if only for a few hours until lunch. L followed him out, though, and seemed intent to silently walk a step behind him for the duration of the hall. He finally spoke as they reached the end. You and Yagami-kun seem to be good friends. Harry was struck oddly by the question, aware enough to know something was off about the way L was looking at him, but unsure of what it meant. He stopped and turned to face L fully. I suppose? He hedged. We see each other often enough. He's in a lot of my classes. Acquaintances, then? L soldiered on, his dark eyes peering up at him. Sure, yeah. The brunette nodded. Nice enough bloke. Bloke? L repeated softly. Nothing about the way he said the word was Japanese though. There was a tinge of the accent there, a true native then. Yes, that's right, you're from Britain, aren't you? Harry grinned at him. You are too, I see. I'm an orphan. At this, Harry blinked. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What was he to say to something like that? Also, who said that so abruptly in polite conversation? Either L had some sort of plot in mind or he really was just that socially inept. I don't have a lot of friends. L began anew, looking at Harry with what could only be considered a grieved expression. Coupled with the baggy clothes and slouched posture, it truly made for a sympathetic picture. Of course, Harry knew enough about L to know it was some sort of ploy. I consider us friends, Ryuga-san. He smiled then, warmly. He was being somewhat genuine about it, too. L was an alright guy. When he wasn't breaking the law he so ferociously protected for his own gain, and not being a downright asshole. There was something curious to L's face then. Had he found what he was looking for? Why do you study law, Riddle-kun? L abruptly changed the subject. Harry almost made a face at the name. What do you mean? There must have been some reason you chose to study criminology over everything else. Why? I believe in justice, I guess. Harry supposed aloud. He'd always thought he'd had a pretty serious conviction of right and wrong, a morality he'd always prided himself that had been called into question more times than he'd like since he became the Death King. There's so much corruption in this world. It may be innate in human nature, but I don't believe it's right. Someone has to stop it.
Elumed.
Revenge, then?
No.
Harry protested vehemently, before recalling his life. Why had he killed Voldemort? Revenge? Maybe a little bit. The guy had fucked up a lot of things in his life. Pressure? Because everyone was looking to him like it was his fate? The prophecy? What made it right for him to kill Voldemort him over anyone else? Why anyone at all? Damn it, his thoughts were circling again. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. No one's above the law, is what he ended up with. Except him, no one should be above the law. He swallowed. There's no such thing as judgment. You don't just get to choose who you can exact judgment on and who you can't. Who gets to decide things like that. That sounds the exact opposite of the law. Harry let out a frustrated noise. That's not what I meant. I just mean, if you're in a position where you can exact justice onto others, that's a big responsibility. You have to be held to a higher standard. That's why I can't stand corrupt politicians. When you're deciding for more than just yourself, you have to acknowledge that and make the best decisions for them, not you. He closed his mouth abruptly, realizing just who he was talking to. Probably the last person he should be ranting to about people in power doing underhanded things. What was even worse, everything he said reminded him vaguely of what Ryuk had said to him, what Grindlewald had said, what Dumbledore had said. For the greater good. Even now, those words burned in his heart like a brand, searing the flesh there and causing anger to stir in the pit of his stomach. Anger and guilt, because wasn't that what he had done? Offed Voldemort for the greater good? I should really get to class, he said, standing up and beginning to pack up his things. You don't have class right now, L said matter-of-factly, like the idea of him knowing Harry's schedule wasn't completely weird. Harry didn't bother to reply though, swinging his bag over his shoulder and hastily shuffling off. L watched him go, debating on the outcome of their encounter. It was somewhat favorable for him. Clearly he'd have to try a little harder to be nicer to the boy, or at least a little more tactful. He'd never needed to win someone over, didn't have the practice of making people your friends to gain the advantage over them, and wasn't good at it. He'd never actually had a friend before an equal. He shook his head. No, that wasn't right. Tom wasn't an equal. He was a part of the game. A piece in the elaborate chess game he and Light had spun, a wrench thrown in but nonetheless a tool to be used against each other. He was a pawn. The only question L still had unanswered was whose pawn he would be. Of course, neither L nor Light could realize that Harry wasn't the pawn at all. He was the king. Come a little closer. Very sorry for any grammatical errors, it's hot off the press. In some ways, Harry thought L unnerved him more than Light did. He'd been thinking on the Dark Lord quite often these days, which was a great misfortune unto itself, pondering all he knew about the imminent circumstances of Tom Riddle's life that almost seemed preordained since beyond his birth. Harry, however grudgingly, admitted that most of it wasn't actually the Dark Lord's fault. He'd never asked his mother to feed his father involuntary love potions, nor did he, subsequently, wish for her immediate death upon his birth. He most certainly didn't ask for the orphanage, nor for his caretakers or his aggressive fellow orphans. Granted, Harry wouldn't doubt that intrinsically he was born with a lot of what made him what he ended up being. It was debatable how much of what came where, but the end result, as all wizards old enough to speak know, was the greatest and most feared Dark Lord in history. And Light Yagami had the exact same makings. Harry barked out a laugh. Did that make him Dumbledore? His laughter quickly subsided as his stomach turned at the thought. Warily, he eyed the toilet behind him. The sickness subsided in a moment, leaving him with a disconcerted emptiness which lingered like a coiled serpent in his stomach. The wan spill of light in the bathroom made him look more tired than usual. Older even. Perhaps he really was Dumbledore. The more important part of the analogy lay in the fact that Light was quickly becoming Voldemort. Not for the first time Harry wished he could simply off the boy now. It'd only take a pen stroke or two. Nothing entirely extravagant. No bright crack of green light. No intent at all, but quickly reminded himself of all the reasons not to. This wasn't his battle. It wasn't his place. But, perhaps most importantly, no justice would be served. He'd have to be tried, Harry thought, grimly. He'd have to sit in front of a trial. He'd have to be judged by his own Kindermanson, the most fair and just manner Harry knew. The court system. Like, Yagami would have to go through what Voldemort should have gone through, what Harry should have made him go through. A hearing for his crimes in front of all of the wizarding world for all of the wizarding world to vote on. Harry doubted they would have asked for a different outcome, but the fact remained that it shouldn't have been his decision to make alone. Prophecy be damned. There could have been worse torture for him than a quick death. Harry blinked, disheveling his glasses as he rubbed at his eyes and looked upon his reflection blearily. Ah, here he was, once more contemplating on his most feared nemesis. It seemed that even in death the Dark Lord would forever haunt him, be it in flesh or in memory. But Harry couldn't help thinking of him. Not when his would-be successor was waiting for him out in the quad. The young Death King took a deep breath, readjusting his glasses and attempting to maneuver his hair into something manageable. It didn't work. A date with the devil, he thought, with a morbid thrill of hysteria. How fitting. Light tapped his foot irately onto the pavement. A nonsensical, almost involuntary movement that, once he noticed, he quickly put an end to. It wouldn't do for the future king of humanity to have such a foolish plebeian tick. He checked his watch, looked up, and then checked it again. 5 minutes. In the grand scheme of things, 5 minutes looked rather irrelevant. It wasn't late. Not quite. And yet, Light had never been stood up before. Ever since boyhood, he'd had a face carved of marble, as if Donatello himself had caressed every curve and swoop into his very skin. He had a mind touched by Da Vinci, and a smile so deceiving, so very curious, that not even the master's own hand could ever hope to capture it. The makings of a king, he'd always thought so. Born into a banal, contemporary family in a banal, contemporary home. But he would make something of himself. He always knew it, as did everyone else who'd ever had the fortune of meeting him. They too had known he was marked for greatness, lapping at his heels for a lick of attention. Everyone, it seemed, but Tom. Light scowled, checked his watch again. 10 minutes. Oh. Ryuk chortled, hanging upside down in a nearby tree. Light, I think you might have been stood up. Nonsense. Light hissed, quietly, darting a cautious look around the quad, in case anyone was in earshot. It was mostly deserted. Still, there was no need to draw undue attention to himself. He's simply running late. He's probably held up in a class. I thought you said he didn't have any classes right now? Ryuk grinned winsomely. If possible, Light scowled further. That's creepy, by the way, Ryuk added, swinging himself back and forth. You memorizing his schedule? Of course it's not. Light scoffed. And at any rate, he had to. It wasn't as if L would let a detail like that go unnoticed, and the last thing he wanted to do was give L any kind of upper hand when it came to Tom. Light had made the first move. Light had gained the upper hand, and he downright refused to allow L any sort of leeway to usurp him. L was foolish if he thought Light hadn't discovered his game. Between the two of them, there wasn't a soul who came close to their intellectual prowess. They were leagues ahead of anyone in this school, and L knew it. He must have picked his attendance here carefully, Light surmised. He must have known that inserting himself into a school like this would force Light to interact with him, force Light to acknowledge him, to spring Light into his mind games, and drag him into L's territory. And to do so would be folly indeed. With the unforeseen advent of Tom, Light had an out. So perhaps Tom wasn't particularly intelligent nor attractive, yet there was something striking to his countenance, but nothing overwhelming, nothing grand, nothing that L would assume would grab Light's attention. L would see him dating a supermodel or a movie star, something that would fit Light's persona, fit Kira's persona. And Tom was the exact opposite of that. Just noteworthy enough to be remarked upon with some prominent significance, but still dispossessed of any legitimate, outstanding qualities. He was the perfect person to blindside L, have him question Light's intentions for a while, debate how genuine Light's attraction may be. With Tom in the picture, Light had a reason to maneuver his way out of L after all. What could the smartest, most capable detective in the world say to a bit of romance? What possible ulterior motive could L find in the sanctity of love? Yes, Tom was perfect indeed. He'd be Light's to manipulate, to use to lead L off his trail. Unfortunately, he hadn't counted on Tom's opinion on the matter. But how could he not want Light? The question itself was unfathomable. On the surface, Light was everything that anyone could hope for. Attractive, intelligent, witty, and insightful. Light was often told one of his best features was his charm and delightful sense of humor. The fact of the matter remained, however artificial most of these qualities may stand to be, that they were exactly the kinds of things everyone looked for in relationships. In fact, they were all the kinds of things. Again, everyone may not be synonymous with Tom. Hyuk, hyuk, hyuk. Ryuk continued to laugh, taking to the sky with one great swoop of his wings. His raucous, grating voice carried into the skies. Sorry I'm late, came a cheery voice from behind him. Tom Riddle picked a few stray leaves out of his hair, looking for all the world like he'd stumbled out of some girl's shoujo manga. The cherry blossoms danced behind him and sparkles of petals fluttered to the ground in their wake, coating Tom and the world around him in an ephemeral glow. I had this awful run-in with the coffee machine in the student lounge. You wouldn't believe the stuff that's actually in that thing. It must be some kind of safety hazard, Light could secretly admit that there was something rather charming about the other boy. It was his naivety Light decided upon. The innocuous little smile that played with his lips and the bright, honest crinkle in his eye. However crucial to his machinations this young, guileless boy may be, Light knew he wouldn't have much issue with this particular facade. Well, for your sake I'm glad it didn't. He responded with a blinding smile of his own. Tom blinked at it, looking almost caught off guard. His hair tousled about him wildly in the wind. Light could have sworn there was more color to his cheeks than usual. Yes, right. Tom agreed hastily, shaking his head. It would be most unfortunate, wouldn't it? Death by coffee machine. Most unfortunate. Light nodded, placing an almost harmless hand on the small of Tom's back, leading him out of the quad. He'd intentionally picked a restaurant not far enough from campus to be noteworthy, but with enough distance to give him time to pick out any of L's minions in the crowd. Unfortunate but rather original, don't you think? Tom chuckled weakly, stiff beneath Light's hand. Around them, campus thinned as they turned the corner onto a more secluded road. If that's a way of looking at death, then I suppose so, yes. Tom admitted, sounding somewhat reluctant to even admit that at all. Come now, Light continued merrily, pleased with this turn in conversation. Surely you don't see the bit of humor in it? Perhaps. Tom answered flatly. His gaze was fixated far into the distance. I don't find much about death humorous. Well, yes, there really isn't all that much humor to find in the subject. Light steered them down the street with a firm, guiding hand, surreptitiously watching for followers. With Ryuk flying off like that, he wouldn't have the Shinigami's whimsy to protect him. He eyed the reflection of the street in a nearby store window, mostly deserted. Perfect. He'd be able to pick out any of L's associates easily. It's not much of a nice subject at all, this is true. Of course, it's a necessary fact of life. Unfortunate but necessary. Not always. A hard look crossed Light's eye. He glanced at Tom, and noted that whatever complacent expression had donned his face earlier had long since drifted off, revealing an austere, almost aged look to his face. Still, Light narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected such difficulty. You don't believe in death as a necessity? Even for society as a whole to continue to function. I don't believe in killing. Tom refuted, shaking his head. They paused at a crosswalk. Light frowned. Not even for a cause? Tom didn't respond. The lights changed signals, and they crossed the street with a brisk pace. And then finally, softly, yet with so much visceral heat beneath its surface. No. My parents were killed for a causa foolish and stupid cause indeed. Light visibly drew back. Oh. His mind whirled, attempting to keep hold of the conversation. I'm so sorry to hear that. I didn't mean to imply.
No.
Tom cut him off, voice still just above a whisper. You did. Light stopped, stricken, unsure of how the topic had ran away from him so effectively. When normally he was a master at the reins of conversation. Tom seemed to visibly collect himself, shaking his head and spreading a wan smile onto his face. Alas, I believe we've gone into quite unbecoming subjects. Perhaps it's best to simply let them be. Also, might this be the restaurant you were referring to? Light looked up, finally noticing his surroundings. Yes, this is. He blinked, wondering how they came to stop here, and inwardly shook himself out of his stupor. It wouldn't do to let Tom throw him off his game. Not with L undoubtedly near. Excellent eye, Tom. How did you guess this was the one? He stepped into the restaurant, greeted immediately with the spicy smell of Thai herbs and the sweet waft of coconut milk. Well, Tom replied with dark bemusement as he followed after him. It does say Thai on the front. L eyed the establishment warily. It was exactly the kind of dive students would flock to, dingy on the inside, composed predominantly of trashy college students skipping class, intent on a cheap meal. The small, cramped space sizzled with smoke from the grill, a waft of aromatic spices blanketing the entire room in one fell swoop. None of his agent would fit into a hole in the wall like this, not with everyone dressed in trendy attire, loud and youthful. L doubted if even he could pass in a place like this, young as he was. No, L glowered, vaguely annoyed. Light had won this round. Or so he thought. L pivoted on his foot, trudging back along the sidewalk and dangling his phone to his ear. What are he greeted with little fanfare as the dial tone ended. I need surveillance on 132 Takawa Street, and a feed into the cameras inside. Yes. And then, after a few moments and an indistinct noise, they seem to be lacking in cameras. Of course they are.
Elle muttered.
Played by Light Yagami once again. Or was he even doing any of this unintentionally? It was difficult to tell. On the one hand, he really could be that kind of cheap college student. On the other, he might have been keenly aware that a place like this wouldn't have that kind of surveillance. How about CCTV? L returned. It's possible. What Ari allowed. However, you'd have to check personally and connect into the feed manually. Manually it is, then.
Elle sighed.
Thank you, what Ari. Have Weedy come by to connect into the cameras. Of course. 15 minutes and 1,500 yen lost in bribery. L was seated in the dank storage closet at the back of the store, Weedy by his side. He'd managed to squeak out access to the restaurant's cameras through sheer virtue of determination. That, and his fluency in Thai. Either way he'd managed it, and Weedy had set up recording for him to personally peruse at a later date in more detail. For now, however, they'd gotten the employees to face the camera toward Light and Tom's table without too much fanfare. And though the quality was poor at best, undecipherable at worst, it could be worse. He could have had to somehow find a way to inconspicuously blend into the crowd. So, Weedy kicked her feet up, tipping her chair back. Is there a reason you're totally third-wheeling on this date?
Elle sighed inwardly.
It's not third-wheeling. He'd forgotten about Weedy's unfortunate tendency for conversation. Oh? She tilted her head toward the side. Then, what would you like to call hiding in this closet spying on them? Are you trying to bang one of them? Is that what this is? Please stop being intentionally obtuse. He remarked without looking away from the screen, though currently, not much was happening. He thought he could make out Tom fiddling with the salt shaker, but that was debatable. And Light was, of course, turned away from the camera. It seemed his luck wasn't running out anytime soon. L refused to believe Light had so soundly outsmarted him on T-sit. Absolutely must be luck. You know this is for a case. Which case? Weedy continued, questioning. You also know I can't answer that. She blew a raspberry, tipping back even further until the back of her chair hit the wall. How long will this be? Depends. He attempted to turn his attention back towards the camera. A small, almost inexpressive smile lingered upon Tom's face, strained and creasing around his eyes. L squinted, peering further into the screen. Or wait, was that a frown? It was so difficult to tell. One of Light's hands lay weirdly close to Tom's, stationary on the table. Was he attempting to hold his hand? Had Tom backed away? He wanted to curse this foolish restaurant for such useless security measures. How were they supposed to see anything with such poor quality cameras? To the untrained eye, these two were truly just two men casually hanging out. The romantic matter was mostly debatable. Was he doing that purposefully? Not for the first time since Tom had unintentionally sat himself smack in the middle of L's machinations. He cursed the boy's existence. If Tom had simply not existed, wouldn't be second-guessing himself so thoroughly. He'd had Light figured out for the most part. Kira had been complacent in his arrogance. He'd been predictable. He cared for no other aside from himself and remained oriented towards his goal, using others as pawns in his schemes. And was Tom just another ploy in his scheme? Was he something more? How was L to know? He'd profiled Light as a narcissistic psychopath, who wouldn't have the ability to truly love in any legitimate regard. This would make whatever relationship he was pursuing with Tom, be it a platonic friendship or romantic affair, a fraud, a front to lead L off his trail. But his trail of what? Or maybe it was a legitimate relationship. Maybe he really did see something in Tom. Was he still a psychopath, then incapable of love?
Elle scowled.
No, he didn't like second-guessing himself at all. And I'd never have had to, he glowered thoughtfully, if that foolish boy hadn't so foolishly sat between us. L tried to remind himself that Tom was an innocent in this. He hadn't intentionally meant to upend all of L's careful machinations. Tom was just a civilian caught in the crosshairs of two warring sides. The boy on the screen, as if sensing his thoughts, smiled brightly. The quick flash made L blink, almost as if the occurrence had happened specifically to remind L that Tom had nothing to do with either he nor Light. He was just an unfortunate soul put in the middle. It wasn't right to hate him, no matter how difficult he'd made L's current circumstance. I've seen one of them before. Weedy leaned forward abruptly, squinting into the screen, just as Light turned into profile, speaking quickly to the waitress. That one, with the smile. Who's he again? That's really of no concern. L bit out. He liked to have his associates as ignorant to his cases as possible, if only for their safety. Weedy pouted. And the other one? She pointed to Tom, who was shaking his head at something. Also none of your concern. He reminded. If possible, she pouted further. No fair at all. She scoffed, crossing her arms and leaning back. Well, I hope neither of them are wanted felons. They're both very cute. Felons. Ha! Try psychopathic mass murderer. Felon was putting it mildly. Harry had to visibly shake himself out of his reverie. Every few moments an indistinct image of Tom Riddle Jr. would slowly fade over the countenance of Light's face, creating a warped perception of both the Dark Lord and the mass murderer Kira, reminding Harry of a dim, dreary opening of stone, and the slide of scales against wet rock, the spill or orange hair in murky water, the fluttering of Ginny's lashes as she fought for life, and the burning, smoldering gaze of the Dark Lord Voldemort, peering into his soul, as if to see into the reflection of his own that resided in there. Don't you think? Harry blinked. I'm sorry? Light chuckled, shaking his head with a soft smile. Harry frowned involuntarily at the motion. Even that looked so fluid, so practiced, so natural. He had to remind himself that nothing of this was natural, just as Tom Riddle had so easily manipulated those around him with his beautiful face. Light Yagami did the same. It was all a facade, Harry reminded himself. This boy was using him. I was saying how I thought our criminology class was a little bit easy. Is it? Harry tilted his head. To be quite honest, he had no idea. He'd never attended an actual Muggle class. At least not since primary. Perhaps it's not the most challenging, Harry allowed, deciding he may as well fake an opinion. But I find the material stimulating. Yeah, I think so too. But then again, I'm kind of a nut about this kind of stuff. I kind listen to it all day long. Light laughed, a little depreciatingly. Well, it is interesting. Harry nodded. It gives you a lot to think about. I can see how you can get so immersed in it. So you want to go into law when you graduate? Light asked. Harry paused. Did he? He was saved from having to formulate an answer immediately by the waitress scuttling over with a haggard look, depositing their food off the mountain in her arms, before carrying forward without a backwards glance. Harry didn't mind much though. The dish she laid down in front of him looked appealing enough. It also looked nothing like anything he'd ever had before. He was quickly beginning to see the appeal of Asian food, all the flavors and spices. Being here in Tokyo had also truly opened his eyes to sushi. Great invention that it was. There's the bright side to this whole mess, he thought morbidly. I'm trying new foods. Now if only he could get the house elves at Hogwarts to make something similar. How'd you find this place? He changed the subject swiftly, pretending that he hadn't heard, or had simply forgotten, Light's previous question. This place? Light paused in his mouthful of noodles. He chewed thoughtfully, and then after clearing his throat, it was introduced to me by a friend. A friend? Harry thought derisively. Yeah, right. Harry doubted Light even knew the meaning of friends. This, however, gave him pause. Because if Light had picked this place out intentionally, then why? Was this just another act in the never-ending theatrical play that was the elaborate scheme between Light and L? And if so, how? Harry decided that, to be quite frank, he simply didn't want to know. Thinking about their mind games gave his mind a headache, so he attempted to stave away from that particular topic as much as possible. Anyway, he could just ask Ryuk what Light was planning. Harry decided to simply let it slide. Well, I like it. What is this called again? He gestured to the plate full of noodles. Duck curry? Light raised a brow and then, smiling. Sometimes I forget you're not from around here. Your accent is so misleading. Harry scratched the back of his neck, not really up to the task of explaining off the translation spell. I've been told I have a way with languages. They're not entirely a lie. Light raised a brow. That you do. In a flurry of soundless motion, Ryuk deposited himself from the ceiling headfirst, spreading his wings and diving in front of Harry's face with a loud boo. Harry very nearly jolted, and only just managed to catch himself in time, schooling his face into impressive impassivity. Meanwhile, Light didn't even seem fazed in the slightest. Not even a flicker of emotion passed through his face. No valid physical reaction at all aside from the slight narrowing of his eyes. Ryuk stared him down with a delighted, sprawling grin. His hollowed, yellow eyes seemed to engrave themselves into Harry's own with a certain, calamitous intent. The moment passed abruptly, and he swiveled his head in 180 degrees to turn and face Light. "Hi, Light," he greeted with cheer. "How are you? How's the date going?" Harry, taking the inopportune moment to sip from his water, narrowly missed choking. Light made no move to reply, picking up his chopsticks and bringing his noodles to his mouth, blowing lightly. He took a bite and then, after he had swallowed, "This is pad thai," he said, gesturing to his own plate. "It's a very traditional Thai dish, also, I'd say, the most popular. And then, care to try?" Harry flushed. Oh no, I'm quite all right, thank you." "No, really, it's delicious." Harry wondered how he managed to get himself into these situations, and perhaps more pertinently, how he was supposed to get himself out of them. He shook his head. "I'm good, really. I'll be quite full with my own." "Well, this date doesn't look to be going all that well. Are you sure he's into you, Light?" Ryuk chortled. Light narrowed his eyes. "No, really, I insist." And suddenly, like an abrupt shift in Harry's vision, he could see the glowing, demonic presence which cloaked itself like shrouding darkness around Light. An almost inhuman, inherent malignant turn to his face, the color of his eyes perhaps, which quite quickly reminded Harry of just who was in front of him. Dining with the devil himself indeed. Well, Harry swallowed, abruptly overcome with the desire for his wand. "If you insist." The psychopath brought his chopsticks to Harry, managing to pass directly through Ryuk. Harry almost gagged at the thought of eating something which so easily passed through Ryuk's bowels, before he braced himself and gingerly opened his mouth. The food was, well, objectively quite good. The act in which he'd had it, though, left something sour in his stomach. It reminded him of where he was, and who he was with. On the surface, Harry thought, it may seem like a casual outing among friends or more than friends, if Light's current actions were to be trusted, but Harry knew it would never be something so simple. Light, Ryuk chuckled. "Are you doing that for the cameras? That's not very nice. I feel like you're scaring your date. He doesn't look to be having a good time." "Are you having a good time?" Light asked, a charming smile sliding over his face. The illusion vanished in front of Harry's eyes, leaving an enchanting boy in its wake. "Yes," Harry answered, softly, the word like dust on his tongue. "I am." His eye briefly flittered above Light's head and, true to Ryuk's words, the beady, omniscient eye of a camera stared back at him. "Want to know a secret, Light?" Ryuk maneuvered himself upside down until he perched himself on the edge of their table, a gargoyle of death between the salt and pepper shakers. Ryuk moved in, so close that his lips would have brushed Light's hair if he wanted. "L is here," he breathed, and there a flicker of movement, of recognition, in Light's eyes. Immediately, Light reached out towards Harry. His eyes glowed alight with false emotion. "Tom," he breathed. Harry jerked in Light's grasp. "Tom." The falter in Light's voice was so beautiful. Such a gentle, lilting thing. Such a fraud. "Tom, I've never met anyone like you before. You're so captivating." "Captivating, am I?" Harry thought with a snort. "I've barely said 10 words to you." He tilted his head, the face of a Greek god framed in a halo of crisping gold wisps of hair. "Would you want to do this again sometime?" Harry didn't have to feign his indecisiveness. Well, I don't know. I'll have to think on it." "Would that be okay?" Of course it would. The false smile fit so perfectly in his teeth. "I wouldn't mind at all. Take your time." "Thanks." Harry pulled his hand away. "This man is a monster." Harry thought. This was no Tom Riddle, no jaded boy wandering down the wrong path. This was a monster of its own making, so far down in its deeds that it bled the color of hell. This was no Tom Riddle. There was no redemption to be found here. Hours later, in a cloaking veil of hovering darkness, a set of luminescent eyes studied the exact same scene, over and over again. Each time, he was drawn to the exact moment where another pair of eyes seemed to stare into his own, a shade of inexplicit verdant green, of which he could never decipher, met his own in the startling slip of a moment. Perhaps, however, it wasn't the shade that L pondered on the most. It was the emotion that gripped the striking color. It had him crouched here in the enveloping darkness, wondering on what it was, wondering on its origins. Because L was fairly sure that in that exact moment of time, dining with a mass murderer in a restaurant full of unknowing students, Tom Riddle had looked into his eyes, and L had saw something like fear. Review. I can't actually get them in my mail anymore. What's going on? But I do come onto the site and read them. However, if you need to PM me for any reason, go to my site and contact me there. There should be a link on my profile page. Drones in the Valley. Everybody praised Tycho. Without him, I doubt this chapter would have ever come to existence. I apologize for the people who wanted self-righteous BMF Harry, who judiciously strikes everyone down because he is God, pretty much, and can do what he pleases. IMO Harry would be the opposite. Harry would be the guy who randomly woke up and found himself God, and then tried to do everything in his power to get away from himself. Why this characterization of Harry speaks to me so much, but it does. I love the idea of him being the most powerful man in the world and wanting nothing to do with himself. Harry wandered somewhat aimlessly around the grounds before the sprawling castle. A non-existent wind had blown the upside-down structure a bit to the left, and as a result the staircase to the front steps had gotten more tangled up in the air than usual, and Harry didn't want to chance the idea of walking up it when there was still such a chance it might blow over. He could have flown up there, of course. Even though he'd never flown with wings, the experience was rather intrinsic. Much like floating or flying on a broom. He tilted his head upward, into the gray sky. Something arbitrary stopped him from doing so, however. He wondered absent-mindedly what it was. He stopped his involuntary pacing and rested at the bottom of the staircase. Above him, the stars groaned in the silent wind, twisting and curling like a long, pale ribbon connecting the castle to the ground. He felt about as lost as the castle right now. Lost and for seconds away from blowing away in the wind. Harry digressed. He wasn't entirely sure what he had been expecting, what with postponing his existential crisis for a good 5 years or so. The death note was a heavy, insurmountable weight in his hands. He sat there for some time, a flickering figure in an unsubstantial landscape, the only swath of color in a grayscale world. Eternity could have blown through, looped around again, and one would not be able to tell from the world unfurling around him. Nothing changed in this timeless, decrepit place. Nothing, perhaps, but Harry. He split the spine open, staring into the pensive lines of paper as if they could possibly hold any answers for him. In the space behind his eyes he could see the subtle tilt of light Yagami's head, the narrowing of his demonic eyes and the slight curve of his lips, and in the quiet places of the memory the distinction between light Yagami and Tom Riddle blurred again. He looked back down at the book in his hands. Would he have killed the Dark Lord with this book if he had the chance? He pondered this. Probably. A soundless figure dropped from the sky. Harry did not look up, even as black feathers fluttered quietly around him, diffused in the retrograde light of the benign sun. The monster's figure loomed above him, blanketing him in a pattern of darkness. When the Death King finally turned upwards, the dark silhouette of Ryuk towered over him, nothing discernible but for the outline of gold burning at the edges of his profile. "It's light out," Harry said, nonsensically. "The sun does that sometimes." Ryuk agreed. Sunset, Harry's mind supplied. The lamp posts at the forefront of the staircase were off, the light casting ominous shadows in their wake. He'd never seen a sunset here in the world of death. He'd also never seen a sun. Harry shut the book with a thud, standing. He barely cusped Ryuk's shoulder, and over the hedge of dark feathers, he could see a blinding light off in the indeterminable distance. "He's calling you." Ryuk turned to him, as if picking up a thread of conversation that Harry has long forgotten. Do you hear it? Yes. Harry replied. Harry, a voice says in the silent wind. Harry, I'm waiting for you. He knew who it is. Ryuk tilted his head. Will you go to him? Did he have anything better to do with his life? Sure, he said, agreeably. Where is he? Ryuk turned his head skyward. Above them, the castle floated in the breeze. An amalgamation of winding towers and elaborate embellishments. Ryuk pointed to the tip of the towersome ways sideways. Harry sighed, opened his wings and flew. There was an old man precariously balanced on the edge of the terrace, surrounded by dilapidated, but exotic spires strung up from the tops of the castle. The sun remained a blinding presence behind him, paneling the ground beneath him in long shafts of gold and yellow. Privately, Harry could admit that he'd never quite seen something as beautiful as light in the world of death. It was certainly a sight to see, almost as much as the man in front of him. So when did you die? Harry asked without preamble. Oh, not too long ago, replied Grindlewald, airy and conversational. They could have been talking of the weather, for all the inflection given in his voice. It was quite the show, you know. You should have come to watch. I can imagine. Harry intoned flatly. What a spectacle it must have been. Was he burned at the stake? He could imagine quite a few people finding great perverse pleasure in that. The Muggle way? Disinterestedly, Harry wondered how, exactly, the death penalty was enacted in the wizarding world. With an Avada Kedavra? But who casted it? He also couldn't imagine that his presence went unnoticed. Grindlewald turned over his shoulder. Harry could not make out anything discernible about his expression, nothing but one burning blue eye visible in the searing light. And how are you, Harry? Harry blinked. How do you mean? He felt as if perhaps this was all a dream. It certainly made about as much sense as one. Grindlewald turned around fully at that. He looked just about as Harry had imagined. Old, tired, and resigned. You seem to be faring quite poorly. Harry blinked rapidly. And how, exactly, am I supposed to be faring? Well, Grindelwald appraised, something like mirth lighting in his eyes. If I was you, I'm sure I would have merrily offed most of the human race in favor of my own gains. I think I'll pass on that. Harry cut in dry. The homicidal old man gave him a smile, though it was bereft of any significant emotion. I am though, I suppose. Harry sighed. Faring poorly. I wish the Hallows had never come to me at all. I think you would. Grindelwald agreed, quite serious. You have always struck me as a pacifist in a most inopportune situation. Tell me, Harry, do you believe violence can be justified? Absolutely not, answered the Death King immediately. Grindelwald snorted. Irony, he muttered, shaking his head. Harry blinked a few more times. What is a pacifist? One who does not believe war or violence is the answer, explained Grindelwald. Does this not strike you as familiar? It does. Harry nodded. The wizarding world would have had the Dark Lord hung for the world to see. Grindelwald noted, austere. They would have rejoiced at the sight. They did rejoice, I believe, at his death, as they did at mine. But you derived no pleasure in the demise of your Dark Lord Voldemort. And you would not have found solace in mine. Harry swallowed, looking away. In the distance, mountains of jewels glimmered in the flawless light. Even then, however, they were devoid of any significant vivacity. The world rolled out beneath him in an eternal stretch of wasteland. Nothing but the overbearing dome of the sky to enclose it. He could privately admit that he wasn't all that surprised that Grindelwald could see into all he had to hide. At times he felt he was the only one on this earth who could never find a reason to harm someone else, even the man who slayed his own parents, who was accountable for the deaths of thousands, who was personally accountable for the deaths of many of his friends. He should have relished that moment. The clarity of the Dark Lord falling to his knees, the shock in his eyes as he fell into the dust. But all that lingered in his soul in that moment was indifference. Perhaps you were meant to be Death King after all, the Dark Lord surmised. Certainly there is no one else who would find such little pleasure in it. Why me? Harry blurted. Why not you? Grindelwald shrugged. Perhaps simple fortune. Harry, I would not know. There was a stone that burned its way into his pocket no matter how many times he threw it away. a wand that always ended up in his trunk, whether he had snapped it in two or returned it to Dumbledore's grave. There was a cloak that sat as a quiet presence at the foot of his bed, as if to remind him that death would never find him. Harry feared he already knew the answer. He moved to sit next to the most dangerous wizard to have ever lived, crouching at the end of the ledge. He felt as if the blinding light should give him some small comfort, a flicker of warmth. There was nothing, no cold or warmth to be found in this world. The cloak. Harry found himself asking an almost arbitrary question. When did you get it? Grindelwald looked slightly surprised at this. Why, Harry, did you not know? Harry turned his face away from the light. Know what? I killed your grandfather, said the dead Dark Lord, slowly. The Potter Manor had been a base of operations for Dumbledore's men at the time. I overtook it and took the cloak for my own. For some time, actually. Dumbledore retrieved it when all my personal items were seized. I assume he must have given it back to your father. Is that why that place was burned to the ground? Harry wondered, aloud. I'm sure I had something to do with that, yes. Grindelwald's lips upturned slightly. Harry looked towards the old man, and he to him. It appeared as if Grindelwald was expecting anger on his part. Perhaps, at some point, there would have been. But any inflection had long since left Harry, it seems, leaving little else but lament and regret in its wake. Harry shrugged. It was an ugly thing, anyway. He felt somewhat compelled to ask, why did you kill him? Your grandfather? Grindelwald's brows raised. Well, because he was there, I suppose. Somehow, this did not strike Harry as dishonest, nor surprising, nor even as alarming. The idea of death over such insignificance no longer appalled him as it should. Harry hugged his knees. You're right, he said at length. Maybe I am a pacifist. He turned his head back into the sun. Harry added bitterly, but these days I can't bring myself to feel much of anything anymore. Is that so? I met the most corrupted human in the world the other day. He sighed. I could stop him, you know. He kills hundreds every day like it's nothing, and it would take me just as little effort to kill him, too. He reminded me so much of Voldemort. It scared me. He scared you? Grindelwald tilted his head. Harry shook his head. No, I scared myself. Hewash was holding my hand, and I was sitting there, thinking to myself, well, I'm going to have to kill this one too. Harry could not decipher the look in Grindelwald's eyes. Not pity, nor empathy. Consideration, perhaps. I don't want to kill anyone anymore. He mumbled. I don't want to be Death King. Well, Harry, rest assured if I could somehow wrestle the title away from you, I would. As it is, I am set to live an eternity in this pitiful afterlife. Grindelwald said, quite cheerful. I'd put the title to excellent use. You'd just off everyone. Harry noted, cross. Oh no, I don't have the energy for that anymore, retorted the German merrily. But to that end, I also would not feel such remorse at tearing away at all this excess life. Harry chuckled, mirthlessly. I cautioned you for a reason, Harry. Grindelwald reminded, stern. I could see it then and I could see it now. You are no killer. Metaphorically and physically, the killing curse destroys you. The act of killing destroys you. It will besiege you if you are not careful, if you do not have the capacity for it. You do not have it in you. Some people do. I do. Your Lord Voldemort did. Certainly Dumbledore did. But you are different than us. You would see a peaceful resolution if you could. Thanks. This is not a good thing. Grindelwald laughed. Harry, the fact of the matter is there are people like me and your Dark Lord. If we had our way, we would watch the world burn. Light Yagami would do the same thing. What are you trying to say? That this world is no place for pacifists. Harry. Neither this one nor the one we've left behind. There is no room in this place of violence for a soul as kind and brave as yours. Harry did not know whether Grindelwald was offending him or not. He didn't know if he felt offended. A bit, perhaps. Even though the mass murderer's words were true. I should kill him, then. Oh yes, that would be best for all of humanity. Agreed Grindelwald, jovial. But would that be best for you? Harry blinked into the endless sun. I'm sorry? Often we forget how selfish it is to ask others for this task. It is no easy feat, taking a life. And as I have said, you are not fit for it. You'd see yourself to ruin if the world could have what it likes of you, their hero to slay all their foes. A tide of exasperation and resignation besieged him, the most prolific murderer in history, giving out sound advice. Must you be so wise? Well, that may be a bit of an exaggeration. Grindlewald mused, rubbing his beard appraisingly. In a lot of ways, his many similarities with Dumbledore are alarming as they are prolific. And you see, Harry, evil I may be, but I am old, and unfortunately with this age comes quite a bit of foresight. Harry blew a raspberry. Well, at least here you can't wreak havoc on society as we know it. And then, startled, why are you here? Quite, the belated question, but nothing about Grindelwald's presence had struck him as surprising. Grindelwald laughed. Consider it punishment for my deeds. The fake sun had long since set, leaving the world of death in a stasis between not night and not day. Harry didn't know where it went. Perhaps it maundered off for a time and came back when it grew bored of its travels. That made about as much sense as everything else in this forsaken place did. Rather absent-mindedly, he wondered if he could summon the sun back. Would it listen to him, as all other creatures of this lawless place did? You tell him why me? Well, I won't. Harry sighed, looking up from the neat arrangement of papers upon his desk. In the dark jaws of the hallway, he could make out the almost indiscernible shapes of his servants. In the dim light, the edges of their gaudy jewels sparkled slightly. You may as well stop arguing outside of my office and come in. Harry noted with exasperation. The shuffling and hushed, angered whispers fell silent. Gaku and Justin trudged sheepishly into the light of his office, looking as if they'd mauled each other out in the hallway. Gaku's strings of golden necklaces had fallen off down his shoulder, and Justin appeared to have entangled most of his bracelets in his ribs. Sorry, my liege. Justin bowed low. We were just having disagreements. Yes, I could deduce as much. Harry replied, dry. Can I help you too? Gaku shoved a hoof into Justin's side. This got about as lodged as the rest of Justin's bracelets, and for a moment the two struggled to pull the goat's foot out of the skeleton's ribcage. When they finally managed to break apart, after many minutes and a lot of broken jewelry, Justin coughed ineloquently. Well, you see, there is a bit of a situation. Harry narrowed his eyes slowly, deceptively calm. What kind of situation? The two shared a look, and then Gaku blurted, we didn't want you to get mad at us again, so we didn't make any bets or anything. Yes, that's wonderful. Harry made an impatient noise. But what is the situation? Well, another death note has appeared in the human world. Harry blinked. Excuse me? The two cowered back. Justin threw his hands up in the air. The majority of his bracelets clattered to the ground. We had nothing to do with it. Yes, we swear. Gaku nodded violently. I believe you. Harry answered quickly, much to the evident relief of the two Shinigami. But I still want to know who it was. The two shared another look. Remington. Harry turned to his windows. Between two panels of stained glass sat Daredevil. A terrifying figure cloaked in black, indiscernible for everything but his ominous scythe. Harry blinked. Do I know this Rem? Doubtful. Daredevil snorted. Rem is a strange one. Doesn't talk to much of anyone. Gaku agreed. Or gamble much. She keeps to herself and doesn't like humans at all. Wait, she? Harry balked, and then looked between all three of them. You have genders? Justin shrugged. I suppose. But they're rather meaningless, as we do not procreate. However, according to Jealous, who was a Shinigami who passed away, the intended use of— Oh, enough of that. Harry interrupted with a huff. Daredevil, would you mind bringing this Rem to me? I'd like to get this sorted out. Daredevil nodded, getting to his feet and drifting out the open window. Harry shook his head with a sigh. What is it with you Shinigami and messing around with the humans? Is it always like this? That may explain a lot about history, if so. Justin shook his head. No, my king. In fact, it's never been done before. Harry's mouth dropped. He closed it with suspended disbelief. So, what, it all just magically happened while I'm here? Justin shrugged. Looks that way. In Rem's defense, sputtered Gaku. It's not her fault that there is another death note. You see, the Shinigami Justin mentioned, Jealous, gave up his life to kill off a man who was intending to murder a young girl he had taken a liking to. This is one of the only ways a Shinigami can die, by interrupting fate and prolonging the life of someone who was intended to die. As a result, Rem came into the possession of 2 death notes. Harry's expression turned thoughtful. This Shinigami, jealous, he gave up his life for a human girl? Justin shifted uneasily. Well, yes, said the skeleton, looking at a loss for words. Harry mused aloud. That's almost touching. It doesn't happen often. Justin was quick to say. Daredevil returned in a cloud of inky black smoke. By his side was a Shinigami Harry had never had the displeasure of knowing. Almost as if in response to the skeletal appearance of Justin, this one looked like a half-unwrapped mummy. If it really was female, there was no overt way to tell. Are you Rem? Harry asked coolly, leaning against the side of his desk. The impassive Shinigami turned to him slowly. Yes, she said, slowly. There was a bit of trepidation in her eyes, though. So she'd at least heard of him. My king, she added, wary. Would you like to explain to me why you've given a human girl a death note? It was hers to have. Rem shrugged. Jealous gave his life for her. It was only fitting she take his death note. Harry hummed thoughtfully. Has she used it? As if sensing his train of thought, the Shinigami began to look mildly alarmed. My king, she intoned slowly. Ms. Ash does not mean any harm. She is just a young girl, so she is using it.
Harry surmised. Bland.
Well, yes. Rem halted, cowed. But my king, Rem began falteringly, she is. The Shinigami appeared to be struggling for words. Dumb? Gaku supplied. Obsessed. Justin added with a scoff. Naive. Rem finished with a glare to her counterparts. Misa is naive, and I fear she has been tricked into the machinations of both Light Yagami and that detective. She does not know what she has put herself into. She was just trying to get Light's attention. Wait, I'm sorry. She wanted Light's attention? Harry echoed, genuinely baffled. And so she's killing people? Not the smartest apple in the basket. Daredevil snorted. Rem looked enraged on the girl's behalf. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. This is getting out of hand, he said at length. We can't have so many death notes in the human realm. We shouldn't have any at all. Someone explain to me what's going on down there. The humans have gone into uproar with the coming of what they call the second Kira. Misa, Harry inputted, using Gaku's death note. Yes, Justin agreed. And in doing so Misa Amain has caught the attention of both L and Light. This has thrown an even larger wrench in L's plans, of course, but Light is really quite enthused. The two have met, and because Misa has made the deal. What deal? The Shinigami deal. Another figure crouched upon his windowsill. Harry wondered if this was going to be a running theme in his life. Creatures finding their way to his window. In the frame of the sole open panel, wedged between the elaborate stained glass sat Grindlewald, looking comfortable and at ease lounging in the wide framing of sky. A human sacrifices half of their lifespan in order to get Shinigami eyes. He elaborated. Our eyes, they allow them to see what we see. The names of all humans, and the amount of time they have left to live. And she has them? Harry's eyes widened. He whirled back to Remington. You gave them to her? She asked. Replied the Shinigami. Meek, this is absurd. Harry hissed. This is foolish. Rem, you are to revoke them, and take away her death note as well. I cannot. The Shinigami protested. Once ownership has passed to another, it cannot be broken with anything but death. Great, Harry muttered. So now there's 2 of them. His servants looked fearful and concerned, and Harry drew a breath. He imagined that the Death Eaters must have looked something similar, wary and terrified of their powerful master, who held their lives in his hands. The similarities between him and Voldemort multiplied by the second. Enough, he sighed. You're all dismissed. Gaku and Justin nodded, descending back into the darkness of the hallway, as if they couldn't get out of there fast enough. Daredevil disappeared, looking mostly unconcerned. Rem remained, an uneasy presence at the front of his desk. Wait, my king, she called, imploring. What of Misa? I will decide what to do with her. Harry replied coldly. But my king, Rem pleaded. She didn't mean to. Harry waved her off. Yes, I understand. But the fact of the matter is, I can't have one human running around with a death note. Two, even more so. Rem faltered at that, looking as if she had more to say. Finally, she only nodded. Of course, my king. She bowed low and erupted into a dark cloud. When it cleared, nothing remained behind. I can't just sit around and do nothing. Can I? Harry asked faintly to the old man behind him. Grindelwald hummed non-committally. You could. He shrugged. There's no one stopping you from doing nothing. Except me. Except yourself. Grindelwald agreed. Perhaps I spoke too soon, Harry. It is quite clear that you detest the idea of murder, but it is infinitely clearer that you also cannot stand aside and watch the Dark Lords of this world set the earth on fire. What am I to do, then? Harry turned to the man in the window. Grindelwald shrugged. And how am I to know? Harry wished the old man could have some way of knowing. Have some kind of advice. Even when Harry inherently knew that no one could help him in this but himself. Idly, he thought on what his life could have been had he not been Harry Potter. Perhaps he'd have married Ginny, been a happy lad, satisfied with everything he had, be it quite a bit or just enough. Live a merry and wondrous life without any knowledge or intimacy with death. But he knew in his heart that these were just dreams. He could not go on as a wary observer. Misa Amain had forced his hand. Harry looked up, despondent and mournful. The sky before him a watery grave. The manor appeared to have long since lost its splendor, even though he had been here not but a few weeks ago. Now the white-washed palace seemed overtaken with sorrow, empty and hollow and full of regret, though the entrance hallway still retained its grand splendor, sparkling even in the dreary, dim light. He felt as if its beauty could no longer touch him. The enormous chrysanthemum centerpiece seemed immortalized in time, much like the timeless hostess of the house. Harry stood at the front steps, holding Crysanthy's letter in hand. He could hear the doorknocker, Alfonso, slumbering behind him. The Death King blinked up into the tumultuous clouds just as the first of the rain began to splatter about his feet. There was nothing more to it, he supposed. Hideki Ryuga sat perched on a wiry chair just outside a coffee shop on the edge of the Tuo campus, looking like a strange, spindly bird enjoying a cup of coffee and perhaps looking over yesterday's notes. Harry doubted that he needed to look over his notes from an entry-level criminology class. He doubted L needed to go to a criminology class, period. Undoubtedly he was picking apart the Kira case, maybe even re-watching footage from Light's room. Harry scrunched his nose. As he approached the table, L made no visible move that he had noticed the shadow falling over him. Not for the first time since Harry had found out about the second death note. He marveled at L's genius. Here he was, a human without any capacity nor any knowledge of the Shinigami realm and the death note, and yet he still managed to come to the right conclusions, to find the answers that no one else could. A begrudging respect bloomed inside Harry at the thought. Much like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, and he and Tom Riddle, Light Yagami and L Liot were two sides of the same coin. Light Yagami was the darkness. Thuff was Lord Voldemort, the burning inside of a little orphan boy. L was his determination, all his drive and all his fears. L was what could have been. Tom Riddle. He began without preamble, abruptly stopping his erratic typing. He still did not look up. Yes? Harry responded hesitantly. You are not Tom Riddle. He does not exist. L noted, his eyes finally leaving the screen. He frowned thoughtfully. You've been lying. I have. Harry agreed. L turned to the boy in front of him, this strange creature who had walked into L's plans and uncoiled his elaborate web, who had taken all his beliefs and turned them on his head. Little did this insignificant boy know, but he had done something few people in the world had ever managed. He made L question himself. Had made L question his analysis of light. He did not appear surprised or disconcerted that L had figured his game. L was rather disheartened at that. He had spent some time combing through records of Tom Riddle in England. It was a misleadingly uncommon name. He had been at first surprised, and then intrigued, when it became clear that there was no Tom Riddle. That this boy had so effectively played both L and Light. They had both taken him for granted did not appear to be anything significant, just a pretty face that had so unwittingly stepped into their chessboard. L had assumed that he was just an unfortunate ploy Light had tossed at the detective to perhaps lead him off his trail, but it was becoming quite clear that Tom must have machinations of his own. But this figure in front of him, watching him idly with a slight, amused tilt of his lips, this did not seem to be a poor boy caught in a game of chase. Who are you?
Elle question sharply.
And why are you here? What do you know? That's a lot of questions. Not Tom blinked, taken aback. The charming smile came in full. It was infinitely more lethal than Light's. Light's was a farce, a fallacy that was as easy to slip on and off as the rest of his persona. But this subtle arch of lips and the quiet glimmer in his eyes was genuine. And in that, 1,000 times more dangerous. You're avoiding them, L pointed out. He swiftly shut his laptop. It wouldn't do for this boy to catch even a glimpse of his work, not with his allegiances so uncertain. The boy's smile widened. It's Harry, he said, almost bashfully. My name is Harry, and how am I to believe that? L asked. Harry shrugged. You don't have to. I suppose you'll just have to take my word for it. Besides, he began anew. You haven't been all that forthcoming either, now have you, L. Liot? Always something. You can thank my dearest Veltpunch, Tycho, and all of you who left your heartfelt remarks for this chapter. Yes, Willy Wonka is one king. Every review counts. Also, the little One Direction cookie is for Suniohair, who provided the summary for this chapter that spurred me into writing it. Misa Amain tips the scale. Harry tips it back. Is this necessary? Harry drawled, as Wadari took a sloping turn down a side street, and the car pitched violently to the left. L managed to brace himself by holding the side. Handcuffed, Harry had no choice but to lurch with the movement. L glanced over to his direction with narrowed eyes. The most emotion Harry had ever seen on his life. Perhaps it was even genuine. Yes, he intoned, turning away once more to the window. Harry glanced down at his hands, chained together. He could probably disintegrate the metal with his eyes closed. In fact, he'd been debating that for the better part of the car ride and whether it would be in his best interests. Actually, he'd been considering the best way to draw the subject of the whole death god thing to L since he'd tipped his hand. Well, if he wanted to be theatrical, he could probably blow the whole car up in fireworks, in a way very reminiscent of the Weasley twins. The thought made him smile. I'm pleased you're in such high spirits for this. Harry turned back to him, still smiling. Are you going to interrogate me? Do you want me to? L returned, ominous. I'd prefer it if you didn't. Harry responded lightly. He looked out the window again. The sun burned through the tops of the Tokyo skyscrapers. High noon. What time would that make it in England? Barely morning? He turned back to L. It might not be in your best interests. Is that so? L perched his hands on his knees, resolutely staring ahead. What is in my best interests, then? You should listen to me, Harry replied. It might save you a lot of time. Who do you work for, Harry? L finally turned to look at him, scrutinizing him with dark eyes. To his surprise, the visage that gazed back at him looked oddly wistful. He couldn't categorize the expression entirely. Something regretful in the sea glass of his eyes, a slight, disconsolate smile. What makes you think I work for someone? There are very few people who know my name, even less who know me by sight, and those who do are not to be taken lightly, so I'll ask again. Who do you work for? No one. Harry riposted, devoid of any litigious effect. L's eyes narrowed once more, skepticism clear. Harry grinned to himself. Maybe the better question would Buho is working for me? If possible, L looked even more concerned. Harry turned to him, smile growing. Do you want to know? He asked, wicked.
Elle frowned.
Yes, he answered at length. Harry took both his hands in his. The detective startled abruptly at that, eyes flying to Harry's face. The moment crumbled around them. Shattered pieces of light drifted over his face, refracted pieces of color moving faster than he could catch. He drew in a breath, feeling like perhaps his lungs had rearranged themselves in the interim. Disoriented and out of sorts, he blinked back into the world and couldn't quite put the sounds and smells into a coherent picture. The sound of water, and the soft, effervescent scent of flowers. A house bloomed behind Harry, made of marble that washed away in the white light of morning. Spindly, crawling ivy winding around the pillars near the front steps. The sky itself burned into a wroth, indeterminable shade of gray. It made Harry's eyes look large and luminous, too bright to truly be human. They are magnetic and constellated, glissades of red in the center, washed into the emerald like rime. Harry blinked. All at once the colors faded, leaving nothing but a perspicuous, sea glass green. Aside from the lovely coloring, nothing was overtly disconcerting about them. "Are you all right?" he asked. A piece of sun burned in his hands. El looked down. No, not a sun. But in the flash of light his handcuffs have fallen apart and plummeted to the ground. He stood, tilting his head down and extending his hand. His brain had stopped functioning correctly since the moment they had arrived in the strange space, with a wicked sky that seemed to detach it from the rest of the world. Harry led him through the winding white palace, and El followed without hesitance. He led him to a courtyard in the back, where an iron-wrought table set for three sat before an enormous fountain. Set and looks as if it had stayed set for three for some time. He didn't ask, and Harry did not seem all that interested in presenting an answer. He sat himself with little fanfare in the seat in front of the fountain. Everything in his movements suggested he'd done this before. Was this his house, then? What a benign question to ask. Harry had, for all intent purposes, teleported him to a whole otherworld dimension. Even broken his handcuffs with little regard for the laws of physics, and was asking the air for tea for two. And the only thing El could possibly rationalize in his head long enough to form a question: Iswo's house is this? Not mine, Harry said, and it took a moment for El to realize that he was, indeed, reading El's mind. "I'm not reading your mind." Harry rolled his eyes. "I respect your right to privacy. However, if you are going to think so loudly, you make it a very difficult thing to do." The ugliest creature El had ever seen in his entire life plummeted into the space between them, brandishing a set of finely polished porcelain cups and a heavy, iron-wrought tea kettle. With no small amount of mutiny, the tea kettle proceeded to pour itself into the cups. The cups themselves seemed to protest this act, before sullenly plodding onto the table. Harry sighed, shaking his head. "They still don't listen to me," he remarked, rather forlorn. Who were they? The teacups? The dilapidated creature winked itself out of existence once more, and El turned wide eyes toward Harry, who was sipping cautiously at his tea. When it appeared to satisfy him, he drank it in earnest. "This green tea," he enthused. "I've truly gotten quite fond of Japanese teas. I can see why they've caught the attention of the masses. We drink it even in London. Did you know? It's quite posh." "Never mind the tea," El interrupted, brisk and with no small amount of hysteria. "What? Before you begin to ask questions." Harry held up a hand in warning. "I'll warn you in advance that I'm not going to answer all of them." He closed his mouth, expression turning fractious. "Then why bring him here in the first place? Then what will you answer?" Harry hid a smile behind his cup. "Well, you'll have to ask and see." As if that wasn't the most irritating thing El had heard in possible his whole life. All he did was ask questions, but normally, he expected the answers to have logical explanations. And how was he to find any sort of logical explanation for the past 10 minutes? It appeared that, no matter what name Harry was going by, he would still forever be an indomitable obstacle in El's goals. Perhaps something even more. Something infinitely more dangerous. An indomitable enemy. "Why did you bring me here?" he decided upon first and foremost. Harry threw him an amused glance. "Always with the hard ones. First," he muttered under his breath, and then louder, "to even the playing field." Like that even answered anything.
Elle frowned.
What playing field? Could he possibly be talking about? The detective narrowed his eyes. "Light Yagami." Harry tilted his head, neither in agreement nor disagreement. Everything about him shrouded in a state of repose. "Why do you think Kira is Light Yagami?" El shrugged, absently running a finger down the handle of his cup. It was clearly well taken care of. "There is a 4% chance he is Kira," he murmured. "That doesn't sound like very good odds." Harry pointed out, It is the largest percentage of anyone in the world. L returned. Harry paused. Ah, he said at length. L found his attention wandering to the world around them. When it became clear Harry would not elaborate further. Opalescent light scattered about the grounds, devoid of any significant warmth. There was no particular color to it, nor to the vast, overwhelming sky above. Perhaps Harry had truly teleported them into another dimension, another plane entirely, a diminutive space where matter had rearranged itself into nothing but this whitewashed world. The silent spray of water, glittering droplets diffusing the air behind Harry's head, the alluring, carnivorous green of his eyes.
À transi-existence.
It felt as if time could not reach them here, in the spaces between light and lament. Harry poured himself another cup of tea. Do you know how Kira kills? He asked, after it appeared an endless eternity had come and gone between them. Yes. He replied. Will you tell me? He pressed. Yes. Harry repeated, though it may not be of much help. His brows furrowed. I brought you here to show you that circumstances beyond your realm of understanding exist. Harry explained, elaborating upon his previous question, that how Kira kills cannot be traced nor explained away through logical means. He was right. That wasn't much help. But, of course, it would be rather helpful to know either way. How? L asked, bracing himself though for what he didn't know. The answer could be anything. There was no way to predict beforehand what would come from Harry's mouth. An object that is not his fell into his hands. Harry began. With a name and a face, this book can kill anyone in any fashion at any time.
Elle blinked, processing.
It is, quite applicably, called a death note. Elle looked at him sharply. Is a book? Yes.
Elle frowned, brow furrowing.
A book. A nondescript book. It was hard to say if he'd ever seen it. Light Yagami was quite studious. He almost always had a book in hand. What can you tell me about it? Well, it's black. Harry replied, flatly. It doesn't look like much, as he had suspected. Is there any way to tell who has it? No. L tapped the side of his teacup thoughtfully, as he'd feared. A thought came to him. Can you tell who has one? Harry smiled, giving nothing away. Time to change tact. Would you tell me? L continued on. I don't need to tell you anything. Harry pointed out. You've done a fine job of deducing that yourself. He involuntarily breathed out a sigh of relief. So he'd been right. Light Yagami was Kira. He studied the boy in front of him, as he finally took a sip of tea. It was green tea. Perhaps a bit bland, but otherwise completely insignificant. He wasn't sure what he had thought it would taste like. Something otherworldly, perhaps. Something befitting of the dream around them. And the cup was a cup, made of porcelain and embellished in gold. Everything was how it seemed, except for the boy in front of him, who was no boy at all. Why are you telling me this? The thought came to him quite suddenly. Perhaps he did not understand anything of this facsimile world Harry brought him to, but he did understand people and their motivations. And no one does anything for free. There was always a personal motive behind every action. I'm being very selfish. Harry admitted, though not particularly apologetic. You see, perhaps it is me who should right the wrongs Kira has caused. And yet I am passing this on to you.
Elle paused.
Why me? Harry's lips tilted slightly into something approaching a smile. Because you are human. And I hope that, if I give you capabilities even to that of Kira, you will overcome him. There was something all-consuming to his eyes. Something alarming. And yet his fragile face and soft smile belied something entirely different. Without you ever having to get involved. Elle noted. Yes. Harry agreed. And what capabilities will you give me? Elle asked. Not the death note. No, not a death note. Harry allowed. He smiled. Right. I'm hoping just the knowledge of how it works will be enough for you to overcome them both. You're speaking of the other Kira. Harry nodded. Misa Amain and Light Yagami. He said at last. Misa Amain?
Elle blinked.
The model? Unexpected, but not displeasing. She was rather dull. Surely it couldn't be too hard to find her mistakes. He shook his head. There's a lot you're not telling me. He noted unduly. Harry looked taken aback. A bit of an understatement. he acknowledged with a startled laugh. L found himself surprised at the sound. He didn't think he'd ever heard Harry laugh. When he filtered through his memories, he found no recollection of Harry ever being sincerely happy at all. There were quite a few where he was perfunctorily pleasant, as he had been for almost the entirety of this sojourn, but he could not recall a time where Harry had ever looked genuinely roused by anything. He'd assumed at the time that Tom Riddle was simply too shallow for significant capacities. This was clearly not the case, because nothing about Harry could be described as shallow, not when his secrets seemed to bend the ties of physics and logic itself. L tilted his head. What are you? Perhaps the most significant question of them all. Harry appraised him indifferently, marmoreal features giving nothing away. Once again L found himself unwillingly drawn to the luminescent eyes. Finally he smiled. The Death King. He finished his tea and had made quick work of the tray of biscuits. The strange creature, the house elf, came by once more with an ornate tray of finger cakes that L had been working through for the majority of the past hour. Nothing had yet to make sense, and L had decided to save himself the headache and not attempt to unravel this place. Perhaps this was Wonderland, he mused. He certainly was no naive little girl, but Harry could surely play the Cheshire. He was enigmatic enough, and there were plenty of tea and crumpets and not an ounce of logic to be found anywhere. Throughout the process Harry did not remark again on his title as the Monarch of Death, even though L found himself burning with curiosity. What did that mean? He'd mentioned death notes and death gods, but never again did he speak of the Death King. Harry was infinitely wiser beyond his years. He appeared troubled and ill at ease, though there were remnants of a person from before that lingered in his skin. An expression of humored disbelief, a capricious smile. L found his moods mercurial and unpredictable, though never violent. L could never know what changed him from amused to pensive, what events had happened in his life that L unknowingly remarked upon. That said, Harry didn't actually tell him much at all. He did not explain how they managed to find themselves here in this not world, lost in the ether and the smoldering gray sky. He did not explain the strange creature that came to fill their teacups, or how he knew of the intricacies of this death note. L wasn't sure if he held an unshakable belief that L would be able to figure it all out himself, or that he simply just didn't want L to know. Probably the latter. That's all you can tell me? L murmured, consciously withholding the disappointment in his voice as he busied himself with his tea bag. He'd let it sit for too long. Pity. There's not much else to say. L refrained from pointing out that there was much more to say. There appeared to be a whole world of words to say. He didn't, though, stirring his tea thoughtfully. You won't tell me how you came to have this knowledge, where we are or what you are, he remarked. Is there anything you can tell me? Harry tapped his chin. About the death note? About anything. He gave pause at that. Don't go looking for me, he said at length, meeting L's gaze with his burning, inhuman eyes. He could read everything in this. Perhaps not in the words, but in the gaze that held his own. The sadness, the regret. Don't go looking for me, for this world, for the answers for everything he couldn't understand. It wasn't a command, but a warning. L feared he would be unable to adhere to it. Harry returned him with little fanfare. The strange space and time they inhabited gave way to the real world as effectively as they had entered into it. Sudden, abrupt, and silent. He did not know how much time had passed, but the sky was clear and full of 1,000 separate colors, seared by the sun. A sunset bled between the Tokyo skyline. It appeared to be the same as L had left it. This was the street corner just before their school. As the world he felt he'd spent the last eternity in fell away to the world he remembered, he found he could not reconcile the two together. Absently, he wondered if he was dreaming. Of course not, his mind supplied. He was having a severe case of sensory overload, was all. He turned to Harry anyway, just to make sure. Harry had turned away, looking up into the sky as if he could fall into it. Maybe he could. L studied the boy closely. And if I need to talk to you again? L asked, as if picking up a thread from a prior conversation. I'll know. Harry replied, unwilling or perhaps unable to remark further. L didn't know. It appeared as if Harry had revealed himself of his own free will, but then, What was he doing in the first place? He seemed to have sided himself against Kira. But to what end? And that didn't necessarily mean he was on L's side, either. A third party, then, who had tipped his hand. And L still didn't know why. What gain did Harry have by telling him all this? Who was he? L attempted valiantly to stop the frustration from taking hold of him. It wasn't working all that well. He looked down, drawing a hand to his pocket. When it emerged, a notebook came with it. At the very sight of the leather-bound book, it was as if the very breath was stolen from him, something cold taking its place. He knew intrinsically that this object was not of this world. Hopefully, this would serve him well when searching for light Yagamis. He opened it with no great reverence, as if this book did not hold the fate of perhaps everyone on this earth, and tore out a page, folding it neatly in thirds. He held it out to L. L made no move to take it, eyes drawing back to Harry. A pair of great green eyes returned his gaze. To think he'd ever thought this boy as insignificant. That he'd thought him nothing but an unfortunate soul caught between he and light. To think that he'd thought he was anything approaching human. He had mistaken the king for the pawn, as it were. After some amount of time, L reached out to bridge the distance, clasping the note in his hand. It was just paper. He thumbed it carefully, memorizing the texture. A chill ran down his spine, but he wondered if that was just perhaps the cold. There was nothing overtly interesting about a little scrap of notebook paper, thin wavering blue lines stretching across the plane of parchment. If you write my name down on that paper, it will call to me, Harry explained. L looked up. In that moment, he knew that it could very well be that he would never see Harry again. Tom Riddle would not show up to classes tomorrow or ever again. This transient whose existence blooms and vanishes being nothingness, death. All insignificant would perhaps never return. How was L to know? In that moment, he knew he'd never get the chance to ask again. Why me? He asked with great finality. Harry blinked, tilting his head ponderously. Why anyone? He countered, capricious. Light Yagami was not chosen out of all humans. Nor was Misa Amain. Nor were you. Again, an answer which revealed nothing at all. But then Harry smiled. Maybe I just have faith in you. As L had predicted, Tom Riddle vanished into the ether, as if he had never been there at all. But Harry Potter stepped out of the flue with a cough, waving his wand to dispel the dust from the air as he looked around. His apartment looked sad and unused. An apt description, considering the last time he'd stepped foot in it. He could not reconcile the person who had once lived here to the person he was now, an unending distance separating the two. There was no reason to go back to Tokyo, and yet, there was no reason to stay here. He felt unequivocally lost and alone all at once. Even as he wandered the streets of Diagon Alley, lost amongst the swift current of people, he could not feel a connection to them any longer. Many stopped to shake his hand. Many more passed him with a smile. Normally this would make him feel marginally better about the world. Now it only served to remind him of the distance between them. He belonged to this world no longer. And yet the one he had now he was doing his level best to avoid. Harry? Oh, Harry! Hold on. He turned, blinking out of his thoughts and back into the foggy London morning. Hermione tore her way out of a tangle of flowers from a horticulture stand nearby, a large and violent-looking plant securely clasped in her arms. Hermione, he greeted with surprise. Hello. How are you? Oh, as well as I can be, I suppose. The plant made a move to bite her finger, and she absently swatted it down, keeping her attention on him. Her smile grew. Oh, but how are you? It's been ages since I've seen you last. Honestly, where do you disappear to? Timbuktu? If only. Unfortunately, he was not visiting places so exotic. He gave a cautious glance to the plant. She settled onto her canted hip, as if it was a small child. Are you sure you should be holding that? What? This? She looked down, laughing. Don't worry about it. It's just a flesh-eating shellblum. Neville asked me if I could hunt around for one. Perhaps he should have warned you to wear dragon tamer gloves. His brows raised past his hairline. She rolled her eyes. Never mind that. She stepped closer, giving him as much of a one-armed hug as she could manage when she was attempting to keep him away from a hungry, carnivorous plant. Harry, it's so good to see you. He smiled in response, returning the hug. You too, Hermione, he said with honesty. He'd missed her. It felt like a soothing balm to see her now, so unfettered by the world around them and all its problems. What are you up to right now? Because if you don't have anywhere you absolutely need to be, I'd love to catch up. The plant bit her finger, and she broke off to elbow it into submission. She continued her tangent as she did so. Feel like I haven't seen you in, a century maybe. What do you say? There's a fantastic place in Muggle London that does great toasties. It's been so long since I've had any Muggle food. Ron refuses to go with me. I'd love to. He grabbed the plant before it could make another move for her, whipping out his wand to conjure up a small cage. He took the plant from her hands and dropped it inside, spelling it shut. The space between the bars was too small for it to do anything but gnaw against them. Hermione blinked, huffing. Why didn't I think of that? He smiled up at her. So, toasties? Hermione's car could have been her spirit animal for all it embodied of her personality. Efficient, quiet, and pragmatic. Also, incredibly nice to look at. He found himself toying with the radio as they waded through the grueling sludge of London traffic, suddenly struck by the novelty of it all. As he dove in and out of static, he found himself returning into some semblance of humanity. With Hermione by his side, scowling and cursing at the drivers around them, it was easy to remember what it was like to feel human. He could almost block out death gods, death notes, and eternities. Harry, Hermione moaned, bringing him out of his thoughts. What are you doing? Turn this rubbish off. He suddenly realized he'd finally found a music station that was actually playing music. Huh? You're not a closeted One Direction fan, are you? A what? But then she was darting her head out the open window. Oh look, Harry, jump out really quickly and save me that spot, would you? She shooed him out, unlocking the doors. I swear, parking in this city is practically a minor art form. He dodged his way through the puddles and the ungodly amount of bikers in the bike lane, planting himself into the spot, much to the ire of a small Fiat that had been attempting to turn into it. Hermione paralleled into the spot in the most frightening way imaginable, before she cut the engine off and opened the door with a sunny smile. Merlin, Harry, how long has it been since we've been out for lunch? A few weeks? Harry shrugged. A month at most, he allowed. She closed the door, locking the car with one last look at the plant in the back. It appeared marginally more subdued without any flesh to eat around it. At least in here we won't be running into any Malfoys. Harry chuckled at that, imagining Draco Malfoy seating himself in the lounge of a Muggle restaurant. Sitting across from Hermione had imperiously begun to list off a set of entrees, but not without interrogating the waitress on what kind of oil they were cooking it in. Was a vastly different experience than sitting across from L. Liot. For one, he did not feel as if his company was attempting to pick out all of his secrets from his posture alone. For another, L was different. Harry still didn't know what to make of him, but he meant what he'd said. He had faith in L, that the man would be able to bring Kira to justice. So dining with Hermione was much different than having tea with Elle still. They both turned to be almost unbearably uncomfortable. She's doing good, or well as good as you can imagine, Hermione was saying, on the subject of Ginny and Dean's recent breakup. Harry nodded absently. And George? Hermione sighed. He seemed fine at dinner a few weeks back. He's different. But they both knew that. George had not played a single prank since Fred's death. It was difficult to even hear him crack a joke. You and Ron? Hermione harumphed. Next question. Harry smiled slightly. It seemed Hermione and Ron would forever be fighting about something, whether they were together or not. He could easily imagine the two of them grown old, still continuing to yell at each other even when their hearing had gone senile. The thought sobered him. Hermione and Ron and everyone else he knew would age, would grow old and live fulfilling lives. He had no idea if he was even capable of that anymore. But how about you, Harry? What have you been up to? He shrugged, uneasily. He knew this question was coming, but he still hadn't figured out an acceptable answer. Oh, I've been around. Hermione gave him a look that clearly said how unimpressed she was by such a lacking response. 2V taken up some classes. Oh, this had clearly piqued her interest. Classes? What kind of classes? Muggle classes, he replied, toying with the wrapper of his straw. At uni, Harry, she marveled, clapping her hands. Why, that's wonderful. What kind of classes? Just some stuff on criminology. He hedged. I find it fascinating. Criminology, she echoed. So are you still planning to be an Auror? Then, he shook his head. Not really, no. She smiled. Well, I'm glad you're furthering your education. Anyway, I'd love to go back to school. I was thinking about Muggle school too. You know, political science. Not everything relates well to the wizarding government or even my current employment, but I still find it fascinating and relevant information. That'd probably be wise. Harry agreed solemnly. Someone should at least know what they're doing in there. She giggled lightly at that. Yes, well. And then her face went pinched. Believe it or not, Malfoy actually appears to have the capacity to string together intelligent thought. Really? At this, she turned mutinous. But he's still a pompous prat. She added. And he can suck on a toad for all I care. After a moment, she sighed, stirring her tea. That said, he does appear to be the only one in the House of Lords to have any modicum of good sense. The whole lot of them are utterly useless, you know. Most of the family seats are gone, reallocated, or in stasis with their owners locked up in Azkaban. A total clusterfuck then, as always. They fell silent as their food came, though Harry could not quite call it comfortable. Hermione picked up the chatter as she devoured her sandwich, and Harry picked lightly at his food, but it felt half-hearted at best. She fell silent some time after they were polishing off their crisps. A far-off look to her eyes as she gazed out the open window. Muggle London was, predictably, foggy and miserable. I feel like we've grown so far apart. Hermione confessed all at once. It took Harry a moment to process all the words falling out of her mouth. When he did, he found himself unable to deny it. You've been acting rather strange. Are you sure you're okay? She started again, concern pinching at the corners of her mouth. He looked back at her, suddenly overwhelmed. He wanted to explain everything to her. Wanted her to understand how false this world was. Fatuous superficiality cast like a cloying skin upon humanity. Hermione would know what to do. Maybe she could even offer him some modicum of advice. She would, above all else, be supportive. Harry found himself longing for that semblance of comfort, slight as it was. But he couldn't do that to her. Burden her with all he had to hide. He could imagine her. First with astonishment, then enthusiasm, before finally her determination burned away to reveal what he had come to realize. That perhaps there was no great secret to magic and life, to the wonders of the world, to existence. He agreed. I haven't been having a particularly easy time of things.
Immagine.
She laughed, devoid of humor. Still, the smile playing upon her face was genuine. You're gone for weeks on end, only stopping by a moment or two. Harry frowned, staring pensively into his hands. He looked up. Have I changed? Hermione? Her look turned curious. Yes, she answered without missing a beat. And then, but so have we all. He felt stuck in the same place. And yet, he'd become a person he didn't recognize anymore. You have changed, Harry. Hermione whispered, soft, like a secret. But that's not a bad thing. He swallowed, unable to form a response. And that doesn't necessarily mean you need to leave. She continued on, brows furrowing. Is that why you've been going to wherever you disappear to? Sort of. He hedged. It was difficult to explain that the reason he had been kipping out of town so often was the fact that he had somehow inherited the throne of the Death King. It's not that I feel I need to leave, but rather that I feel like I don't belong here anymore. Harry, that's nonsense, she exclaimed, grabbing for his hand on the table to squeeze it reassuringly. It felt so different than light Yagami's touch. Infinitely warmer. You'll always belong here. She paused, slightly. Well, I can understand why you'd think that, with the wizarding world at any rate, and, well, your place in it. I can't imagine what it's like. Tedious. Lonely. Everyone revered him, expected great things from him. And there were some who saw further, could connect him to another great and powerful wizard. Terrible but great. She gave him a wan smile. Yes, I could see how. But I didn't mean here as in the wizarding world or London or any place. She gripped his hand tighter. I meant here, with us, me and Ron and Jin. Harry let out a long breath. It was infinitely reassuring to hear her say that, and know in his heart she was right. He could feel the whisper of the Shinigami realm, dark and cold in the very calendar of his bones. But around it was a strange sense of repose, calm and constellated and resonating from the thread of their fingers. Yeah. He agreed at length. Yeah, it is. Tom Riddle did not show up for his 8 a.m. criminology class. But he did show up to the Misa Amain photoshoot. He appeared both unremarkable and completely unexceptional in every way, aside from how each and every one of L's nerves seemed to light with fire when his eyes drifted towards the figure in the corner. He could perhaps be mistaken for a cameraman, or a set extra for a human. He wore a plaid shirt thrown over a standard-looking gray hoodie, jeans and a pair of rather stylish black trainers. Perhaps not a set extra then. Maybe more like the leading male model. At any rate, he looked wholly pedestrian and uninspiring, lounging against a crate full of set supplies. L knew without a doubt that Harry was aware of L's place in the shadows, though the boy did not acknowledge him. L wondered why he could feel him when he, for all intent purposes, had no otherworldly capacities to speak of. His hand slid into his pocket, where a small scarp of paper lay. Well, that may be slightly untrue. He found himself slipping through the crowds of workers, dodging around the lights and the bright, galactic center of the set, where Misa Amain lay draped over an ornate chaise lounge. Harry still did not turn to look at him, his eyes fixated into some indeterminable point in the distance. It was only until L approached his small silent bubble of space that his eyes flickered away from their fixation, and towards him. As L had predicted, he was not at all surprised to see the detective here. Hello. He greeted, as charming and effervescent as before, when he had been masquerading as a young student. L wondered just how much of it was a ruse. Did you come to see the show? Not unless you plan on creating one. No. He answered, bland. Harry's lips tilted upwards, just slightly. I had no intentions of one. Then I suppose I shall simply have to find other ways of entertainment. It must be Misa, then. Harry hummed. That you're here for? Why? Gathering information. Do you always do it personally? Not always. He hummed again. But since the moment Harry had emerged in the room, all his attention had diverted from the model and her secrets and onto this enigmatic boy. It was impossible not to. The Death Note and the humans who used it were a fascinating puzzle to solve indeed, especially with the added challenge of not having one of his own, or any capability to see the Shinigami that accompanied them. However, no puzzle was ever as fascinating as the one Harry presented. Death King. He began suddenly. Will you tell me what it means?
No.
Harry looked away, a slight curve to his mouth. L wondered if perhaps he drew amusement from withholding information. Are you a Shinigami? Does this have any relevancy to your current case? He rebuked. Do you work for them, then? He pressed on, ignoring the question. He did not give Harry time to reply, mind thinking a mile a minute. You told me before that I should not question who you work for, but who works for you. He thought aloud. His eyes narrowed. Who works for you? Harry did not reply. His gaze had once more transfixed itself upon the set before them. It was as if the silence was imploring L to figure it out. I could kill them, you know. He confessed, no significant inflection to his voice. With the Death Note, it's so very easy. There's nothing particularly intimate about it or personal. It's neither cruel nor empathetic. L's eyes slid away from the chute and back to the boy. Why are you telling me this? Have you ever killed someone before, L?
No.
He answered immediately. He smiled, vacuous and hollow, and did not reply for some time. Finally, after long moments of only the shouts of the crew and the cameraman to disrupt the silence, he began again, as if on a completely different tangent. If I killed them, there would be no justice. They would neither be charged nor brought to light. All the families of the ones they've killed would never know the truth. The detective fell silent. And you're counting on me to somehow find a way to bring them to justice? He asked at length. Yes. And then he turned serious. But you can't if you're dead. It was incredibly dangerous of you to come here. He gave pause at that, taken by surprise. Misa Amain has the eyes, he explained with no small amount of concern. For L, the Shinigami eyes, they reveal both the real name and lifespan of any human. He sucked in a breath, turning wildly to the girl on the couch. She did not appear to be paying them any attention or capable of any attention span at all. She fluffed her hair and pouted into the camera, much to the pleasure of the director.
Elle snorted.
Unless being used as a ploy by Light, he doubted he had much to worry about from her. She could probably see his name and then completely forget in a moment or two. Still, having the ability to see his name at all was mildly concerning. He had conjectured that there was some importance on the name and identity in conjunction with how Kira kills, but he could have never expected how far that went. How did she get them? She made a deal with a death god. A death god? This gave L pause. There's one here, then? The true owner of the note? Harry nodded. But the Shinigami wouldn't dare to try anything against me. This only served to pique L's curiosity further. And Misa can't either. He turned to L. Not while I'm here at any rate. But I won't always be, so I would stay out of her line of sight as much as possible from now on. Unheeded by his caution, L leapt at the chance to divulge more information on the boy. What do you mean by that? Do her eyes not work in your presence? Harry's expression was conflicted. It means I'm shielding you from her gaze, he said carefully. How? It was painfully obvious that Harry was capable of amazing feats that he refused to expand upon. As it was, it looked unlikely that Harry would answer him. So L turned back to the scraps of information he did know. Harry was the Death King. He was capable of stopping the Shinigami eyes from working. He, like all Shinigami, could kill humans with a thought and a pen stroke. How do you have the power to do that? He pressed further, hoping perhaps a change of tact may serve him better. The answer was not what he expected. Because I was foolish. That smile again. Small and hollow, as if devoid of all the vivacity in the world. An unfortunate teeth. This chapter owes its existence to Uverworld, mainly because of their song Revere. I didn't like it at first, but then it grew on me, I suppose. Actually, that mostly goes out to *Broken-Handed and *Jonah Adam, who managed to inspire me to write this in a matter of days. Totally distracting me from my Tom/Harry series. For anyone who didn't read the tags, this is tagged as drama and romance between L and Harry. I don't entirely blame you. The FNET tag system is abysmally disappointing in comparison to the far more detailed one of AO3, but still. This is entirely / so if it reads like / that's because it is / Turned out that he worried over nothing. Harry never seemed to be all that hard to find. Perhaps that was a conscious effort on his part, though. I feel like I told you not to do this, came an amused voice from his left. L did not look up. It doesn't take a genius to know who it was. Not to mention that he doubted he could ever forget whom that voice belonged to. It seemed forever ingrained in his memory, carrying over a dreary gray sky, shimmering water and haunting, virescent eyes. They can't see me, was L's immediate response. This is true. Misa and Light were on the opposite side of the wall of the restaurant. They can't see L. L can see them though, because he has, predictably, wired the whole place up to watch it through his laptop. He has made himself comfortable in the far back, far removed from the other patrons. Around him are at least half a dozen empty teacups and empty plates, all orbiting around the enormous laptop perched atop the table. An entirely uninteresting form hovered beside him, uninteresting aside from the luminous burning eyes that peered down at him, unreadable and dispossessed. L chanced a glance at the other boy, dressed in what L was quickly beginning to note was his favored fashion. Tragically trendy. For now, Harry pointed out, ominous. His knit hat slipped from the top of his head, revealing wisps of dark curls. For some reason, L sees them and sees dark feathers, a shivering halo surrounding him, and inky wings, wrapped around him as an overpowering, ineluctable force. What if one of them turns the corner? Why would they do that? L replied, completely unconcerned, shaking himself away from the visage. The bathrooms are directly next to them, and this turn is a dead end. They have no reason to. Harry made a non-committal noise, Much to L's distinct displeasure, Harry was correct. Apparently the other side was far too crowded and incidentally full of Misa Amain fans, all intent on pestering her until she relented to sign all their paraphernalia. So the pair asked for a table in the back, far secluded from everyone else. And on the far side of the room from L. Harry laughed.
Elle scold.
The brunette took a seat, clearly intending to stay. L hadn't forgotten his ambiguous explanation as to why Misa Amain's eyes wouldn't work. He was blocking them, he had said. Of course, he hadn't explained how or why, for that matter. All the same, the other two sat down with little fanfare, and though L felt a prickle of trepidation when Misa gave a cursory glance their way, there did not appear to be any reason for his concern. Crisis averted, then. Well, the danger was averted. This did not deter Light Yagami from wandering over. Anyhow, L brought up another inconspicuous screen, peering up at the other boy with a curious expression of indifference. Harry turned around, smiling. L noted that it appeared strained and nebulous. Tom! Light exclaimed jovially, actually moving to hug the other boy. Harry returned it with a laudable look of repose. Light, hi! How are you? Light gave a pleasant laugh. Well, as well as I can be, what with finals and all. Speaking of, I haven't seen you in class lately. What have you been up to? Dropped out, replied Harry smoothly, a slow and easy smile upon his face. My folks weren't too happy with my GPA last year. Told me I either get a job or shape up. L eyed him critically. The both of them, actually. They both lied so fluidly, masters in the craft. Harry had the upper hand, of course. It was clear Light still saw him as a simple pawn to discard, though there was a glint in the handsome boy's eyes, which suggested that perhaps he had a use for this young, gullible student. L wondered if Harry would simply allow him to attempt innocent that what he had been doing the whole time, allowing both Light and L to assume they had control, that they were the ones moving the pieces and pawns, when it was clear Harry had been the removed and watchful king the entire time. So I'm assuming the job won out? Light clarified, teasingly. Yeah, it's good though. I don't mind. Better than pretending I could take the LSATs. You know? Harry replied, good-natured as ever. The two shared a laugh at that. Small talk dying down as Light bid his farewell to the both of them, excusing himself to attend to his girlfriend. It was an obvious lie, but you couldn't tell from her expression. She was clearly unaccustomed to being anything but the center of attention. There was a beat of silence, as a waitress came over to take their orders. L just asked for a refill on his tea. Harry actually ordered a full meal. When L spared him a glance, he shrugged. I'm hungry, was his only explanation. He returned his attention to his computer, tabbing through security camera feeds until he found the one situated just above him, and focused it onto the table behind Harry's shoulder. The problem with Light, though, was that his whole life was a facade. Every smile and laugh, the slight tilt of his head as he brushed bangs out of his face, the charming widget was all a well-crafted fallacy. He'd made deception into an art form. It was utterly impossible to read anything into him. It was all a lie. Misa was a bit easier, though without much context she wasn't all that much better. She could be up to something, or alternatively she could really be that stupid. It was hard to say. He sighed, assuming he'd have to find another way to lure the two of them into making a mistake, or revealing anything at all. Another moment, Harry's food arrived. He's confused, Harry broke through his thoughts. L looked up, mind shifting as he took in the other boy's words. His gaze darted quickly to the table behind Harry. For all intent purposes, they looked like a vapid couple in love. That Misa can't see you, he added. He doesn't know what to make of it. Harry paused for a moment before he started snickering. L found himself marveling at the small, almost insignificant smile on his lips.
Les bro knitted.
What? He frowned. He was never a fan of being imperceptive of things with Harry. It seemed to happen all the time. Nothing. Harry shook his head. He's just trying to figure it out. Could he?
No.
Then, snorting, and it's not like Ryuk could tell him. Ryuk?
Elle repited.
Who is Ryuk? Harry's gaze flittered up. L realized too late that the overpowering eyes weren't focused on him at all. That would be me. A guttural voice cleared its throat next to him. In L's defense, He gave a laudable effort not to make any outward distinction that he'd heard the voice at all. He congratulated himself on that. It took a supreme amount of effort to curb the onslaught of utter, terrified surprise that swelled within him when his gaze flickered onto the character in question. Was it a he? Chortled at his inherent terror, wafting over to perch himself over Harry's chair, blinking at L with enormous, sun-glowing eyes. L met his gaze unerringly. The macabre figure drenched in a piscious darkness. Wings spread around him as sharp sessile pikes, draped over the boy's shoulders. He looked like quite the picture. Harry, settled beneath him in a disinterested state of repose, even more so. Did he send you here? Harry murmured, not even sparing the creature a glance. Yep, Ryuk affirmed. An amused look crossed Harry's face. You spend far too much time deriving entertainment from him. Isn't that the whole point of him? Ryuk cocked his head to the side. Entertainment? He turned his enormous yellow eyes towards L again. Although if we're going with the entertainment factor, I have to say I think you might have gotten the better bargain, Harry. Harry seemed far too interested in fiddling with his chopsticks to reply. Ryuk careened over towards him with a suddenness that almost made him jump. I like this one, he confided to the Death King. So close to L's face he felt as if he could perhaps feel his cankerous breath. Oh, Ryuk, Harry harumphed, as if scolding a young child. Stop bothering him. Ryuk, as most small children are prone to do, did not listen in the slightest. He grinned winsomely before he lurched forward, snapping his jaw in front of L's face. This most definitely startled a reaction out of him. In his defense, it would have startled a reaction out of anyone. Ryuk was not exactly a pretty sight, and for that matter, neither were his teeth. Ryuk, Harry said sharply, and then the creature was gone, returning to a polite distance and pouting mutinously. Still, he did not attempt it again, even when it was clear he was not done having his fun with the young detective. Though he certainly had a mouth on him, and an alarming lack of respect for anything, he did not go against Harry's words. Curious that, he flipped around in the air, before gliding back towards the other table, upside down. Like Harry, it was fairly clear to see that the laws of physics did not pertain to him either. L wasn't all that concerned about it, though. Surprisingly, he wasn't even all that concerned with the Kira case. He had far more pressing questions at the forefront of his mind. The people who work for you, L began, as if picking up on a stick of conversation they dropped. They're the death gods. It wasn't a question, but a statement. He turned his accusing gaze to Harry. Harry blinked back, peering up at him as he made a mess of his noodles. The other boy straightened up, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Well, working is perhaps too succinct a term, he replied wryly. Not much working is actually involved. L waited for an elaboration. It didn't come. He tried not to hide his distinct satisfaction with that. Harry was so very curious, but he didn't appear all that interested in satisfying L's curiosity. The boy had returned his attention towards his food. You shouldn't go near them again, he advised, not looking up. Her especially. L blinked, before his eyes narrowed. This reminded him, does she have a Shinigami? It would make logical sense. After all, light had one, and there was a death god for every death note. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to assume Misa had one too. Yes, Harry replied. His gaze narrowed further. Why can't I see it? Harry looked up then, phosphorescent eyes entirely unreadable. Because I don't want you to. This gave L pause. You can control that? Another question that sounded far more like a statement. Harry made a non-committal noise.
Elle frowned.
Is there anything you can't control? Yes, pretty much everything. Harry quipped back immediately. He scowled down at his noodles. Why do they always put these in? I hate cilantro. Harry whined, as if they were not talking about his strange ability to control the universe around them. You know, I don't think you've actually answered any of my questions. Elle noted, exasperated. And I probably never will, Harry agreed, solemn. Elle felt a small sting of annoyance at that. There were few things in life that he detested more than a lack of knowledge. But his irritation soon faded when he caught sight of Harry's expression. Nebulous and saturnine, and full of regret. Maybe you're better off not knowing. Harry mused. Quiet. L found he had no response to that. His small mishap with his spying notwithstanding, he was actually making some marginal amount of progress on this case. Well, he was, when he had the willpower to make himself think on it. L rubbed his temples, reminding himself that there was a mass murderer out there who had already collected hundreds of victims, who had an object of such infinite power it could hardly seem possible. Incidentally, this was his dream come true. A case so challenging it defied the rules of physics and reality itself. But it was so very difficult to focus on the case when there was a far more fascinating alternative. So maybe Tom Riddle did not show up for their next class or any class after that, for that matter. But to that end, neither did L or Light. They were far past that stage, it seemed. The game had changed. Both sides were armed against the other, with more machinations, plots and schemes than L had ever had to make before. Perhaps he truly did secretly relish the challenge. He didn't think anyone had ever given as much difficulty as Light Yagami. He could admit privately that the boy might have even been able to best him, had Harry not tipped his hand. Armed with nothing but a scrap of paper, a better understanding and a vague explanation, L embarked on his latest plot to arrest and convict both Light and Misa. The task grew more difficult when Misa threw a fit in confusion, taking a complete 180 from what she had been like before. When Light did the same, L found himself both suspicious and curious. Altering memories did not seem all that strange, when there was an enigmatic and indomitable Death King, and death gods that wander the worlds with their notes. Still, it's not something he could deduce on his own, not without confirmation, at any rate. But finding Harry proved to be a task indeed, especially when it seems that the boy has left the face of the earth.
Elle frowned.
For all intent purposes, he may have actually left the earth. He wondered where he went, in the spaces of time that L didn't see him. The worlds he conjured were vast and far too imaginative for him. L had never been one for fantasies. He preferred facts. But when facts were out of reach, he supposed he'd simply have to work with whatever sparse creativity he might have left in him. He has a small, carefully folded square of paper, but he doesn't know if he wished to use it. In the end, he doesn't have to. Harry stood stalactite still at the bottom of an endless, wicked sky. Gloom thickened about his feet. Tumultuous clouds thundered above him. In that moment, L could see him as he must truly be something strange and inhuman, unconquerable and insurmountable, something far too beautiful to belong to this earth. He turned. Then, a profile thrown in a blinding white light, crossed beneath the stratosphere. The wind whipped past them, unfettered with such closeness to the sky, wild and untamed. Much like the boy before him, the Death King turned around. Something strikingly inhuman flickers in his eyes, before they return to their normal, unnatural viridity. "Hello," he greeted. It only served to remind him that this creature before him made absolutely no sense. How could he be so far removed from this world, yet still be so human? Human enough to carry the slight lilt of a familiar accent. Human enough to smile like that, facile and full of avidity? "I was looking for you," L said in response, deciding to cut through the formalities. Harry raised a brow. Oh? L couldn't tell if he was truly surprised or simply humoring him. Honestly, he was beginning to make his peace with the fact that he would never truly be able to unravel Harry. Maybe Harry was right, though. Maybe that was for the best. "Light and Misa," he began. What happened to them? Whatever slight, enchanting vivacity lit upon his face fell away at that, leaving a lacinated expression that was no less enchanting. Harry turned his attention to the sprawling metropolis below them. The city looked bleak and despondent, tormented by some indeterminable sadness. They denounced ownership of their death notes. L remained silent for a moment, blinking rapidly. "They can do that?" Harry hummed. "I guess so. You didn't know?" L wanted to ask, but the question didn't quite manage to bubble to the surface. "Why?" he asked instead. Harry made a non-committal noise. "Ryuk said it was one of Light's elaborate plots to throw you off. It was working," L agreed. He paused. "It would have, had I not already known about the death note." Harry made a small noise of that could have meant anything, looking lost in thought. And then, as if he had heard L's unvoiced question, "I know far less about the death note than you seem to think of I do." This only led to more questions. Are you not the Death King? And also, what is the Death King? Harry clearly held supreme reign over the Death Gods, which L had assumed were indomitable in and of themselves. But even still, after spending so much time in the boy's presence, he couldn't quite reconcile the Harry before him and this lionized idea of the invulnerable Death King, omniscient and omnipotent. There were certainly times in which he seemed to hold the title quite well, yet there were far more moments in which it seemed to fit him as a garment too large. Uncomfortable like a cloying second skin. After a long beat of quiet, Harry turned to him, something appraising and mirthful in his eyes. You know, he began, quiet, eyes lit with a wicked glow. I had sort of thought you to be rather disagreeable. This was not what L had expected him to say. He'd assumed that whatever opinion Harry had of him, he would continue to keep it to himself. As always, Harry was constantly going against what he thought he had already deduced. Did you? He replied, deciding to humor him. Oh yes, Harry agreed. You make for far better company than I had thought you would. And you, far more infuriating.
Elle concédait.
He laughed, but still, Harry's expression was difficult to read. Capricious and mercurial, much like the boy himself. I'm sure I'm a great source of consternation for you, enthused the Death King, seeming rather unrepentant about it. You are, L agreed, silent, irritating, pertinacious, constantly surprising him, completely unpredictable. He was utterly bewitching. He would ruin him in enrapture, L knew, if he wasn't careful. But he had already been careless. It did not seem to be his intention, but L had brought up a curious point nonetheless. Harry did not get angry. All the same, he glowered out into the distance. So I can do pretty much anything, he started, slow and volcanic, except for what I actually want to do. Well, when you put it like that, Justin shifted uneasily. From his usual perch amongst the broken sky and painted glass, Grindlewald laughed and laughed, and laughed and laughed. Harry was tempted to throw an unforgivable at him. Or he would have been if he was the kind of person who casually crucioed his followers. He liked to lie to himself and think he didn't share all that many similarities with that person, though. When it became clear that holders of the Death Note could relinquish their ownership of them, Harry wondered why it wasn't possible for him to just collect them himself. Just because they were bonded to the humans clearly didn't mean they were forever tied together. And Harry could take Death Notes away from his servants, if he actually wanted to do so. Many of them returned Death Notes to him as well, so there did seem to be some leniency in their ownership. Aside from the fact that apparently he couldn't retrieve the stupid books from Earth. Because Earth wasn't his, not like the Shinigami realm was. It was different with him. He was Death King, and not only that, but he had been born a human, a native of the land of the living. He was more than capable of transitioning through worlds. He was the only one, though, aside from Shinigami who had dropped their notes, or Shinigami that he summoned personally, no Death Gods could wander into the realm of the living, perhaps not even the Death King. Harry wrenched out his own Death Note, flipping to the pages of laws and regulations. Once a Death Note is in the human world, it becomes property of the human world. He read aloud, irascible. He snapped the book shut. That's a rule. A rule written in the Death Notes. I thought I was allowed to change all of those. Yes, you are. Justin nodded, nervously ringing his jingling bracelets. But, well, the human world is not technically considered your domain. Harry blinked, scowling. Then whose domain is it? Well, I've no idea. Justin admitted. No one, I suppose. Harry harumphed. Well, that's just fantastic. The wizard at the window made a thoughtful sound. Both Harry and Justin turned towards him. Who's to say there isn't one? Riposted Grindlewald. Isn't one what? Harry returned, unwillingly curious. A living king. He relayed. There's a Death King, no? Who's to say there isn't a living king? That wouldn't be all that strange, considering you exist. Harry frowned pensively. I guess that makes sense, or at least, it made about as much sense as anything else in this absurd world did. But how are we to know? I've never heard of any such king, Justin offered meekly. Grindlewald chortled meanly, as if that means much. Justin protested, taking great offense. Harry ignored him. Yes, perhaps there is one. How am I to find that out? Harry replied, genuinely confused. You're the Death King, are you not? As if that means anything. Harry snorted. It's not as if this job came with a manual. If you were truly so altruistic as you make yourself out to be, you would make one for your successor. Grindlewald laughed. If I was truly so altruistic, Harry retorted, I would spare everyone else the fate of ever having to be the Death King, and keep my post for eternity. Unfortunately for you, you may actually just be that altruistic. Harry didn't think any half-hearted denials would do him much good, so he remained silent and mutinous. On the subject of successors, Grindlewald segued smoothly, there may be a person who can give you the answers you seek. Harry threw him a wary glance. Who, you? Of course not. The wizard chortled. Then who? The old man, of course. He replied, cheerily. The old man, Harry repeated. And then, blinking. For Harry is indubitably the Death King, however unfortunate a fate it may be. But he was not the first, and perhaps he won't even be the last. Harry gave a great capitulation. And how am I to find him? Exactly? Grindlewald only smiled. I think you already know the answer to that. This high above the world, he felt alien and ambulant, as if he could perhaps wander his way in and out of existence. Looking down upon the realm of death and further towards the realm of humans, he could almost believe it. Maybe time and space didn't really exist at all. Harry smiled hollowly, raising a hand. An umbrageous servant cloaked in gloom emerged from the darkness at his feet. Ryuk might like to say he was his favorite, but his most favored and most reliable was undoubtedly Daredevil. My king, intoned the Shinigami, his tattered cloak melding around him as dripping shadow. How may I serve you? Harry tossed him an amused look, forever resigned to be the unhappy subject of such reverent servitude. Could be worse, he supposed. They could all be like Ryuk. Unrepentant, unapologetic assholes. I have a favor to ask of you. Ask away. There's a boy down there. He motioned vaguely to the sprawling, empty world around them, and to the effervescent world below. I want you to look after him while I'm gone. Daredevil shifted, of course. It appeared they both knew exactly who he was referring to. How long will you be gone? I've no idea yet, Harry returned, in a quiet murmur, his eyes still fixated towards something in the distance, of which he looks upon with an infinite sadness. The death god nodded, adjusting his scythe across his shoulder. The glimmering metal caught against the sun in a blinding streak of gold. Where are you going? To hell. This isn't hell, Harry noted, exasperated. This is a train station. This was the foregone conclusion, though. A very familiar station indeed. But of course it was very familiar. Harry had been here before. Harry had died before. Considering how long I've been waiting here for this stupid thing, came a voice to his left, as if drifting through deep, submerged waters. It may as well be hell. Harry blinked into the indeterminable world around him, before turning towards the voice. He was not at all surprised to see a familiar figure leaning casually against one of the benches. Tom, he greeted, resigned. Harry, Tom smiled. How kind of you to finally join me. Incidentally, I'm not actually here for you. Well, that's unfortunate. He shrugged. It's rather boring here. You did this to yourself. Harry pointed out, completely unsympathetic. No one told you to shred your soul into pieces. What exactly did you think would happen after you died if your soul was torn to pieces? The whole point of splitting one's soul into objects is to avoid death. Tom noted, wryly. It wasn't all that strange to see the strikingly handsome features of Tom Riddle glancing upon him. The man himself sprawled elegantly in this not world of heaven and hell. What was strange was how unsurprised he was. How natural it felt to turn around and see him there, to converse with him as if they were intimate friends. He felt a twinge in his scar. But then, perhaps it was not all that strange at all. It never really left, Harry said, after some time simply regarding the other boy in silence. Lord Voldemort appraised him, unreadable. I know, he replied at length. So why didn't you return? Lingered at the tip of his tongue. Maybe he didn't really want to know the answer. More to the point, Lord Voldemort did not appear to be in the mood to entertain his questions, or to answer them, for that matter. A maundering silence held fast between them. an infinite distance that left him feeling as if he stood right beside him, sharing the same space in air. He spent almost the entirety of his life running from this man, fighting him, cursing him, killing him, but this was all for nothing. You can't run from yourself. I hate you, Harry confided, quietly. It felt like the most natural thing in the world to remind him of this, and then promptly sit down beside him. It would have angered him, once upon a time, how easily they seemed to fit together. How he could feel a comfort and ease with this man that he had never been able to achieve with anyone else. Tom observed him just as quiet. It'd be a very strange thing if you didn't, he noted. They looked out upon the train station together, lost once more in a quiescent equanimity. But that was okay. There was nothing left to say. There was nothing left between them but an empty, vacuous soul. Two halves of the same form and nature. Harry did not think about anything for an eternity or two. It was so easy to wander away here, so easy to forget yourself in this vast nothingness. It was awful, actually, but far less awful than the idea of forever being tied to the world of living. You know which way to go, don't you? Harry turned to him, suddenly fixated upon all the green in his eyes. Yes, Lord Voldemort said. He appeared just as fixated on the red in Harry's, but not all that interested in elaborating. If Tom wasn't going to tell him, Harry was simply going to choose a direction and walk. After all, it wasn't as if there were many choices, left or right. When it became clear the Dark Lord did not intend to enlighten him, Harry stood once more, walking towards the edge of the platform. Both sides stretched into something endless. It was impossible to tell which way to go. He shrugged. Well, when in doubt, it is always best to follow your nose. Lord Voldemort laughed. Harry should not have been all that shocked that they could share the same thoughts as well as the same soul. Your concerns are amusing, but ultimately worthless, he remarked with amusement, tilting his head slightly to his right. The next train to hell is arriving. Harry would have found that funny, if it wasn't completely and utterly true. A very plain and unremarkable locomotive pulled into the station. On it were equally plain and unremarkable faces. Harry glanced back towards the boy on the platform. Though he had complained about waiting for this train forever, it was clear he wasn't going to board. But perhaps this should have been obvious. He will never board this train. He will never be able to. Harry spared him an indecipherable glance that was matched by the same knowing, perceptive gaze before he stepped on. There was no fee for the train to eternal purgatory. Harry wasn't sure if this was because everyone had already paid with their souls, or because he was the Death King and had some kind of immunity. Most likely it was both. Arriving to hell took not time at all, but then again, Harry's perceptive of time seemed exceedingly warped ever since he'd found himself in the world of the dead once again. There were many depictions of hell, throughout all the centuries and all the societies that had lived upon the earth, some more illustrious than others. Some conjured worlds of fire and brimstone, of great and evil monsters of the deep. Some were peaceful and eternal, a continuous cycle. Some were simply bizarre. All of them were wrong. Harry walked up the driveway of number 4 Privet Drive, in a far more pleasant mood than he should have been, considering the circumstances. But of course hell would be number 4 Privet Drive. Where else would it be? You must be the old man, Harry greeted dryly, as he opened the door. As expected, a strange, omniscient creature greeted him inside. He appeared to be made of thousands of things, all congealed together into something indiscernible. Aside from his head, which vaguely resembled a skull. Harry squinted. A goat skull, maybe, or a ram, it was hard to say. A longhorn sheep, answered the immortal king of death. Harry blinked. Wouldn't have guessed that. The longhorn sheep skull snorted. Well, yes, you're not supposed to. Stop dawdling and close the door. Harry did as asked, seating himself in his bed in the cupboard under the stairs. The king of death joined him. A cloying, cold darkness wrapping around the room until all of it was lost in obscurity. Why me? Harry asked at once. A question he had been contemplating since perhaps the day he met Ryuk all those years ago. Why you, out of all other humans? Extrapolated the skull. Yes, I don't really know, confessed the king of death, with an air of indifference. You brought that on yourself. Harry sighed. Yeah, I sort of figured that was the answer. Even Tom Riddle seemed to have been handed out a better fate than him. At least he had somewhat made it into Nirvana. Harry was forever stuck in the unfortunate and disappointing world of the living. Well, he consoled himself, at least he wasn't alone. Grindelwald certainly had it just as bad. But then, Grindelwald didn't seem to actually mind. You didn't come all this way to ask me a question you already knew the answer to. The King of Death pointed out. There were a great number of things Harry could have asked then. Had he been a more curious person, he would have asked all about the world they were residing in. About the intricacies and principles of both heaven and hell. About the train station tying the crossing roads together. Why the Hallows were on Earth at all. But time had long since taught him that curiosity is perhaps the most dangerous of all thoughts. How do I retrieve a death note from the world of the living? He asked instead his intended question. The one he wandered all this way to seek. You don't. And why not? Harry scowled. I control everything Elcedo. The point, it's vastly annoying. I'm allergic to responsibility, you know. This isn't good for my health. You control the world of the dead, he corrected. Even these lands are in your domain. The only place in which you have no assertion is the land of the living. Harry sighed. So there's nothing to be done. Then? I didn't say that. The Deform laughed. If you want to control the world of the living, you would have to rule that as well. Harry wrinkled his nose. More responsibility. Not only that, infinitely more responsibility. He didn't even want to know how difficult it would be to rule the lands of the living. The land of the dead was hard enough, and the dead didn't care about much of anything. He couldn't imagine how much harder it would be to rule a population that had mutinous opinions on everything ranging from animal rights to alimony laws. Harry found himself staring into the murky obscurity of death. How would I go about that? You would have more way of knowing than me. I haven't been alive for all of eternity. The skull pointed out. Harry didn't know how that could be possible. He decided not to ask. Harry scowled. Don't tell me there are more artifacts for me to collect. He had no idea how he managed to magically stumble into ownership of all three Hallows. Must be the only person in history to have ever unwillingly and unintentionally gathered all three. Typical. Perhaps it doesn't work like that, mused the Pavonine creature. The darkness around Harry seemed to convulse upon itself. Harry sighed. I guess that's that, then. Apparently even the great father of death didn't know the answer. And if this archaic sheep skull didn't know, Harry decided he had no hope in ever finding out. I wouldn't be so sure of that, chided the sheep skull. Harry scowled again. Was there no such thing as privacy in the land of the dead? It appeared occlumency was utterly meaningless here. The old man chuckled darkly. Come now, Harry, you must know by now. You can't hide from death. Yes, Harry supposed that was true. He couldn't hide from death. He couldn't hide from himself. Harry blinked rapidly. You can't hide from death, Death himself had said. You can't hide from yourself. Came to him quite suddenly. Harry was in the unique position of being a living Death King. He ruled the land of the dead, even if he wasn't dead himself. He belonged to the realm of the living as much as he did the realm of the dead. Who else would be the king of the living but him? L looked up once, quickly, gaze momentarily distracted by the gloom of the world outside the window. There was not much to see. The city was the color of wetness, and ghosts seemed to take roost in the fog, roaming the streets as indistinct figures swelling in the humidity. After a brief, cursory look, he returned his attention to the computer in front of him. The files were encrypted. How obnoxious. L was not particularly fond of Python either, to make matters worse. He might have to call Weedy to muddle through all this. He looked up again, when something seemed to flicker in the distance. Nothing. There was not a soul awake in this enormous, hollowed building. Even Light Yagami was fast asleep next to him. It occurred to L how easy it would be to simply lean over and snap his neck. Then it occurred to him that he would have to explain why Light Yagami was dead next morning when he was saner and less sleep-deprived. The sleep-deprived thing might be more his fault though. It was 2 in the morning, the perfectly logical time to be sleeping. Then again, L didn't sleep all that often, and when he did it was rarely when he was supposed to. Surely if he explained that the man beside him was actually Kira, his actions would be excused? But the more he thought on it, the less sure he was about Light Yagami. Was he still truly Kira? By renouncing his ownership over his death note, he had ceased to be Kira, and had reverted to the sharp, clever college student he had always portrayed. He was even fairly amicable. Egotistical, surely, but no more than L himself. It was the arrogance of a genius who had realized his mental superiority, not the arrogance of a genius hell-bent on becoming God. And even if he somehow managed to find enough evidence to convict Light Yagami for these crimes, did it even matter anymore? For all intent purposes, the boy in front of him was no longer Kira. His powers and his memories were gone, siphoned into a new tenant with equally as unlawful ambitions. It seemed that wherever that death note went, greed, hate, and murder went with it. He found one of his hands leaving his keyboard to fiddle with a small scrap of paper in his pocket. A familiar gesture that was quickly become habit. Was the death note inherently evil? The books, the death gods, the strange world he'd wandered into, Harry, were they all evil? Sinful? Abominations that shouldn't exist? All proponents to wreak havoc and chaos upon the world, using human greed as a vehicle for destruction? Or was it human greed that was causing this, and humans were simply using them as the means to achieve their ambitions? L didn't know. On the one hand, human greed was nothing new to him. On the other hand, greed didn't come from being human, it came from self-awareness and sentient thought. Maybe he was completely missing the point. Harry had asked him to find a way to bring Kira to justice. An impossible task. Who was Kira? The boy next to him? Kira was, for all intent purposes, a god. He could control the balance between life and death at will, could even control the actions of others. He was infallible. L frowned into the distance, thumb swiping over the smooth, creased paper almost absently. That wasn't true. Kira was not God, and he was not infallible. Kira wasn't, but he knew someone who was. Ryuzaki? Light was awake. He answered, if only to prove he was listening. Light groaned, rubbing his eyes. Shit, did I fall asleep? For 5 hours, 33 minutes and 20 seconds. Yes, was L's immediate response. Light groaned again. He tapped his keyboard until the computer pulled itself out of sleep mode, screen lighting with dozens of spreadsheets. He blinked blearily at it, uncomprehending. L removed his hand from his pocket, sparing his company a quick glance. There's no point in keeping this up, he rationalized. Sleep is important. Light tossed him an incredulous look. This coming from you? Even I have to admit defeat to bodily functions eventually. L agreed, solemn, removing himself from his perch on the chair. Where are we going? Light called after him, jerking slightly with the chain. To sleep. L returned, succinctly, and in no mood to get into a fight about sleeping in the same room again. Light always complained that the chain was uncomfortable when they slept, and he always fell off his bed. L offered to push them together to solve the issue, but Light staunchly refused. At any rate, it seemed the other genius was too tired to complain, crawling into his bed with little fanfare and slumping over his pillow. L was not nearly as eager for sleep, perching himself against the bed frame. He sat in the darkness for some time, simply staring out the window. He felt like he was being watched. The detective scoffed. Of course he was being watched. Every room in this entire building had a camera, and people watching the cameras at any given moment. As always, when the Kira case refused to distract him any longer, he found his thoughts drifting to the enigmatic figure that vanished in and out of his life, maybe even existence itself. He hadn't seen Harry in a few days. That in and of itself was not cause for concern. He had no real way of contacting him, had no idea where he went or what he did, and hadn't asked when he would return. This did not stop him from wondering anyhow. He fiddled with the uneven, disfigured pieces of this puzzle at all hours of the day. Not only were they pieces that didn't seem to fit together, there also weren't enough of them to make a coherent picture. The Death King. He wondered idly if Harry was truly God. Considering his occupation, it wouldn't surprise him. The idea of a higher power never appealed to him, and neither did the supernatural, but at this point it was getting very difficult to deny the existence of them. The small hairs at the base of his neck prickled with a sudden chill. His eyes snapped open, adjusting to the darkness of the room. For a moment, he thought it was his imagination. It was so cliché he had just assumed he'd made it up. The storm outside whipped against the windows, distorting the city lights. Thunder rumbled in the distance. A hand of lightning struck against the skyscrapers, and in the blinding flash of light a cloaked figure with a scythe appeared at the foot of his bed. Elle was a fan of B-rated horror movies. She enjoyed the overused plots and droll acting and had simply dismissed this as a manifestation of sleep deprivation. But then it spoke. "You're L. Liot, correct?" His eyes widened at the voice, far too realistic to have come from his imagination. Higher pitched than he would have imagined it and far more exasperated. Elle swallowed, blinking into the abyss. He almost replied, before his thoughts from earlier came full circle. He was being watched. How strange would it look, to be seen sitting here in the dark talking to the air. But he couldn't leave either. He had successfully caged himself to light Yagami. So instead he swallowed his response, scrutinizing the figure in front of him. He was cloaked in darkness, making him almost impossible to discern from the blanket of night around them. But his scythe glinted in the wan light from the windows, a strip of white that danced across the tip of his blade. "No answer?" The Grim Reaper continued. "Riley, you're not scared, are you?" Well, he doesn't have much choice. He can't exactly respond.
Elle paused.
Or can he? The detective dove for his laptop, hiding under the bed, and promptly wrenched it open. It took a few moments to access the security feeds. He chanced a glance towards the figure in the interim, relieved to find him still unmoving at the foot of his bed. It took even more to set up a proxy to reroute his IP address and then work his way into the system, but still the Grim Reaper did not leave. Finally he got to the cameras working in the room and cut off the audio. It wouldn't look suspicious. He knew where the cameras were situated so they wouldn't see him talking, and the silence could be brushed aside easily. Light was asleep. L was an eccentric genius who liked to sit in the dark and think. "Nothing to see here. Who are you?" he asked immediately once the audio is off. "I'm assuming you must be one of the Shinigami." "You assume correct." The Grim Reaper agreed. "I am called Daredevil, and I am a Shinigami." "Right, but why was he here?" His mind flew through answers, most of them unhelpful, all of them centered around a singular person. Harry. It couldn't be coincidence that the boy reveals himself to be the king of death and then all his death gods start showing up. "Harry sent you," he concluded aloud. Daredevil nodded. Well, with that out of the way, he still hasn't figured out why. It occurred to him that he could either attempt to figure it out or simply ask. And he had always been one for pragmatic efficiency, no matter how much he enjoyed puzzles. "Do you know why?" The Grim Reaper shrugged. He wasn't very specific. He prefaced with, "He just asked me to keep an eye on you, to watch out for me."
Elle rétracted.
Why would Hewell? There was only one answer for that. Because L was in danger. Apparently enough danger to warrant a personal death god as a bodyguard. What am I in danger of? Or maybe that wasn't it at all. You humancieri always in danger of something. Daredevil snorted. But if you are in any specific kind of danger, I don't know of it. Other than the fact you've managed to mix yourself up in these affairs. The death gods seemed to be appraising him. Who are you, anyway?
Elle blinked.
You summarized me well enough already. I am L. And if you're anything like your counterparts, you're well informed as to why I am here and what I am doing. Yes. Daredevil agreed. The detective chasing Kira. I know very well who you are. But that's not what I mean. Then what do you mean exactly? I mean to ask. Who are Yudo the king? He pressed. Darkly. L had no response to this. He mulled this over, taken aback by the implications. I don't know. He answered at length, louder than he had intended. His gaze snapped to the form on the other bed. Daredevil followed his gaze. You don't have to worry about him seeing us talking, he said, much to L's relief. I'll tell you if he wakes.
Elle sighed.
Yes, well, at any rate, I was hoping you would have the answer to that question. I'm afraid I do not know, the Grim Reaper confessed. But he was concerned enough to ask me to watch over you, for whatever that's worth. So either L was in grave danger, or Harry just had more personal interest in his well-being. What can you tell me about him? He found himself asking. He didn't know when an opportunity like this would come around again. No one knew about Harry aside from him. He had no one to ask, and nowhere to find any information. It certainly wasn't as if he could scour the internet or something. For all intent purposes, Harry didn't seem to exist. He is the king, he quipped immediately. Yes, I deduced as much for myself, was L's acerbic response. Other than that, I don't have much to tell you. Daredevil shrugged. You could probably tell me more about him than I could tell you. I don't know anything about him, L snapped. But it was without heat. More than anything, he was just exhausted. He is a strange one, the Grim Reaper said, at length. L looked up at that. He hasn't been king for very long. He added, and I don't believe he's all that fond of his position. The thought was deeply fascinating. First of all, if he hadn't been king for long, that meant that there was some sort of hierarchy to the title, that it was passed on somehow. This also inferred that Harry wasn't always the king, that he had been someone else once upon a time. A death god? A very powerful one, perhaps chosen by the king to become his successor? Or perhaps he was a prince. And the idea that Harry perhaps didn't want to be king. What could that mean? Why? The reluctant king of all things, of death itself, wrapped up into the unremarkable form of a human boy, had to admit. The thought of it only furthered his curiosity. Harry was such a magnetic creature, built on logical fallacies, dust and air, sorrow and regret. He could kill light Yagami in mere moments, and yet he refrained. He had no obligation to assist L, even if he insisted his motivations were entirely self-serving. If he was truly so selfish, he wouldn't have bothered in the first place. He doesn't want to be king?
Elle échouait, toute foule.
Perhaps he could see some of that for himself. Harry never seemed particularly enthused about anything to that end. Neither had Tom. It seemed that peeling back one layer had only revealed an even more complex persona beneath. He was not Tom, the unassuming, amicable law student. He was the king of death, apparently. But maybe that was equally as facsimile. Maybe he was as much the Death King as he was Tom, which was to say, not at all. He was hoping for a legitimate answer. In hindsight, that was particularly ambitious of him. I don't know, came the impassive response from the being under the cloak. L tapped a thumb against his mouth. Even though he had been thwarted, he felt oddly invigorated. A good puzzle was almost as good as a good slice of cake. In some occasions, it was even better than the confectionery. This was one of them. I suppose I should have expected that. L enthused, far too jovial. Am I allowed to ask what you're going to do? The Shinigami tilted his head. What I'm going to do? You're watching over me, correct? He hummed, talking more to himself than the creature before him. Observing, most likely, assessing the situation. But at what point will you make the decision to intervene? And do I have any say in that? Do you want to have a say in what I do? Daredevil asked, sounding bored. Yes, of course, was L's immediate response. But perhaps it's better if I didn't. Are you allowed to say? As I say, didn't say much. L didn't know whether Daredevil was intentionally being vague, or if it really was just a brief conversation. With Harry, it was difficult to say. His words were to look after you. I assume he was referring to your general health and well-being. If that is the case, then I will only intervene if either of those are in danger. And if I ask you to intervene? The Grim Reaper shrugged again. He didn't say. Another completely useless answer. L was starting to notice a pattern with these creatures. They never seemed to make much sense and never had a straightforward answer to give. Were they truly so chaotic or truly so indifferent? He was so very fascinated with all of them, with all of it. He couldn't begin to imagine what this all meant. The world of the death gods, and the Death King ruling supreme above them all. A boy who could bend physics and logic at will like magic. A part of him wished the world would start making sense again. The rest of him reveled in the idea of a world he knew nothing of. He picked up his laptop, opening it again but bypassing the security feeds to reach the internet, intent on spending the rest of the night researching on the Yotsuba group. He'd been feeling rather unmotivated with the Kira case, mainly because a new, far more enticing mystery had sidetracked him. But he suddenly found himself with a sense of purpose again. That's it? Daredevil said, when it became clear L was not going to continue with the subject. L made a non-committal noise of agreement, typing away. Yes, that's it. He answered after a while, not looking up. You don't have any other questions? Would you answer them even if I did?
Elle challenged, sarcastique.
The Grim Reaper paused. Fair point. He conceded. I'm turning the security audio back on, the detective told him, and promptly ignored him and his entire existence. The Grim Reaper hovered over his shoulder for the rest of the week, a silent wraith at the foot of his bed, a coldness behind him that made the small hairs of his neck prickle, a figure standing just out of sight. He found himself running his thumb along a patch of lined paper, as if to remind himself that it was real, as if the personification of death himself lounging about his living room wasn't enough already. Not only just death, but all of Death's friends, too. In the interim of his last meeting with Harry, he has managed to acquire a small crowd of death gods, popping in and out of existence at arbitrary intervals. They come to see Daredevil for the most part, and the word friends may perhaps be too misleading. The Shinigami seemed more exasperated with them than affectionate, and he never seemed to care if they were there or not. Ryuk was an especially common visitor. He always tried to get the drop on LL, prided himself on his lack of response. Ryuk seemed to be the only one of Harry's servants who didn't have a lick of servitude, or common decency for that matter. Though he was far more talkative than his constituents, he was not a particularly useful source of information. He never bothered to explain what he talked about, and unfortunately L didn't know enough to guess. They all had a lot of gossip to say about each other, but none of them knew anything about Harry. He caught phrases every now and then, references to people and places. They spoke frequently of the king, whom he assumed to be Harry, the old man, and the lousy old geezer. They spoke of the king and the old man with great respect. They usually had a derisive remark or two on the lousy old geezer. He was really starting to curse himself for being so particular on the security. On the one hand, it served his purpose well with Liot and Misa. On the other hand, it effectively stopped him from holding conversations with any of the death gods. Daredevil appeared to be particularly popular amongst the Shinigami, even though he rarely spoke, and actually seemed rather annoyed with them all. Nonetheless, they popped in at arbitrary intervals, to casually converse over the most arbitrary of events. They all had an absurdly obsessive fascination with the American film industry, and unfortunately most of their conversations weren't particularly enlightening to him. And the ones that were made no sense to him, and were often just casual remarks tossed about in between other topics. It was difficult to give any kind of consideration to the task force, what with the growing magnitude of issues he had on his own. With the police turning their backs on the investigation, the members were in a difficult situation one L had planned accordingly for, but neglected to mention. He was curious to see just how dedicated the task force was to the cause. Would they believe him if he told them how Kira really kills? Would they work with him to find a way to bring Kira to justice? More importantly, were they ready to face the reality that Light was Kira? To be candid, L did not have much faith in any of those. But then, he was accustomed to working alone and preferred it that way. The detective sat perched in his usual position in front of the vast wall of monitors, pausing in his typing. But was he truly working alone? His gaze slid to the side, where Goku, another of Harry's servants, was attempting to finagle Daredevil into betting Excalibur in their latest wages. This one over whether a particular British pop band would win any awards at this year's awards ceremony. L found himself silently marveling at their severely bastardized priorities and total ignorance or total indifference in human concerns. They were not a particularly helpful source, but they were at his disposal nonetheless. But what to do with them? Harry looked up into the vast and wicked sky, and wondered what to do from here. He'd never felt so sure of himself. He'd never felt so disconnected. "You'll just have to get used to it," said Lord Voldemort from somewhere behind him. But when Harry turned around, there was nothing to see but silent mist crashing in geometric planes of light. Why couldn't Lord Voldemort be the Death King? Harry thought irritably, or the Living King, or both, preferably. He'd been on this throne for less than a year, and he was already begging for retirement. "I am the Death King," the Dark Lord chuckled. "And I am the Living King. Don't you see, Harry? We are one and the same. You cannot escape me." Who said I was trying to escape you? Harry wondered aloud dryly. As he just thought earlier, he can't run from himself. He could try, but that would be incredibly unproductive. I don't want to run from you, he admits after a long silence. Lord Voldemort does not respond. Harry emerged out of the bowels of hell with no small amount of consternation. He must have wandered down Privet Drive for what felt like eternity, trying to figure out how to get back to that damn train. He was starting to grow concerned that there wasn't a train at all, that the locomotive was a one-way trip. Well, apparently he was the Death King, so shouldn't he be able to control things like that? The Father of Death was quite possibly the most unhelpful person Harry had ever had the distinct displeasure of meeting, and he'd thought that honor would forever go to Grindlewald. He never actually found the train. Rather, it found him. The Death King retraced his steps back to the train station. The sight was desolate and hollow, and instilled within him a grave sorrow. Empty, grand, and devoid of life, Harry entered the palatial world with a small amount of wonder. There appeared to be no determinable color to this place, or perhaps Harry had just forgotten what color was. Lord Voldemort was gone. The boy looked around. The station appeared like an endless canvas, but there were no doors or windows. A large domed ceiling washed the station in a marmoreal haze, a brightness Harry wouldn't quite call light, but certainly wasn't darkness. He could not figure out where the Dark Lord could have gone, and ultimately decided it wasn't any of his business anyway. When he finally picked his way out of the fragmented world, the world of the living returned with a searing, blinding light. Harry had to close his eyes against its brilliance, lest he burn his eyes. It was strange. He felt lost, but not alone. Is this what it meant to be the living king? It was as if every presence on this earth was tangible, something he could brush his fingertips against. Nameless, unguessed by the eye, but upon further inspection it crumbled with his touch like fractal alcoves, diamond cathedrals that seemed to shiver with his being. Had it always been like that, and he had simply never stopped to turn around and see it? But perhaps he was just projecting. Maybe he had been the living king all along. He just hadn't been aware of it. The brunette decided that sitting here attempting to work the puzzle out would do him no good. Harry did not know the answer. A lesser man might hunt through the four corners of the earth, scouring for the solution. But Harry didn't feel like wasting an eternity or two searching through the many planes of light and sound. Perhaps before he would have done so when he was a young boy. He was not young and naive anymore, and instead did what any sensible adult would do when presented with a problem they couldn't solve. He asked for help. Harry closed his eyes, thinking of a place he had lost a long time ago. A very familiar castle drifted over his vision when he finally opened his eyes. Spindly towers in sharp relief of the prowling mountains. The grounds were covered in a fine dew, and Harry left a winding trail through the dampness as he crossed the hills until he reached the front doors. The courtyard was cold and silent, and the doors were wide open. Harry peered around. Where were the students? Then he realized he hadn't bothered to check the time. The wizard casted a quick tempest. It was approaching 4 in the morning. Suddenly the lack of people made a startling amount of sense. He wandered through the stone halls as if wandering through a dream he no longer remembered. It was easy to gaze about and recognize things. The courtyard where Seamus hit him in the face with a water balloon. A suit of armor that Hermione had accidentally knocked over. A tapestry of hideous ostriches doing something. These were all so familiar, but he could associate with them no longer. The Hermione in his memories was a person he couldn't reach anymore. But then he thought of the cafe on the corner, the table by the window, Hermione framed by the dreary streets of London, a small smile crossing her features. Maybe she was right. Maybe they had all changed, somehow turned into unfamiliar things, incapable of turning around and remembering who they used to be. But then, maybe that was just how it was supposed to be. He finally found his way to the headmistress's office, finding the doors firmly shut. "Blumberry pie," he said aloud, recalling the password he'd used the last time he'd been here. The gargoyle only stared down at him, thoroughly unimpressed. "Oh bloody hell," Harry cursed, having half a mind to kick the gargoyle in front of him in a misplaced fit of anger. Unfortunately, that would probably be more of a detriment to him than the gargoyle. To make matters worse, the gargoyle smiled nastily at him, flapping its stone wings as it sniffed and looks away. How many times is McGonagall going to change this password in a year? He grumbled to himself, looking around the empty, familiar corridors. He had made it a point to avoid Hogwarts as much as possible. The school brought up far too many fond memories for him to be comfortable with, each and every one of them stained with the aftermath of the war. He hated thinking on the past. It always had a way of ruining the present. But what did it matter, he thought miserably. The present was ruined anyhow. The door swung open, surprising him. He was not one to look a gift horse in the face, however, and he gratefully stepped onto the moving staircase. He was surprised to arrive to the sight of an empty office. McGonagall was nowhere in sight. That was all right, though. It wasn't the headmistresses he was here to see. Professor Dumbledore, Harry greeted, as he approached a snoozing portrait. I'm sorry to interrupt your sleep, but I have a question for you. The portrait awoke slowly, and the man blinked his watery blue eyes at Harry from over his half-moon spectacles. Why, Harry, my boy, he greeted with surprise. How wonderful to see you. How have you been? I wish I could say well that my life was good and uneventful. Harry replied, flatly. Unfortunately, I cannot. Ah, Dumbledore commiserated. Pity. How is your portrait? Good and uneventful. The headmaster smiled, eyes twinkling. Now, you said you had a question for me? The living king, Harry stated aloud. Have you ever heard that term? Dumbledore frowned thoughtfully. No, he said at length. I can't say I have. When you were younger and you met Grindelwald, you wanted the Deathly Hallows. Why? A fool's folly, no doubt. Dumbledore sighed, not looking surprised in the least that Harry knew about that. We had ideals that could never be realized. And thank Merlin for that. I was a thoroughly naive and disillusioned young man.
Sounded familiar.
Gellert knew of the Hallows before I met him, and he taught me the legend. We became obsessed. For different reasons, but in the end we both desired that power. The tale of the three brothers, Harry supplied. That legend. Dumbledore nodded. Yes. 3 brothers crossing a river that should have killed them. He paused for a long time. Tell me, Harry, why did they survive? Harry frowned. What a complex question. What was the reason for their survival? What did it mean? Why could they defeat death? Why were they the only 3 to ever defeat death? I'm afraid I don't know. Harry admitted at length. Why did death let them go? Isn't that the question? Dumbledore mused. Why? I tried my whole life to answer that question, Harry. Dumbledore confessed. And I never managed to find it. Harry blinked. Maybe that was because you never asked. I'm sorry? Dumbledore blinked. Harry shrugged. Someone, somewhere, has to know something that can help you, right? I suppose the great wizard agreed. Though I never encountered such a person. Harry looked away into the light, just beginning to crawl along the edges of the window. I met Death the other day, he said after a moment. He was a longhorn sheepskull. Dumbledore's brows rose. He didn't seem to know anything either. In fact, he didn't even care. I don't think he cares about much of anything. Harry looked back, gaze solemn and grave. I am the Death King now, did you know? The Master of the Hallows, if I am even truly a king or truly a master. I seem to be just as ineffectual and powerless as everyone else. He just also happened to have more paperwork than everyone else. Am I Death? He continued urgently. Had he always been Death? But that can't be right. He had lived a long, fulfilling life. Harry paused. Was living. He was still alive, wasn't he? Maybe, Dumbledore allowed, thoughtful. In my later years, I had begun to question the validity of the story, or rather, its true intended purpose. It occurred to me that perhaps I had been going about it all wrong. Harry blinked. How do you mean? Life is what you make of it, you know. Death too, I suppose they are 2 halves of the same coin, after all. He paused. I always found it difficult to believe that everyone had a specific purpose, a destiny in place for them. There's a prophecy that states otherwise, Harry pointed out, because what was his life, if not a convoluted stroke of fate? Prophecies can be ignored just as conclusively as everything else. Dumbledore revealed. If one chooses to do so, no one chose to do so, Harry noted, aloud.
No.
Dumbledore agreed sadly. We did not. But where would you be otherwise? Tom Riddle whispered in his ear. Harry ignored him. My head hurts. Harry decided at length. There appeared to be no right or wrong to this equation for all intent purposes. There didn't seem to be an answer at all. None of this is making any sense. I don't think it's supposed to, said the old wizard. You speak of the Death King and the Living King. But maybe these terms are just as symbolic as the story. I have come to believe that the tale of the three brothers is not an account of defying death, but rather a metaphor. A metaphor for what? Asked Harry quizzically. Why did the three brothers survive, Harry? Dumbledore asked once more. Harry paused, frowning pensively. Why did they survive? Did death smile upon them? Or was it all some convoluted plan for them to die anyway? They were supposed to, after all, and Harry remembered Hermione reading it aloud. She had said that death did not like to be cheated, and the brothers were supposed to have died. But they didn't because they used magic. Because they used magic? He hazarded, tossing it out there for he had no other ideas to give. I've wondered that as well, mused Dumbledore. Was it magic that saved them? And if so, would that then infer that using magic is cheating death? One could further say that, if death was a natural process of life, then magic was unnatural. And if magic is not a trait designed by nature, where does it come from? And why do we have it? Harry frowned deeper, unable to answer his former headmaster's questions. Perhaps he should have expected that being the Death King would not be as simple as pushing paperwork around. That there was some far more complex machination that lay behind it, and he was the unwilling prey caught in the elaborate web. He controlled death, he was the Death King. But this did not deter from the fact that even he was some cog in some vast, intricate woven design he was unaware of. He longed for the simplicity and ignorance of his human self. Grindelwald was right, he was the Death King now, and that role came with complexity and responsibility. And it was his role, however unwilling it was. But perhaps it is more than that. Dumbledore continued. I've come to believe that this is not a story about death and revenge, rather, about choice. Magic is powerful, yes, and perhaps unnatural, but choice is truly the most powerful of all human strength. Maybe you're right, Harry said at length. Maybe these artifacts and these titles are figurative, maybe I'm thinking the wrong way. Maybe I really am the living king for no other reason than that I am alive. The Death King held the power of death, decided, or at least, he had the option to decide, how and when death would seize those from the world of the living. The living king held the power of choice. He was not sure which was more dangerous. It honestly still boggles me why people like this story. To each their own, I suppose. I'll be honest, writing it is always such a challenge. It just doesn't come to me the way my other stories do. Okay, but actually I do have something legit to ask in this, and this story has been platonic up until now, mainly because I keep forgetting about the slash. But all this just means that there is still hope for both. No pairing or L/Harry. The next chapter sort of needs the answer, so don't keep me hanging for too long. Harry found his own feet dragging him to a place he hadn't seen in some time. The door was closed and deadbolt. But locked doors had never done much to deter wizards, and Harry was no exception. It was so strange to be back in the place he had called home not even a few months ago. Unfamiliar. He looked around at all the furniture he once owned, lost in the gloom, covered in colonies of dust. He almost wanted to wave his wand and dispel it all. Vanish the dust, open the curtains and let the sunshine in. Instead he turned towards the hallway, making his way to his bedroom. This too was not particularly remarkable, but unfamiliar all the same. His bed was made, but he had never quite succeeded in the art of folding corners, so it looked a bit lopsided, and he'd forgotten to put the pillow covers onto the pillows the last time he had done the laundry. His bedside table was devoid of anything of significant value, but he had never been the type of person to put trinkets and memorabilia about the house anyway. Inside the drawer, though, lay a leather-bound book, full of photos that weren't his own. Harry had never been one for photography, but he had finagled copies from his friends nonetheless. He thought most of them had come from Hermione or Ginny, perhaps, or maybe Neville. The boy had a surprising knack for them. The older ones were most certainly from his bookish friend. Photos of them on the train, laying by the lake. Mrs. Weasley always took thousands around the holidays, so there were no shortage of those. He flipped idly through the pages, recalling each and every moment. Was this what it meant to be alive? In the abstract, it was all quite uninteresting. Even a life like his own, one that most would consider to be eventful and dramatic, mattered very little in the grand scheme of things. In a way, it seemed all life was insignificant and yet monumental. Looking at his own through a pragmatic eye, it was wholly insignificant. If he had read this in a Death Note file, he would not even bat an eyelash. Male, young adult, wizard. Death by, insert here. But yet this would not describe what it felt like to be on that broom 5 years ago, with Ron and Ginny flying beside him, or being in the heart of all the chaotic enthusiasm of a Weasley Christmas. At any rate, there was nothing about him that crowned him as the living king, nothing that spoke of greatness or superiority. Maybe Dumbledore was right. Maybe it was a meaningless title. The same way people would refer to him as mortal, human, alive, breathing. There were a lot of other mortal creatures, a lot of other humans, and a lot of other things that could be classified as alive and breathing. He didn't know what else marked him for the title. It had come to him that he was the Death King and the Living King, just as he was not dead but not alive. He had opened Schrodinger's box to find himself, both alive and dead. It was not so much a paradox as it was inevitable. Just like you and me, right, Tom? Harry thought. How can one soul be two people? Harry closed the picture book with a certain fondness, giving it one last glance before gently placing it onto the dusty table. Something about the whole process felt very final, but Harry did not want to think on that. He looked away from the table, the room, the reality of it all, and then left. Death couldn't give me an answer, nor could Dumbledore, Harry confessed. And incidentally, I don't have any answers to give myself, so. Grindelwald looked at him curiously. He had abandoned his post on the windowsill for one of Harry's armchairs. Why must there be an answer at all? Is it really so surprising to find that there isn't one? Surprising? No. Disheartening? Very. Harry returned blandly. Things that don't have answers were the worst kinds of things. I don't understand it. Death might have been speaking metaphorically, you know. And on the subject, Albus was always one for allegories. You were the one who suggested the existence of the living king, Harry pointed out balefully. Did I? Grindelwald rubbed his chin, much to his ire. Then the old man laughed. Well, nature never creates imbalance, you know. If you are the Death King, it would only stand to reason that there would be an opposite to you. It might not be so succinct a description. This was even worse. Well, why am I the Death King? He returned, a plaintive whine to his tone. Why me? Because of the Hallows? He scowled. And what is the Death King supposed to do, anyway? I feel I don't do much of anything, and don't actually have any power. Well, what do you think the Death King is supposed to do? Harry thought on this deeply. Kill things, I suppose. Isn't that what his power is? Death? Grindelwald looked at him oddly for a moment. Then he threw his head back and laughed. Oh, Harry, he chided, good-naturedly but sardonic all the same. Let me tell you, I was not the Death King, but I caused a lot of deaths nonetheless. You are not the only one who can kill people, so I'm the cat. Then? Harry asked. Schrodinger's cat? Hiding in the box? Hiding? Well, it's clear I don't want to come out. Harry pointed out, considering himself as a cat that was never dead or alive. But I am most certainly the cat, not the observer looking from outside. And if so, I must know the answer, right? Whether I am dead inside the box or alive. But I'm at just as much of a loss as the person staring at the outside of the box debating this same answer. Perhaps that is the answer. Perhaps you are just as alive as you are dead. Harry made a noise of irritation. But that can't be right. He insisted. That's like saying I am going right, but I am also going left. The two contradict each other. Do they really? Grindelwald pondered. He smiled. Maybe you just haven't traveled far enough to see. Grindelwald was making no sense again, Harry noted. He let out a breath of annoyance, running a tired hand through his hair as he looked about the office. At least Justin had finally gotten around to cleaning it. He felt stifled here, in this room that could look so human, but had never touched humanity. Where are you going? The wizard asked, when it was clear Harry intended to leave. I don't know. Harry replied. Well, take that damned goat skull, will you? Annoying bastard won't stop talking. Harry blinked, before turning to an end table by the door, housing an inanimate skull with long, protruding tusks. He wondered how the hell it had got there, before deciding that he probably didn't really want to know. He paused for a moment, but eventually shrugged and picked it up, and went on his way. In a few moments Harry was standing outside the decaying castle, watching it crumble. A state in flux, immobile. The stairs were calm today, so Harry did not have to fight much to wind his way back onto the ground. Finally, when he was back upon the gray earth, he looked out into eternity and decided where to go. His feet carried him off into the distance, crossing vast chasms of mottled space, glimpses of color and sound rotting through the decrepit landscape like holes in cheese. Towering mountains of treasure rose from nothingness, glittering falsely in the false sun. He spared it all an impartial but curious eye, holding the empty sheep skull in his arms. The scenery did not change much, though whatever vague sense of coherency the world of death abided by, if it actually abided by anything at all, seemed to forget itself as he moved onward. Nothing about the world outside of the world made sense, but it was making even less sense than usual. At first his servants were interspersed among the lands, crowded among pools, cackling amongst themselves. But eventually even they too fell away, to emptiness, until the only sounds came from crows in the distance, their sad cries echoing forlornly. Still, this did not deter Harry, even as he wandered through reality itself, and sound, color, matter and energy all coalesced together. Whatever space he had found himself in did not have any logic or reason to spare, and at some point Harry found himself no longer caring to try and look for it. Harry did, however, chance a glance backwards, wondering what he would see. A train station? Number 4 Privet Drive? The upside-down castle of the Death King? Floating in the far distance? He saw nothing. Not discouraged, Harry turned back forward and continued to walk. He could hear death cackling at him, as worlds crashed around him and reality collapsed upon itself in a silent, catastrophic implosion. He could see a bit of everything in it all. Geometric planes of light and matter crossing as existential, static lines and right angles. Energy paused in this moment. "Why are you cackling?" Harry asked the longhorn sheep skull. It did not move, but it replied all the same. "We're almost at the end." The end of what? The end of meaning. Or rather, the end of everything worth meaning. Harry thought on this. I had started to believe nothing had meaning. I feel like I've been searching for the answer to death. In the same way, I suppose everyone is always searching for the answer to life. But it's the same answer, isn't it? Nothing. It's all nothing, meaningless. There is no answer. It exists because it exists. He looked down at death. "Was that what you were trying to tell me, when you said you didn't have the answer?" Death did not reply. "Is this where you come from?" Harry found himself asking after a beat. "The end? Oh, no, no, no." "Harry, I cannot believe you think so horribly of me." There was something chilling to his words. What sort of things lingered out there, past the end, if even death thought them abominations? But then where is death, if not the end? Shards of reality continued to pass them by, locked in some sort of endless state of entropy. The universe was ending, it seemed. It was always in a state of dying, so that was nothing new. It crashed soundlessly around him, and he thought he might have seen something familiar in the reflections scattered about, but he found he could not remember anything anymore. But there were things wandering around here that could remind his memory of things worth remembering. Harry reached out a hand, ripping a hole into reality and peering into the next one. There was a little boy underneath the cupboard. He looked away and looked at all the lines floating about, some wide enough to see things through, others barely enough to see at all. He found himself curious enough to peer through quite a few. Sometimes it was only his reflection he saw. Sometimes he saw a little girl with red hair, the eyes of death, and a lightning bolt scar, or a man with cold red eyes. And then finally he came to the end. Harry could feel it, somehow, even though it was not dissimilar to the fading edges of reality he had already been traversing. But there was something cold, out here. Something that reminded him that there were things beyond his realm of comprehension, terrible things. things that had been banished from reality long ago. And there was something else there, too, sitting, staring off into the endless nothingness. Harry found he did not want to stare into the end, but his eyes were drawn to it anyway. It felt like too much for his meager existence to handle, so he finally pulled his eyes away, to the something else. A woman staring unblinking, directly into the end. He wasn't sure how she could do that, stare so unwaveringly into something beyond comprehension. "What are you?" he asked, as he sat himself beside her on this shard of flat dimension. She spared him an amused glance. "Maybe the better question is, what are you?" "Haven't quite figured it out yet," he decided upon. "People call me the Death King sometimes, but can a king be a king of nothing?" Crysanthy Liot smiled at him. "I had my suspicions about you, you know." "What kind of suspicions?" "Not everyone can come here, just like not everyone can look into the abyss." Harry tilted his head, until it was partially in his vision. Vague alarm and apprehension caught him in an iron grip, and he found his eyes would not wander any farther. The end lingered in the corners of his vision, and he did not want to look at it. What happens to people who can't look? When they do look, they get lost, and they don't come back, do they? No, they do not. It acts like a black hole, you see. I don't know what's on the other side, if there's an other side at all, but it is so impenetrable that all light and matter and energy just gets torn apart. Harry made a noise of comprehension. But would that really be so bad? To stop existing entirely, even in the abstract? In the end, everything was made up of the same stuff. Atoms. Matter. Energy forms could be as complex and frightening as a blue giant star, or as complex and frightening as a quantum particle, but they could not be extinguished. It was all just reused and reused, except for the moment when nothing became something. Harry swallowed, gripping the sheep's skull tighter as he forced his gaze to look directly into it. The only other exception he could think of was when something became nothing. Well, he was still there, so he had not yet been turned into nothingness. He blinked, before turning to Crysanthy. "You don't seem to have any problem looking into it." She turned to him. "Neither do you." He cleared his throat. "So, if it is not too rude of me to ask, what are you?" "I don't really know, Harry," she said gently. "I'm afraid if you are looking for answers for yourself, then I have none to give." Her eyes were deep and black, endless and chilling. They felt as if they went on forever, and yet remained as an impenetrable darkness. "But I believe you and I to be similar, but inherently different. Would you mind if I told you another story?" "I like stories," Harry said. She smiled. It was as blank and empty as her eyes. "A long time ago, I used to be a young girl, fascinated, bereft of fear. I wanted to learn everything. I hungered for knowledge. I wanted to know it all and would stop at nothing until I had learned all there is to know." "Did you ever get to learn everything?" "Yes, and that was the problem. I eventually discovered everything there was to know. Knowledge changes us, you know. I ceased being human that day, but I refused to believe it. I turned my back on the truth, and returned to living a lie." She sighed deeply. "See, we are quite similar, so I suppose I have a word of advice for you, Harry. I spent so much time running away from myself, determinedly shoving my mind back into ignorance. It didn't work, of course, and I wish someone would have told me to stop living a lie of my own making." Harry opened his mouth, but then closed it. He could imagine it, almost see it behind his own eyes. A young girl so terrified of what she found that she returned back to reality, to the things that she knew. She grew old, or at least, thought she was growing old. She got married to a man she never wanted to marry. She waited for years, pretending to be something she no longer was, until one day the lie was simply too worn to use again, and the truth arose from the ashes. "I could see it when I met you that you were attempting to do the same. Of course, perhaps the most influential of our differentiators is the method in which we came to this knowledge. I set out to seek it, wandering with the centaurs through stars, space and time, projecting my awareness into places even light could not reach. You, however, spent all your life running from this truth, whether you knew it or not. Eventually it came to a point where it was unavoidable." Harry sat silently for a moment. It made sense, suddenly. why a lonely old widow locked in a castle would ask such an odd favor of Harry. If she hadn't asked, how long would he have spent attempting to pretend to be human? Probably far longer than he ended up spending. To his surprise, the only thing he could feel was relief. Well, at least I'm not the only one. For some reason, discarding humanity felt as if a large burden had been lifted off his shoulders, even though it was most likely the opposite. No, definitely not. Crysanthy laughed. There will always be mortals who search for the universe. I suppose that is probably the folly of being human. I would disagree, Harry cut in thoughtfully. I would say that it is their greatest strength. The fact that we can choose to search at all, Crysanthy pondered this. Maybe you're right, she said at length. I had never thought of it that way. The two sat in companionable silence, in a place where time and space could not reach them. But Harry did not worry about that for now, absently petting the sheep skull as he turned his eyes out into the dramatic drop of reality itself. It was a humbling sight to see, and one he would never quite be able to put into words. How long have you been staring at this? He asked her. A very long time, she replied. What are you looking for? I'll know when I see it. Crysanthy answered with conviction. Harry looked down at the hollow skull in his arms. This was death, or at least, the only personification of it he would ever get to know. Even death did not belong out there in the ether. Death was natural, after all, and more importantly, it was not the end. Things did not end when they died. They returned to the particles of which they were made, to be molded again. Dust and ice and metal came together through the terrifying force of gravity, condensed until they began to burn as one bright, explosive being. And the energy and warmth from that star would breathe life into the barren orbital objects around it. And then eventually, one day, the star would explode, taking all the planets and the people with it. Together they would all return to dust and ice and metal, only to be swept back up into stars and people. But they never really ended. It was a transitive existence that continued into eternity. But what would happen to them if they truly ended? Where would they go? Out there, Harry supposed. Out there, outside the universe. It hit Harry like a single, incomprehensible spark of recognition. The Hallows. They were called the Deathly Hallows, but words had a way of twisting the meanings out of themselves. They did not come from death, not in the literal sense. They did not come from the natural transitional process that all matter and energy went through. They came from death, as in the end of all things. Hallows. Hollow. Empty. Nothingness. Harry swallowed, his eyes transfixed in front of him. This is where they came from, some place of irreversible entropy where the already ambiguous laws of physics cease to exist at all. Perhaps it is something to be scared of. Perhaps there is a very good reason that even death himself is afraid of this place. As Harry stared deeply into the abyss, and the abyss stares back, he seems to lose himself just as quickly as he returns. He saw himself, his own life, things about him he doesn't even remember. It was all very familiar, felt like home. I lived a lie for a very long time, Harry, she said softly. Don't make that same mistake. Harry thought on this deeply. But what was a lie at the end of the day? Was he living a lie right now, pretending to be the God King of nothing and everything? Or was his whole life a lie, all his precious moments? Ron's proffered hand on the Hogwarts Express. His very first look at the awe-inspiring candlelit Great Hall. Tracing snowflakes on the frosted window of his dorm room, looking out into the snowy castle eaves, were these all lies? Lies he hadn't realized he'd been telling to himself until he awoke one day to find himself the Death King? But how do I know if I'm living a lie? He asked, candid and urgent. Am I lying to myself to think that I am the Death King, or the living king, or any kind of king at all? Or was I lying to myself long before that, convincing myself I was human? Crysanthy blinks at him. It is not about deciding which is a lie, or which is the truth. It is about being honest with yourself. Harry wanted to throw his arms up in exasperation. But then, that made about as much sense as everything else had today, and at this point he was too tired to get worked up about logical fallacies and the oxymoron that was the universe. I guess you're just going to stay here, then, he said finally. She nodded. Will I see you again? Crysanthy smiled again, behind a long pool of dark hair. You know where to look. Harry stood up then, patting the sheep skull in his arms. Death was being very nice and well-behaved today. He tilted his head, away from the end, back towards where he came from. How do I get back? She turned her head, sparing him another endless, empty look. The same way you came. Harry set the skull on his desk, giving it another fond pat. The stained glass window was left wide open, but the eaves were empty, bereft of old men and death gods alike. He had never noticed what was etched into the watery colors. A grazing herd of blood-red longhorn sheep, poised at the edge of mountainous cliffs. Occasionally one would rear its head or stomp the ground. He was alone for the moment. He did not know where his servants had left to, but he could take an educated guess. Probably out by the pools, gambling on Light and L. Light and L. He had almost forgotten them with all that had happened recently. Harry found himself wandering around the broken castle, aimlessly searching for nothing in particular. He found a round table surrounded by skeletons, more than a few corridors leading to nowhere, crypts and mausoleums, stairwells that led to doors that led to the same stairwells, over and over again like a labyrinth of optical illusions made into reality. His search ended when he came to a bedroom, the king's bedroom. It looked just like the one he left, a mirror image with a few distortions. It was a much larger bed, with the same spread and pillows, and the quilt from Mrs. Weasley slung over the back. The bookshelves were lined with his own books. Some fiction, some school books, others tomes that had been given to him by Hermione. When he moved towards it and plucked a book from the long line of shelves, he opened it to find the perfectly written scrawl for flowers for Algernon. Real books, then, not just illusions. He returned the book and walked towards the bed, running his hand through the dust over a chest of drawers. When he came to the bedside table, he opened the drawer, unsurprised to find a small, glittering river pebble. When he overturned Mrs. Weasley's quilt, he found the shimmering cloak. And when he came to the closet and opened it, he found an inky black mantle dripping in shadow and night. He pulled it out, inspecting it in the wan spill of moonlight. The ends seemed to fade and pool around the floor like wandering mist, and the material was so dark he could not discern what it was made of. It was soft though, almost intangible. When he dug his hands into his pockets, he found the wand. For a moment he simply stood there, inspecting the cloak, the room, the world outside the window. Then he went back to the table and put the stone in his pocket and pulled the invisibility cloak on. His body disappeared, and when he put the black coat over it, it appeared as if he had no body to speak of, all of it disappearing into shifting planes of darkness. He kept the wand in hand and pulled the hood up. He expected to feel rather silly when he saw himself in the mirror. But instead he seemed to recognize himself, more than he ever had as a boy with 2 green eyes and glasses. His hands were small and pale in comparison to the voluminous sleeves, and from beneath the hood his face looked far too young and his eyes far too bright to be the face of death. With that thought, he returned to the maze of hallways, and followed the corridors of the castle until he returned to his study. From there, he lifted the longhorn sheep skull, pulled down his hood and fitted over his head. He pulled the hood back up, and walked towards the window. His reflection was distorted in red and black, and all the longhorn sheep in the stained glass turned to look at him and bowed their heads. There was a clattering from outside the hallway, growing louder and louder until he could discern the panicked clobbering of restless hooves. "My king!" Justin burst into the study, took one look at him and dropped to his knee. "My king, you have returned." Harry stared at him. He looked back up at him with reverence. "Is that you, Death King? Isn't it always?" He groused, but it lacked any heat. "Why are you running? And how could he be out of breath if he didn't have lungs?" "Well, you see, my king, there have been events on Earth." But Justin was interrupted by the flurry of motion by his window. The great form of Daredevil roosted on the sill, and he too looked haggard somehow, even though he had no visible features. "My king," he greeted, sounding just as winded. "I have news. The detective." "The detective what?" Harry stalked forward, alarmed. Had he taken too long, sitting at the edge of the universe? Just how long had he been gone? Anyhow, it felt like anywhere from a few mere hours to all of eternity. But then, Time had already been getting away from him long before he met Crysanthy Liot at the end. You asked me to contact you. If any issues were to arise while I watched the detective, did something happen? Harry pressed urgently. Not as of yet. Daredevil was quick to reassure him. But there have been new events. Ryuk finally found it pertinent to inform me of one of Light's plots when I revealed to him your orders. Orders? He repeated, daredevil. Right. That I was to watch over L and make sure he stayed safe. Then he's in danger? Harry really ought to remind Ryuk of just where his loyalties lie. Not yet. Ryuk, that scoundrel. At least Justin seemed to share his annoyance. I'll teach that gambling fool a lesson. He held up a hand, silencing the skeleton. Continue. He motioned to Daredevil. Light voluntarily gave up ownership of the Death Note, planning for it to one day return to him. For what purpose? To lead the detective astray, I suppose. Harry knew as much. He had assumed Light would have an endgame as well, and it appeared he was right about that as well. Ryuk had already informed him that Light had renounced ownership as a plot to throw L off. But the Shinigami did not know to what end. No, that's not all. Harry sighed. I'm sure he plans to use the opportunity to kill off his most dangerous adversary. Justin and Daredevil were silent. But, my king, Justin said at length. He cannot kill you. Harry paused for a moment before laughing. It sounded warped and hollow through the sheep's skull. Oh, he doesn't know I'm his enemy. He reassured, good-naturedly. He still believes L is the worst of his worries. Harry sighed. Although I suppose I'm not entirely sure if I truly am his enemy. He's certainly caused you enough problems to be considered such. Daredevil pointed out. True. Harry agreed. But he's just a human, isn't he? A human playing with a power far beyond his capabilities or comprehension. My power. I suppose it would only be inevitable for that power to corrupt him. Justin looked at him in shock and horror. My king. But you cannot possibly think this is your fault. If anything, it is Ryuk who should be punished. Ryuk was just being lazy. Harry shrugged him off. And I am the one who is responsible for all of you, am I not? They had nothing to say to this. All the same, regardless of circumstances out of his control, Light still had a choice to use the Death Note or not. It was not an event forced upon him against his will. Justin nodded. Yes, yes. He spared Harry a fretful glance. But, what will you do, my liege? Harry smiled. Confront him myself, I suppose. It appeared word had a way of spreading amongst the world of the death gods with a speed unprecedented even for the world of the living. By the time Harry was leaving for Earth, a familiar old man was hobbling his way towards him, looking as amused as always. So you've finally come to a decision? Did I ever really have a choice? Grindlewald shrugged. Yes. He hummed thoughtfully. You could have continued to pretend to be human. You could have ignored this world and returned to your life before. You could have killed off all of humanity and called it a day. None of those were ever really options. Harry pointed out, finding himself amused against all reason. He sighed, looking away. I just have to be honest with myself. Somehow, the old wizard found that Harry looked more like himself in this moment than he ever had before. His wings made of shadow and death spread behind him, streaks of silver lining glistening where light dripped around the curves. In his hands was the longhorn sheep's skull, tucked under an arm. In the other was the elder wand. Beneath the hood his large eyes were as bright and ominous as always, looking both defeated and determined. The rest of him was wholly indiscernible, lost in darkness. Have you come to offer me a prize? He joked. Harry smiled. Would you care to ask for one? He returned. Grindlewald laughed. I hope not. Harry's smile fell away. He looked down, into the shimmering blue sky. What are you going to do? The old wizard asked. The answer seemed as old as eternity. I'm going to give them a choice.